Okay, doing something I haven't done in quite a while. I actually don't know when I made the last video about it, but yeah, just for fun I'm going to make a recording of my current game collection. Starting there and probably going over here and obviously also going to my computer. There's not so much you can see except for Tales of Syria 2, and last but not least this cupboard, this shelf. So what do we have here? Let's see. This is mostly my shelf for GBA and GB games, as well as some Super Nintendo, Super Famicom games, also 3DS and DS games in the back. Here's some Super Nintendo stuff, again loose cartridges, same with GameBoy. And there's my Nintendo 64 stuff, and then there's still some other stuff, like Mario Maker for WiiU. But we get to that. Also, there are some big box PC games. Let's start here. It's the easy to do. And yeah, basically, still sealed copy of the complete saga of Lego Star Wars. I got that one. 10 euros, I believe, from Saturn. When I lived at a host family years ago. Then I also have the Age of Empires 1 and 2 collection, including obviously the first game, then the second game, and its add-ons, and I believe there's actually, although it's not written here, that there's also Age of Mythology on here. I need to check on that again. Well, then there's Angry Birds I picked up for no particular reason. I just like big box games, okay? I got rid of some, sadly, in the past, or rather my mom did. Rest in peace. But yeah. And same with Lego Indie. Also got that one. It was all very low priced back then, and yeah. I don't think I will open these, because I have if I need to play these, I have the good old games copies, and it's nice to have these. First of all, we have Mega Man and Bass in a Japanese version for the Super Famicom, Rockman and Forte, and yeah, I've got this from eBay years ago, and yes, I didn't open it yet. I picked it up as a collector's piece, basically, although it's not really a collector's edition or anything. Also no particular value. Japanese people are just very nice and always seal their stuff when they get rid of it. And yeah, I didn't want to open it. I am honest, I just grabbed the ROM and called it a day. I still like the game though. Then here we have, obviously Rockman 7, Mega Man 7. And this is a great game. I needed time to get used to it, to adopt it, to like it, because the sprites looked weird for Mega Man when running and charging. And I actually prefer the graphic style used for Mega Man 8 and Mega Man and Bass. But yeah, also Mega Man X, which is the next. But once you get used to this game, it's one of the best Mega Man games you can actually play. And yes, this is obviously the limited run reprint they did, I don't know, 3-4 years ago. I believe it was shortly before the pandemic. And it's basically a reprint of Mega Man X for the Super Nintendo. And yeah, unfortunately, oh wait, what number am I? This isn't written here, it's limited to 8,500 copies. I have one of them. Not written on here either. But yeah, I wanted to pick it up when I had the chance, and I'm glad I did. It's a fantastic game. I love to replay it every once in a while. Also, the remake for the PSP is fantastic. Highly recommend it. Even in the Mega Man X collection for current systems. Okay, what do we have here? Yes, Donkey Kong Country. I believe this is from... Oh, there's a MediaMarkt seal on there. Back then it costs 130 Deutsche Mark, I believe. Yes, back then it was still a D-Mark. Pretty neat, and one of the best games on the platform, really. I have no clue why I wanted this one in particular when I started collecting some games, but it's one of the more enjoyable platformers I've played, especially back then, although that's not much to say. I was a little kid and I really enjoy platformers, so there's that. Okay, what do we have here? Pokémon Ultra Sun. Then there's the limited run version of Shantae, which I put in one of these plastics leaves. You can buy these cheap on eBay and put your GameBoy cartridges in games, and it looks really nice, I think, and fits. Okay, what do we have here? Pokemon Midori, the green version of Pokemon, obviously, for Game Boy. I got this one from a very kind and very nice online seller in Japan, or from Japan rather, I don't know, a decade ago? Half a decade ago, I believe. And the person wrote me a very kind letter that came with it when he shipped, or they shipped the game, and yeah, I have everything here in this box, so I won't show it to you guys, but still. Then here is Rockman World 5, that's obviously Mega Man 5, the Game Boy version. Fantastic game. Found its way now onto the Switch online service, and it's one of the best Mega Man games you can play actually from the classic series. It's on a Game Boy obviously, but I believe the Switch release supports the color output, so that you got when you put the cartridge inside the Super Famicom or Super Game Boy. Great music, cool enemies, opponents. The Mega Buster or Rock Buster got replaced with what would later become the Rocket Punch, and yes, it's quite cool. Also, the manga adaptation of this is fantastic. And then there's Pokemon Pinball, which I've actually purchased in Japanese because at the time when I wanted to play this game again, and it's one of the coolest Game Boy Pokemon games and pinball games I know because of the rumble sensor inside. The Japanese version was just cheaper on eBay. Well, and now for Game Boy Advance we have Sonic Advance 2, which my mom bought me back then. Same with Sonic Advance, which I believe I got this one with the GBA actually. With my first one actually, I believe that was the translucent purple one? Indigo? I don't know, I believe it was purple. We got rid of it because I later got the purple one, or indigo one, whatever Nintendo calls it, and yes, it's one of my favorite Sonic games, and I still really enjoy playing it every once in a while. Actually, I prefer this one over Sonic Advance 2, and also over Sonic Advance 3. Speaking of Sonic Advance 3, we get there later. Here's Pokemon, yellow version. Also complete in box and stuff. I put one of these plastic sleeves over it, or put the box inside so it's protected. And yes, pretty cool game. My mom played it a lot and I liked it too because it was more in line with the anime, of course, and also because you could get all 3 starters. What do we have here? The Game Boy Advance version of Super Mario World, including the arcade version of Mario Brothers. I love it. I love this game, really. I played it like crazy lots on the Super Nintendo back when I was a little kid. I played it a crap ton of times on the GBA, and while I don't play it these days so much anymore, it's still a fantastic experience and one of the best 2D platformers I could recommend to anyone, really. Really worth it. Yeah, there's F-Zero. I don't know exactly why we got rid of it back then. My mom always used to sell games I didn't play in a while. I just thought I pick it up again on eBay, and yes, it's basically like the Super Nintendo version with slightly different tracks and vehicles, just like the F-Zero 2 that released on the Satellaview service. Then here's Pokemon Blue, in German obviously. And down you go, Sonic Advance 3. I would put it below Sonic Advance 1 actually, save for the music, which is crazy good, especially Chaos Angel. But I would put it above Sonic Advance 2. Except that it has no shower garden, and that really sucks. Then we have Super Mario Advance. I also played this one a lot actually. Even if Super Mario Bros. 2 is my favorite game. Doki Doki Panic, that is, not Lost Levels. But yes, back then this was the first Mario that released for the Game Boy Advance, and I really enjoyed that. Then I have here Mario Kart Super Circuit, or Mario Kart Advance in Japan. Actually, I like this one really lots. I played this quite a lot, still do every once in a while. And I think it's one of the best and yet underrated Mario Karts in the series. And it controls much better than Super Mario Kart 2, although it almost feels like it. Also, this was the first Mario Kart in the series that introduced or that had retro-based tracks from the Super Nintendo game actually. that was something else. Quick cut because my phone overheated, but here is a Klonoa, Empire of Dreams. Pretty cool game. I bought this one because the PlayStation 1 version is so expensive, or the PlayStation 1 game, and the remake wasn't yet released. Collection, whatever, for the Switch and Steam. So there's that. And it was low priced. So what do we have here? Yeah, Pokémon Soul Silver. Fantastic remake. Brutally difficult in comparison to the original though. Which is because of the raised level caps and stuff, I think. I don't know, I'm not too much into Pokemon anymore. Sadly, I have lost the Pokewalker because another boy who lived with us at the host family back then, which I bought the game to, did something with the Pokewalker, and so yeah, I had no luck anymore. And so it's lost, and I, because of that, lost interest in completing the game also. So there's that, sadly. What do we have here? Kingdom Hearts. The game that no one knows how to pronounce. 358 days by 2. I think that's how it's called. Then we have New Yoshi's Island in my pile of regular DS games for whatever reason, I don't know why. It's a nice remake, or not a remake, it's a continuation of the classic formula from Yoshi Island, and it's pretty good. Not as good as the original, I would say, but still very playable. Recommended if you have a 3DS at hand. Now we get to Mega Man ZX or ZX, whatever you wanna call it, or Rockman. And yes, I was really hyped for this game back then. Even watched the Japanese promo on Atomic Fire, or later known as the Mega Man Network. Pretty cool game. Metroidvania style Mega Man mixed across the X-style gameplay with elements from the Zero series, and I hadn't completed it, to be honest, but I really enjoyed the gameplay style and graphics and stuff, and the music is great too. Also the anime sequences on the 3DS looked awesome. WiiWare touched. This is probably the game I played the most on my original DS back then. I spent many hours. It's a fantastic game in short bursts, but I really enjoyed playing it. And it makes great use of both screens and the styles. One of the best entries in the series. Honestly, I've even go as far as to say, after this game, the series dropped in quality more and more. New Super Mario Bros. Interestingly, and I don't know why, but there's a reprint of this game, which I always notice when going to the second-hand store in my city. And for whatever reason, they kind of changed this cover to have a smaller font. I don't know why, but it's the same game. It's the best of the new Mario Bros. Series, in my opinion, before Super Mario Bros. Wonder released, and it looks great on the DS, on the original DS. Has nice levels, cool new power-ups, and yes, it's worth playing. I don't need any introduction to that. That is the DS port of Super Mario 64, Super Mario 64 DS, and I am honest, I prefer this version over the original for the Nintendo 64. I am fine playing with the D-pad. I like the graphic enhancements they did, especially to the character models. I enjoyed having the 4 characters, and the minigames are fun too. What we have here? Sims in a City. I played this quite a bit. It's fine, it's decent, it's basically the S port of the GBA game. It's not exactly like the original Sims, but it was a good thing for when the DS launched, and my mom decided to get me some games with it. Same with Super Mario 64, and I believe I also got the DS with WiiWare and with Mario Kart DS, which I don't have here for whatever reason. Here's Bomberman. Oh yeah, that's the one I got as well with the DS. Makes also great use of the both screens, because it allows you to have 8 simultaneous players in one arena. And yes, of course, that means the top screen has 4 Bomberman and the bottom screen has 4 of them walking around. Pretty cool game, pretty much like the Super Nintendo games. I just don't know why they changed the font to look more like a Mega Man game when you look at this. I believe the US version even had Bomberman in a suit to look more like X, if you ask me, but oh well. What do we have here? Also, my phone gets hot again. The hell? Ah yes, the internet browser. That was pretty cool. Back then, when phones were super expensive and laptops too, this was the best I could get to sit on my bed or my couch while watching TV and browse the internet without sitting at my computer. Sure, websites didn't load as fast, but most websites still worked because the internet wasn't as far developed, and I enjoyed doing that. It was silly, it was cool. Came with that memory expansion cartridge that you had to put inside the GBA slot. Functioned in the same vein as the expansion pack for the Nintendo 64, and yes, it's pretty cool. The DSi obviously had one browser built in, and the 3DS as well, but at that point I believe phones were the norm already for that kind of stuff. This is nothing. My mom actually found the package outside, gave it to me. I have no idea what I do with it, but if I ever get a loose Nintendo DS game, I can make use of this. This is Pro Evolution Soccer 6, obviously, and I believe save for the PlayStation 2 version and the Japanese GameCube version that was also exclusive to Japan. I have every version of this game because I really enjoyed Pro Evolution Soccer 6 back then. Modded everything out of the PC version that I could, and yes. For whatever reason, I just decided to pick up on every version, save for the PS2 and GameCube versions. Maybe I'll do that at some point again. It's cheap, it's just soccer, so yeah. Plenty of copies out there. Yes, and then there's my proper 3DS stuff. Let's see. Yes, Luigi's Mansion 2. Obviously it re-released for the Switch now. I haven't played it though, yet. Neither version. I might do so. It's quite a different take on the series, but it looks cool and I wanna play it. Project Cross Zone. Super cool, tactic-based, round-based strategy game with crossovers from different Capcom and Namco games. It's the successor to the Japan exclusive Namco Cross Capcom, and yeah, I decided to pick it up. I don't have the successor to that, which is obviously Project Cross Zone 2, but I'm pretty certain I can grab it at some point too. Here's Mario and Luigi Paper Jam Bros. I believe this was really cheap in a local store, the Saturn, and that's why I picked it up. It was a cash grab, or not cash grab, it was in this bargain bin thingy, you might know. And yeah, here's the 3DS version of Mario Maker. Works fantastic too, but you couldn't do much because, or you could do everything you could also do in the WiiU version, but you couldn't transfer the levels, I believe. It's pretty good too, though. What do we have here? Oh yeah, Fire Emblem Warriors. I bought this also used mainly because it's a also I believe it only cost me $5 also in the electrics chain store. It was low budget, or low price, so I picked it up while I could. Here's Fire Emblem Echoes. Need to play this after completing the Switch game at some point. Mario Tennis Open. After the original for the Game Boy Color and Nintendo 64, I believe, or what do I say? I believe. I find myself this to be the best game in the series afterwards. I didn't really like the GameCube version, and the Switch version is a joke. But yes, this one is cool. And Yoshi's Woolly World is just great. Let it be for 3DS or for the Wii U. I love the style, I love how the Yoshis and the surroundings look. This version also has Poochie, his dog, and their children. And yeah, also little cool movies they actually did, and they also did a little making of, and that it's on YouTube, and yes, I really enjoyed this. Need to replay this at some point. Really cute game. Cute platformer, not so difficult, but yes, what can you do? It's Yoshi. Animal Crossing New Leaf. Not as good as the DS game, I think. At least that's what I've been told. But I also spent quite some time in this. I have no idea how my world now looks in this, but it was fun when I had it, when I played it still regularly, and I remember back then I also used to play it quite often with my best friend. So yeah, that was cool. And that's also something that doesn't work in the Switch version. You can't do the same amount of stuff with friends as you could here. That's really sad. Tomodachi Life is also cool. It's actually part of a Japanese series of games that utilize the Mii's already on the original DS. They decided to port this game to the 3DS and release it here for whatever reason, but I liked it also for the reason that it has a voice synthesizer built in, and it's pretty cool to hear your Mii's talking using this thing. Metroid Samus Returns, the remake from Nintendo to the Game Boy game of Metroid, which they released after taking down Metroid 2, or rather another Metroid 2 remake. I felt cheated at that time, but I saved the fan remake, obviously, and this is the outcome that came after it. Another fantastic Mario platformer is Super Mario 3D Land. I find it equally good to the 3D World game. I find it even better in some aspects, and levels are short, quick, and can easily be completed in short bursts. And despite all the criticism against Lost World, I actually enjoyed Sonic Lost World, also on the 3DS. It was a 3D game. It obviously isn't the best Sonic, I think anyway, but I had my fun with it, so I won't complain. Okay, back to business. Pokémon X. Actually, I really enjoyed this game for whatever reason, and I don't know why I didn't complete it. I'm not 100%, at least story-wise. I believe I still have to complete the league, which I have no idea why. I thought I did so, but same here. Fantastic remake. I even liked this one better than Pokémon X. And back then I remember I played Pokemon Ruby on an emulator on Visual Boy Advance on my old Pentium 200 MMX, which wasn't fast enough to actually play it at full speed, so I played the game at like half the speed, and I made it to like the third place, made 3 badges. Then I stopped, and I didn't want to play Pokemon anymore for many years because I couldn't transfer my Pokemon from the first 2 games, generations. Obviously this is possible today thanks to modders, but yeah, I took the chance, and after playing Pokemon X again, which I only played because I liked the XYZ anime so much, I grabbed the remake of Alpha Sapphire 2, and I didn't regret it. What do we have here? Stellar Grow. Still a game, or let me put it different, I still need to complete it, but I really enjoy this game. It's a real fun tactic based, also similar to Project Cross Zone, strategy, turn-based strategy game. It's pretty cool, has anime elements, and the music is nice. I enjoy the combat, the graphic style and stuff. The story is decent, yes. And it's one of the more rare games, it seems, that it turns out to be a hidden gem or something. At least according to many, so I'm glad I have it. In conjunction to this one, I also picked up on Ever Oasis, which is from Nintendo actually. I wanna play this after I'm done with Stellar Grow. And here is Dead or Alive, which was really low priced on eBay, I think, or in a local used game store. and it's decent. It's not the best Dead or Alive, I would say. I definitely like the Dreamcast game, Dead or Alive 2 better, but it was decent. Although the CPU is way too easy to beat. Mario Kart 7 is actually, in my opinion, I bought it after Nintendo decided to shut down the 3DS online service. I think I bought it because of Pretendo, and shame on me, because I find this to be much better than the stock Mario Kart 8. And it's a really good entry in the series, has lots of great things, cool, much better tracks in my opinion than Mario Kart 8, stock Mario Kart 8 that is, and the cards are much more fun too. Also, I like the characters which are exclusive to this game, like the Queen Bee, and yes, I didn't regret it either to pick up this one, but it feels like a missed opportunity that I didn't play this one earlier. Well, it is what it is. What do we have here? Oh yes, A Link Between Worlds. Not sure where it takes place in the continuation, which is a mess anyway. But I really enjoyed the Super Nintendo game, A Link to the Past, and this is pretty much like it, gameplay-wise. And yes, it's one of the coolest Zelda games I've played so far. I prefer to play the 2D games. I really dislike the 3D ones, save for Wind Waker, which I actually enjoy. But yes. Smash 3DS. Smash 4, as people call it. I really enjoy the option to have it on the go, especially back then. Now with Smash on Switch is a little different, but back then it was amazing, and I really enjoyed the feature to use my 3DS as a controller for the WiiU game, and having some modes like, what was it called again? It's not written here, I think, but there was this cool mode where you had the where you ran around this labyrinth, and I really enjoyed to play this one. I need to play this game at some point again. It's pretty good, and also to test if it actually works with a Samu in conjunction. And the last one here, oh yeah, Codename Steam. This one was also cheap, I think. Yes, $5. No, $3. So, let's go for these. First of all, we have my one of my cartridge dumpers, actually, the GB01 that was in production before the GB operator released. So it basically does the same. It's a device where you plug in your cartridges, just as usual, and which you will attach via USB-C, actually, USB-C, pretty cool, to your computer. There's a software that allows you just to dump or to write stuff to these cartridges, which is pretty cool. Anyhow, let's go for these first, since I was at GameBoy Games anyway. Here's Pokemon Silver. Not my original game, I bought this on eBay before the prices increased like crazy. And here's Yoshi's Cookie, quite one of the earliest GameBoy games, I believe. It also released for the NES, and it's a nice little puzzle game, much in the vein of Columns actually, less of Tetris. It's decent and didn't cost a lot. This is again an example of games that cost less in Japan, in Japanese versions, than in European or American ones, and that's basically Kirby 2, Dreamland 2. Funny enough, when you go past the start screen, title screen, it's all in English, so yeah. Let alone it's a platformer without text much, so nothing would be lost. No. This is Mario Tennis, the Game Boy Color version that I mentioned earlier. I really enjoyed this game as a kid already. Sadly, my cartridge got glitched back then and I lost my save file with almost completed and maxed out characters, so yeah. It's always fun to replay, and these days I just do it out of fun when I have some spare time. It's not that difficult, the minigames are fun too, and when you connect the Game Boy Color version to the Nintendo 64 game, through the transfer pack, or when just using emulators that support it, you actually unlock the Nintendo 64 characters on this game, which you actually need to do via minigames. Here's my Game Boy camera, which I had. This is not the first one I had. We bought the original one when it went on sale in stores back then in 96, 97. That was also produced by Game Freak. And it actually had Pokemon graphics, Pokemon stickers in it, when no one here knew those. And yeah, originally I had the blue one along with the blue Game Boy Pocket. I got this one in, I believe 2001, 2002 from a flea market. And I really enjoyed it, had lots of great photos on it, also memories. Sadly, shortly before this one here arrived, the battery went dry, and so I lost all my pictures. That was really painful because I already lost the photo albums from my mom when she passed away, and yeah, let's not talk about it for now. First of all, Game & Watch Gallery 3. I have this one about as long as the Game Boy camera, I think. Really fun game, although I prefer the second game, the second compilation more. And I'm going for the loose cartridges first, because it's much easier. Pinball, what is it called? Gators Revenge. Made by Hall Factory, Hall Laboratories, the company behind Kirby and Super Smash. And it's a really fun pinball game, which my mom and I used to play when I was really young, and we could borrow games from, not a Blockbuster, but we had something else here. It was really fun, and yes, I decided to pick it up again. It's always cool in short bursts, especially now that there's a Game Boy Advance SP and stuff. That's Kirby's Pinball Land, and I actually haven't played this one yet. I picked it up too because I decided to buy this pinball game. I need to give this one a try. I heard it's a good game. Then there's Super Mario Land 2. A great classic, feels almost like Super Mario World. Not in the same way, but it's about as feature rich, and the levels are really fun, really creative. Graphics are much better and much nicer than the first game, obviously, and yeah, it's also the first game that had Wario in it. So yeah, there's a DX version of it, a DX patch. same with many other Game Boy games, and yes, it's worth playing. Also in Nintendo Online, I think. DuckTales, the first game, the Game Boy version. Great game, love the moon theme just like everyone does, and whether you play it on the NES, the Game Boy, or the remastered version from Way Forward, cool game. Also based on the Mega Man engine, I think. And here's DuckTales 2. Need to play this one, actually, too. I'm a little lazy with those. What do we have here? Mario Land 1. Great classic, still love it. It's really fast to complete. I only struggle with the final boss because this one is a little cheap, but it's cool nonetheless. There's also the X patch you can apply and really cool entry in the Game Boy line of games. I'm not too certain whether I prefer this one or the second one, but either way I love both games. Also, if you are interested, I can link the 3D models I used to print those. They're all on Thingiverse. Tetris, no introduction needed. Oh yeah, another one that was much cheaper in the Japanese version, obviously. Again, Donkey Kong Land, the first one. It's obviously not the same as Country, but I had my fun playing this one. It's good. It's good. I can't complain. Maybe it's also part of my childhood, and that's why. Kinder Happy Hippo Land. It's actually a promotion game. They, I remember they had with the chocolate here in Germany. You could send in something and they would return you the game if you were lucky and won the game. I just decided to pick it up on eBay some years ago. And it's a simple jump and run. There's a password system and it's easy to complete. Obviously, it's aimed towards children and little kids, but I'm cool with that because I think the Game Boy is perfect for short games and quick games that you can enjoy in quick runs when you have some spare time on hand. Inside here, Pokémon World 3, Mega Man 3 for Game Boy. This one is takes place between Mega Man 3 and 4, and thus also has bosses of both. And yes, it's Mega Man. Not much to say here. I prefer the second game above all others, except for World 5. But yeah. Also, it's in Nintendo Online now. Along with all the other Rockman World games. So if you want to give it a shot, there you go. And here is Mega Man 2. The music is a little weird to most people, but I like it actually, and it's quite easy to complete. I need like half an hour, maybe 45 minutes, unless I'm doing silly stuff, but it's quite easy to complete. And that's why I like it so much. Yeah. And I believe, since I didn't see the other one... Oh no, it's not. This is Gargoyles. One of the more complex games, more complicated. Still a classic. Picked it up for little money and it's one I wanted to play for long. And so I picked it up in our local used market. Not market, shop. It's pretty cool that we have something like this still in the city. Okay, now for this box. This box is actually just a case for me that holds GameBoy games. And first off, we have the Game Boy Color promo cartridge. They didn't intend it to sale, but obviously it landed on eBay eventually. And that's in my hand. And it's basically just a ROM hack of WiiWare Land 2 that promotes features of the Game Boy Color with various games showcased like Tetris and WiiWare Land 2. And yes, nice music in the demo. You can watch it on YouTube basically. I wanted to have the cartridge because I saw it and it didn't cost much, so yeah. Here's Mega Man 1 actually. I find this one is actually the most difficult of all the 5 games you can buy. That's why I didn't bother much with it and prefer to play the original or Powered Up, which is actually one of my favorite games. Here is Gallery 2, which I mentioned earlier. I really enjoy this game, and obviously you can tell it's free used by now, but yes, I picked it up on eBay again, I believe, or was it on a flea market? I don't know. But yeah, I actually enjoy the games on here a little bit more than on the third one. Still, both are fun to play. Yeah, and here are my GBA games also. This is Doki Doki Panic, Super Mario Bros. 2. And this is the Famicom disk system version on Game Boy Advance. I had the chance to pick it up on eBay. And yes, it's as complex as you can imagine. And if you have the chance, you should play the All-Stars version. I wanted to have it because it's such a curiosity, oddity, and yeah, there's that. Here's Donkey Kong 94, also the game I've got from the flea market back then, and you can tell, as you see here, but yes. Really creative platformer, continuation of the original arcade game. Love the graphics, especially when you play it on a Super Game Boy. And yeah. So, here's Mega Man 03. The best game in the sub-series, I would say. Here's Battle Network 4, Red Sun, which I've got with 03 not so long ago. Here's Paperboy. I decided to pick it up, mostly because I remember this game from my childhood. I prefer the Super Nintendo version because I grew up with it. Grew up in quotes. But, oh yeah, this is the cartridge that is damaged. It works though. And yeah, this is Nemesis. This is the Game Boy version of not Art. I forgot the name. Gradius. I have no idea why I forgot it, but I preferred Gradius anyway over R-Type when I was younger. And yes, this is like decent port, I would say. Not the best, but it works for the Game Boy, and the Konami code works in here too, so if you're in for a treat. This is actually Link's Awakening DX. This is a reproduction cartridge put on a GBA cartridge, and obviously it also only works there. It will show a border around the game when played, and yes, I got it for cheap on eBay when the Switch release, the Switch remake released, because I didn't want to pay 30 to 40 bucks, and so yes, I went with this one instead. Because the Game Boy version is also expensive as all hell. And here's the Game Boy Advance version of Mario Power Tennis. But this one is actually decent. I prefer it over the GameCube version. What sucks though is that it isn't compatible with it, unlike Mario Golf on GameCube and Game Boy Advance. And it also lacks the actually no, it has a RPG mode, but I prefer it on the Game Boy Color, especially because, again, you can link it to the Nintendo 64 game and thus unlock stuff. It's much better and probably part of my childhood, but I prefer the other one. Here's Wario Land, Mario Land 3. I like this game, but I don't like it as much as the other games, especially because I like Mario as a character better, and I still need to get used to how Wario plays whenever I play it. Here's R-Type, and this one is the competition for Gradius. Basically, it also released on the Game Boy, obviously, and either way, I enjoy both series, to be honest. I prefer the console versions if I have the chance, but the Game Boy ones were low priced on eBay when I picked them up, and yes, so I have both. And here's Jojo Rocket, a great game on the Dreamcast, and now the box broke, but it's easily fixed. I prefer the Dreamcast version, obviously, but Jojo Rocket is pretty cool. It makes fun to play, and the Game Boy Advance version, if you have no one else to play with, obviously focuses on the single-player objectives you can also play in the Dreamcast version, I believe. You can, but I'm not too certain whether it's the same or if those are special levels made for this game. Either way, I picked it up, and yeah, it's good. It's typical Sega stuff. So going for the next. Actually, not too much. This is Super Nintendo and Super Famicom stuff. You can see here's my loose copy of Rockman X3, Mega Man X3. One of the best entries in the sub-series. X1 and X4 are still better in my opinion, but this one is pretty fun too. You can also play as Zero if you didn't know. And there's also a patch that allows you to switch between X and Zero at any time, even in boss fights. Again, this was one of the games that were much cheaper in Japanese than in English. Let it be the PAL version or the NTSC American versions. Here's SimCity Junior. I picked this up because I like the series, I like SimCity, always enjoyed playing it. And this one is a game released exclusive to Japan. And it has some neat features or gimmicks that were exclusive to this version. And yeah, it also has its own style and flair. And it's also a little bit easier to play than, say, SimCity 2000. It's like a cross between the original that you would know from the Super Nintendo and SimCity 2000 when it comes to style and gameplay, but much easier than 2000, in my opinion anyway. And this is Super Mario All-Stars and Super Mario World combined. I didn't even know this was a thing until I saw it on eBay, and so I decided to pick it up. Obviously this is Super Mario Bros. 1 up to 4. Super Mario World is known as Super Mario Bros. 4 in Japan. All on one cartridge. And so I have my excitement playing this, and it's the best you can get. Next to Yoshi's Island, when you're into Mario, for the Super Nintendo that is. And this is, yes, this is my dumper cartridge. But I have more, you know these already. This should be the cartridge for GameBoy games, and this should be the one, no, this is for GameBoy games to dump it using my retro, and this is for Nintendo 64 games. I've shown that in another video already, so I'm saving that. Yeah. What's next on the table? Pinball Dreams. Fantastic pinball games. Also on the Super Nintendo, they did a great job porting this, and it's a port of the Amiga game that also released for PC, and I really enjoyed it. It was cheap back then in Karstadt when I was young, and they added on sale. It was like 10 D-Mark, and it was even cheaper on eBay years later, and I decided to pick it up again. Also I have the PSP remake, or PSP version of the game. They released in the in the PlayStation Store years ago, and really worth it. This is Langrisser, Japanese tactic game, strategy game. It was super cheap, like €3, so I decided to pick it up. I need to patch it. I'm pretty certain there's an English patch, then I'll check it out. And here's the Super Nintendo version of Super R-Type. Or rather, I'm not too certain if this is Super R-Type. Should be the first one remake, I'm not too certain. But it's a great shoot 'em up. Super Soccer is fun too. I prefer International Superstar Soccer in some ways, but this one is cool. And here's Star Fox. Again, we all know Star Fox, it's a cool shooter, cool rail shooter. Little slow, but using emulators you can speed it up, and again, the Japanese version was much cheaper on eBay, so I got this one. Also I have the SNES Classic Mini too, so I have the English version either way. Yeah, and here are my Nintendo 64 games. I'm going to do these quickly, because I've not so long ago uploaded a video about my Nintendo 64 games being done with the cartridge here. Paper Mario 1, which I still need to play actually. My favorite Mario Tennis in the series, which is fantastic, has great selection of characters. You can upload and link your color version as mentioned. Has lots of replayability, is not too crazy with power-ups and stuff, and has fun modes too, like ring shot and stuff. Snowboard Kids is, in my opinion, the best fun racer on the platform, and in my opinion also much better than 1080 snowboarding. Leave it or take it. International Superstar Soccer 64 by Konami. It's one of the predecessors to Pro Evolution Soccer, and I loved to play this as a child, as a little kid, with my friends, with 4 controllers and all on this soccer game. It was fantastic. Who cares about licenses? All you need is a fun soccer game, and this is one of it. No, what is it? Body Harvest. I don't know what it is for a game. I got these games saved for Snowboard Kids, I believe, with the console for like €20 total. And also Wipeout 64 is also a game I've picked up for a couple of bucks again 2 or 3 years ago, and I believe it's the port of the Amiga and PlayStation and Sega Saturn version. And the original Wipeout is pretty cool to play. Also, it has changes in the music, obviously, but it's still a cool game to play. And here we are for a great legend, Pokemon Stadium. Having the Pokemon games connected, use your own Pokemon in 3D on the big screen, fighting each other, having the minigames, the Game Boy Tower, it was amazing as a kid. And still is actually when you have a console hooked up and stuff. Really cool. And then there's Lover. It's a meme game these days, I think. People make fun of it, but as a kid I really liked it. There's that. And here are more DS and 3DS games, I think. Brighter here. But I liked it. I like Boo as a character, and so yeah. Let's see what we have here. Oh yes! Down you go. Treasure. Captain Toad's Treasure Tracker. Really cool game. No matter the platform, no matter Wii U, Switch or the 3DS, I decided to go with the 3DS version. Mainly because I think this suits the 3DS the most. And it's one of those games that make good use of both screens, sorta. You essentially see this aim game on both screens. And yeah, the levels are fun, it's easy to play in quick bursts. And it expands actually on the Wii U game, I believe. And it has Toadette as with her own levels too, I think. So yeah, something the Wii U version doesn't have. As well as Super Mario Odyssey levels compared to Mario 3D World levels. Then here is Mario Kart DS, one of the best games in the series. Next to Mario Kart 8, Deluxe and Mario Kart Wii. Really liked it. And Mario Kart Advance. Really liked it, even the online mode, despite having lots of cheaters. And again, this is one of the games I played with my best friend for many hours. And yes, I still have the save game. I backed it up, dumped it, and it's good memories. Sonic Rush is cool too, makes good use of the dual screen features of the DS. So the levels look bigger, you have more viewpoints, as you can see here. And the music is cool too, the graphic style is neat and it's nice. Not as good as Sonic Advance, I would say. I still like this one the most, but this one is good. And Project Rod is similar to WarioWare, a minigame collection made by SEGA in that case, or Sonic Team. And the cool thing about this is actually that you can use Sonic Advance in here and unlock more stuff. Pretty neat. And Diddy Kong Racing. I've got this one with my DS Lite. And it's, yes, again, it's the Nintendo 64 version ported. And it's good, it's good. I never have been much into Diddy Kong Racing, to be honest. Also on the DS, but it's a fun game. Also, it was promoted with Deutsche Telekom with their hotspots back then, because this was a thing back then when Wi-Fi wasn't a given everywhere and most people still had regular cell phones rather than smartphones. People would look up for these hotspots, Wi-Fi spots, mostly in McDonald's and other places, and go there to play games if they're outside. Fun times indeed. Yeah, and then here's Let's Go Pikachu with the Pokeball. And despite whatever everyone says, especially hardcore fans, I like this one because this is a relaxing, casual experience just to sit back and to relive some Pokemon Gen 1 experiences times. It's decent. Also, I get the Pokeball Plus for Pokemon Go when I still played it. It was cool. Also, the Pokeball has Mew in it, so... Oh yeah, and Mario Maker. Pretty cool stuff that you can actually use the Amiibo from other characters like Mega Man and Link and use them in here. That's pretty nice. Also, it works on Pretendo again, so yeah, there's that. I believe anyway. Need to check on that. And yeah, that's this shelf here. The rest is just movies and TV shows and music. And the next thing I will do is... Right then, let's go for my TV set. Yes, I did a cut and I slept overnight, because that's what humans do usually. And this segment is actually quite fast, I think. Here's not much. Here's my Steam Deck. It's the LCD 256GB version. I didn't do any mods yet to this device. And yes, it's not always my daily driver. I love to use the Ion Neo 2, which is basically also a gaming handheld, but Windows based. And this was from Ion Neo, as mentioned. It was the first device they released shortly before the Steam Deck came out. And it runs, and still does run, Windows 10. But yeah, I decided to replace it once Windows 10 goes out of life support. End of life support. Once it reaches that, I'll probably go and either replace it with the what is it called, LTSC version, which should be the IoT version that has like no bloatware and no hardware requirements and 10 years of support. Or much rather, I'm going to install a SteamOS variant like Camera OS or what is it called? Bazite. Both look fine to me, and yes, that's probably what I'm going to do. So far, I'm happy with both. Both are great gaming handhelds. Certainly not as lightweight as the Switch, which I have here, but yes, it's still quite handy to hold and fun to play. Well, obviously here's my WiiU, not WiiU, just the Wii. It's the launch model with the GameCube ports and memory card ports. And yes, it's actually one of the two Wiis my mom bought back then. She got herself one as well, so she could continue playing Mario Kart Double Dash. And yeah, sadly hers got taken away by the authorities too when she passed away. Just like many other things, like Mario Kart Double Dash, which arrived yesterday in the mail, which I picked up from eBay. And yes, those two things, along with many other stuff, personal things like photo albums and plushies and just memories and games and stuff, and even one of my ThinkPads and a computer. They all got taken away, but that's another story. Anyway, let's see here. What do we have here? Here's not much. That's just my hi-fi berry that connects my speakers to the TV. And yeah, below that, this here, oh, come on, this here is my Oculus Quest, the first one, the 64GB version that even enthusiasts made fun of back then, because it had so low power and games didn't run as well as on PC back then. By now things look different with the Quest 3 almost, but it was pretty cool. I've got this one as a gift before the pandemic started from a friend, and I'm very grateful for that. It was a birthday gift. And yes, the controllers are a little broken here below the cover, but the protection keeps it safe to some extent. I'm happy with it. I played many hours of Beat Saber on this thing, and not just Beat Saber, but also Pavlov VR on PC. But I'm getting to that another time in this video. And also this is the link cable that you have to purchase with separately for the Quest 2 and Quest 3. Crazy, right? This came bundled with the Quest 1. Just saying. Also I tried to get a custom firmware installed, or rather not custom firmware, but get meta service removed, so I don't need to log in every once in a while. That really stinks. To me anyway. What do we have otherwise? Obviously the carrying case for my Steam Deck. A Game Boy Pocket, a black one, which I've got from a flea market, I believe some years or so ago. Works well. Even has batteries included, it seems. Yep, which where your Game Boy camera's photos through the link cable port to your PC, which is cool. And then this is the carrying case for the Ioneo. And this one here is my old Nintendo DS Lite. I apologize for the dirty looks of it, but yes, I've got to say, the place where my mom and I lived in was always used to be dirty, because the floor had carpet floor, was made of carpet, and dirt always came up. And I used to keep these devices in the carrying cases when I had the chance, but still, my mom was also quite a smoker, and the smoke of her cigarettes used to cover all my stuff in wonderful dirt and dust and stuff. Anyhow, it still works. I barely used it. I always preferred the original DS, but while I also used to have this one, I believe it's on the other side. The hinge broke, which is a common problem with DDS. least it gives me the chance either to replace the shell or to create a macro Game Boy. Speaking of Game Boy, this is none. This is the GBA case. The first one that this one is the second one that has a docking station in. It's made for the Pi 02. This one is for the Pi 0 and Pi 01.3. And yes, I have two of these. And it really looks like a Game Boy with a sort of cartridge where you put in the Pi Pico. And obviously you can then install RetroPie or Batocera or something else on it. And play your games. It makes use of 3 AAs. No, even, yeah, AA batteries. 3 AA batteries. And it lasts for quite a while. This charging cable here is a USB one that attaches here to the side. Sorry for the finger, I tried to point to it, but you can see it anyways. And funny enough, the cable here also works for the Game Boy Pocket, so it's pretty neat. Here is nothing much really. It's just my cables, a network switch I have for this stuff here. That goes to my router. Yeah, here's the retro you might have seen in my other videos. There's obviously the driving wheel for the Mario Kart Wii and Wiimote. And this is the 8BitDo Ultimate Pro controller with a Bluetooth and 2.G Wi-Fi dongle. This was a gift for Christmas I've got, and it's pretty awesome. I have the dongle attached to, I'm not certain, I believe it's in the Steam Deck. And there's a switch on the backside that allows me to use it either for the Switch to play Splatoon, because it also has gyro controls, and obviously also the other side is for the 2.4 GHz Wi-Fi dongle. Ignore that it says Windows, really it just means computers including Macintoshes, because all the magic is done by the dongle. And the dongle puts itself as a Xbox controller, I think. And yes, it's a good one. People swear the not the 8BitDo, what is the other one called? There was another one that's similarly good. I believe it's the King Kong Pro 2. I wanted to have this one actually, but this one is cool too. And I love the blue color scheme on it. Otherwise it's just a bunch of controllers here. Cheap knockoff controllers that also work great to test Raspberry Pis and stuff. Here's one of my Wii Joy-Cons with drift, but whatever. Then there's my WiiU my Wii Pro controller. And actually this isn't my original GameCube controller, but it was, I don't know where this thing came from when I purchased it on eBay for my mom. But she decided, because I have the other one I had for so long, ever since the GameCube released, and she got it for me, the GameCube, like 6 weeks after it released here in Germany. She asked me to trade it. so she would use the one I had for years, and she would give this one to me because this one still feels like new. I was a little concerned because I wanted to give her the new one, but eventually I gave in, and yes, so this is the one I have now. And speaking of GameCube, this is a controller adapter I also used in another video beforehand. Here's the Pro controller, a classic controller. It's a classic controller, they call it. And this is a 3-in-1 PlayStation plays into GameCube and Dreamcast to a USB adapter. And otherwise, there's my new DS, 3DS. There is another GPI case. There is the case for the box for my 8-bit Classic controller. And otherwise, just lots of stuff. And here's all my Wiimotes and Switch accessory stuff. Not much interesting, really. Now this, on the other hand, is something I really love. Well, next to the WiiU, of course, which is an amazing console and has Splatoon 1 on it. And really worked long before the Switch got it. This is the 32GB model, obviously, because it's the black one. But here, here's my SEGA Dreamcast. You can see it has the blue swirl. That means, yes, I'm from Europe, again, I'm from Germany. And these are controllers I have. I have 5 in total. And I have extension cords on behind those. That's why it looks a little weird. Let alone I have them stored in here. But it works well. I don't know what game is inside right now. Sega Rally, yes. A great classic, makes lots of fun here. And I just love to play these games with the noise the console and the CD-ROM drive makes from time to time when reading discs. It's just cool. And having the VMU is definitely a cool touch too. And I still need to get up with something so I can actually try, what do they call their fan-made service? DreamPi? No, that's the machinery they used in conjunction with the Raspberry Pi. But yeah, fans made a fan service similar to Pretendo that allows you to play Dreamcast Online ever since. And it's pretty amazing. I still haven't gotten around to use it, but I wanna do so one day. Otherwise, this is just my my Switch case. Carrying case for the Switch I used to play Splatoon with. And yes, it's a 3D printed case for some of my cartridges. Here's Paper Mario 2, 1000 Years Door. This is Sonic Superstars, obviously. It's not as great as Sonic Mania, I have to tell you that. If you decide to buy a 2D Sonic game, go with Mania Instant. It's much cooler, I'll tell you that. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is fantastic. I completed it on the Switch, I completed it on the Steam Deck. Why did I complete it on the Steam Deck again? Because Nintendo, for whatever reason in their infinite wisdom, decided to give you only one save file per user profile, so great doing there. I have no idea why. Not even Odyssey had that stupid thing going on for it. And yes, I decided to complete it on the Steam Deck again because I didn't want to lose my complete save here. And then there's the Super Mario RPG remake, which I'm happy about. It's also on the original. It's also on the Super Nintendo Classic Mini. But I'm happy that we Europeans for once got a chance to buy the game legit without to import it or something. Because it's never released back then here in Europe. And for those wondering, this thing here is a 3D printed Joy-Con holder. So you can use your Joy-Cons like with that adapter that allows you to connect both Joy-Cons as a controller. It basically does the same, sadly it slides a little. Maybe I need to make it more tighter, I don't know. But it works when I'm on work and I wanna play some rounds of Splatoon. Obviously I always tell people don't use Wi-Fi in Splatoon, but sometimes you have to, and then this is how it goes. What do we have here? Fire Emblem Engage. I'm coming back to these games at some point later, because I have all the games stored there. But for now, let's check what I have in this carrying case. Yes, Engage. Fire Emblem Engage. Which is actually fun. It's my first Fire Emblem I've ever played. I've been told that the predecessors had more stuff going for it, like dating and stuff, and couples and children and stuff. That's much more. That's also an expansion on gameplay, I think, but this one is cool for strategy stuff and turn-based games like Shining Force, the originals. And I actually enjoy it. I need to complete it at some point. But it's cool, Here's Gunvolt 3. And it's fantastic take on the Mega Man Zero series, or Mega Man ZX series. Here's Mario vs. Donkey Kong, the remake from the GBA game. It's a pretty cool game. I never played the original. I really enjoyed Donkey Kong 94 as mentioned previously, and this one is a nice continuation on this. So what do we have here? Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Nothing to say here. I love this game. Not as much as some of my all-time favorites, but for Mario Kart standards, it's fantastic. In that regard, I love it because it's so feature-rich, so much content there. You have here's a remake of Crash Tag Team Racing. Love this game on PlayStation 1, and it's pretty cool. Didn't complete the story yet, but races are about as good as Mario Kart. Not as much as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but pretty fun though. Or not yet. Here's Yoshi's Crafted World. I picked up on this one too. And it's good. It's good. It's a decent platformer. Not as good as the other Yoshi games. But it's still enjoyable. Nonetheless. The crafted style with the paper and stuff is funny. And the gimmicks are cool. But yeah, it's one of the weaker Yoshis, I have to admit. Good, but weak. Mario and Rabbids. Gotta be honest, this is a game I wanted to pick up because it looked interesting, but I never played it yet. And this is also the original version. There's one with an expansion with Donkey Kong stuff. Never played either version. I need to do this at some point because I've been told this is like XCOM in a way, and that sounds interesting. I wanna try this. And then here's Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I played this initially a lot, especially when I had my Switch new. And it's a fantastic game, except when you play it in handheld mode, because it looks all blurry and stuff. But I stuck at one point, and I'm one of those people, when I stuck in games, I fairly quickly lose interest in picking it up again and start playing something else. That's sometimes also why I have so many games, because I just buy something else that keeps me occupied. This is a Pokemon Kamezine. No, this is Scarlet. I've got Scarlet. And that's a pretty cool name, at least. And I know we love to trash on this game, but I think the ambitions were there. I think the game was promising, and the idea is cool that you have an open world Pokemon game, and I actually enjoyed the Pokemon, both the past and future versions, which funny enough is also a theme for the Grandfest and Splatoon that's upcoming. But yes, I like this game because the characters were cool, the Pokemon gym leaders were cool. The story was decent. I really loved the story about the guy that was friends with you who had this Pokemon dog. That was touching for me. And I used to play this quite a while with a friend of mine, with my best friend, and we used to raid a bit, and it was cool. I hope Nintendo can improve on the mess that Game Freak does for these games when the new Switch comes out. Whatever they will call it, I actually hope they call it Super Nintendo Switch, just for nostalgia reasons. But I have my doubts, because this is Game Freak's stuff after all, and they don't bother much with the quality of the game anymore, sadly. This here is my hacked Switch, actually. I use it to dump all my games, especially the single-player ones. Splatoon is not so much of a use to dump, and to play it in emulators, and to have backups and stuff. Obviously, that's also a reason why I prefer to buy cartridge-based games, because I won't ever try to use my Nintendo Online account with this. I don't want to get banned. And I know there's workarounds and stuff, but no, I don't bother with this. And yeah, I'm grateful I have this. I got this at some point, some years ago. Someone sold it to me, and it's handy. I love tinkering with emulators from time to time, especially when there's graphic mods and stuff. And yes, what it just also gave me is the secondary dock I have next to my PC. So I don't need to reattach cables all the time, and I can just put the Switch inside the other one and stream Splatoon that way, or Mario Kart or whatever. It's pretty good. That's actually, I don't know how many of you know these plastic thingies, but I thought this was handy back then, especially for the GBA SP. You could just slide the GBA in here, and these little feet would snap in and give you more of a grip. Here's the GBA SP. It's the for those curious, this is the AGS-001. So it's not the backlit model, it's the frontlit model. But the impressive part about it is still how long the freaking battery holds a charge. Because this is also a Game Boy Advance SP I have since release. And And I believe last time I charged this, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, who knows. But it still holds a charge, and I'm happy to use it from time to time. This is basically my old 3DS. I used to play a lot with it, every now and then. And yes, it's dirty, I know, like most of my stuff. But it's great. Fantastic selection of games. I showed you those earlier. And the homebrew support is great too. Also, I love to use it from time to time as a gamepad. I have shown this in another video. And I'm going to try this again, because Arctic Base allows you to use the 3DS as controller now, actually. And yes, I'm going to try this once I figured out to compile the version with the updated Vulkan patches. Or I just use the OpenGL stuff, which is terrible, especially under Linux, but whatever. I have a charging jack to USB adapter cable ever since release, when I bought it. Or not release, I didn't pick it up on release because it was still more expensive, and I waited for a bit. This is the original SD card. I replaced it, obviously. Is anything in here? Yes, there is. Let's see what's in here. Ah yes, here is Yoshi's, New Yoshi's Island. Again, I picked this up with the used copy of Mario vs. Donkey Kong. And yes, it's a fun handheld. Obviously, if you can buy one, if you're into handhelds. And lots of fantastic games, even low-priced ones, you can still pick up. And I also have some games now that I think about it. I also have some games downloaded from the eShop. Like here's my Mario Kart 7. I dumped all the games and then stored them on here already. This is just the demo version of Mighty Gunvolt. I believe this is the demo version. It doesn't say anything. I have it either for the 3DS or for... No, I believe this is actually the real deal. I have the second game on PC, Mighty Gunvolt Burst. That's cool. That's Quake. Didn't get it to run yet, but yeah, that's Quake. Obviously, here's Mario Maker. Here's Yoshi's Woolly World, 3D stuff and stuff, obviously. Yeah, this is one I've picked up from the eShop on the first sales when they said they are about thinking to shut it down. And 80s Overdrive feels much like Outrun like games, and with a nice 80s style, futuristic, synth, cyberpunk-esque flair to it, and it's pretty good. What do we have here? Rumble World, Pokemon. Actually never played it, but hey, it was for free, so who complains? Liberation Maiden is made by Suda51, if I recall correctly, and it's somewhat like Star Fox, I would say. It's a SMUP in that sense, or yeah, a rail shooter. And the story is obviously totally crazy, but the game is fun. Uses the stylus to navigate the character, and yeah, makes good use of the 3DS. Not the 3D effect, but still. Also, I believe this one was free, or at least very cheap, so I picked this up and I didn't try this yet. Picross? I don't know. It was free, or it was also cheap. I wanted to buy some games before the eShop shut down for the 3DS. And Picross always sounded weird to me, but I wanna give it at some point a try. Yeah, those here really futuristic racers like F-Zero. Those are cool. AI race, they call it Xeno, and Speed. I'm not sure which one I played so far, but the tracks seem cool. Need the 3D, not the best 3D, obviously. And obviously not the best future racer either, but it's decent. It's decent. I believe this one was free because you could just tap your Mies on it and then you get some Mini Mario challenges. Blowout Blast is a fantastic fun curvy game I love to play every once in a while. SteamWorld Dig 2. I don't know, I enjoy the SteamWorld games, so I bought these two also. There's some, yeah, here's the first one, SteamWorld Dig, and it's pretty cool. Like, I love how it plays on the 3DS, and yes, I decided to pick up on all these games because they were all on sale at some point, and yeah. Badger Cape, never cared for it. I have Blaster Master Zero on the Switch actually, so that's why the demo counter is still on 29. Fun Mini Golf Touch was also recommended, didn't play it yet. And I really wanna give this Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright a try. I believe this was on sale at some point in the eShop, so I picked it up. Because I know the cartridge is quite expensive. Yeah, here's Dead or Alive, Dimensions, dumped obviously. Metopia, don't know if this is the real game or just a preload or something. Need to check this one out. Codename Steam, I showed you this earlier, I picked this up for cheap. Stellar Glow, mentioned. Still enjoy playing this one. Here's a third-party YouTube client, as you can imagine. Ever Oasis. 3D Pinball Space Cadet. One of the games from my later childhood. And it works great on the on PC, obviously. It works great on the Linux. It works great on the WiiU, I believe, even, or Switch, because I know I have the homebrew version also on one of those. But this one, I don't think I got it to work yet. And Doom, obviously. No mention of that. What do we have here? Yeah, Toad. Here's the homebrew store. Here's Fruity. Weirdly enough, the guy who made this game also released a Dreamcast version, which I have, which is super cheap. As in price cheap. And the disc was just a burnt CDR with no special bells and whistles, but whatever. I have it, and so there it is. Here's a homebrew version of Rick Dangerous. Fun game, also the quite the predecessor to Lara Croft and to Uncharted and stuff. What do we have here? Nano, I saw the EX. Retro City Rampage. That's a good one. It's a fun indie game, much like GTA 1 actually. That's why I like it so much. The anime channel that shut down Letterboxd, which I also used to use quite a bit with my best friend. Yeah, just tools, demo versions. Obviously not all demo versions were time limited. Puzzle Dragons, Cross Mario, I don't know. I downloaded this at some point. I believe I played it once or twice. It's decent. I know there is a TV series without Mario, but with the Puzzle Dragon characters currently on air in Japan, but didn't pay much attention to it. Then there's the demo version for WarioWare Gold, which I haven't tried yet either. Pokemon Sun and Moon, that's actually a cool demo because you can unlock Ash Greninja from the anime series and then use it in Pokemon Sun and Moon. Sadly, I thought, and that's why I didn't play Ultra Sun yet, I thought you could use Ash Greninja in Ultra Sun directly, but no. And so I need to pick up the originals at some point, or first versions at some point too, one of them. Oh well, hopefully I get the chance before it rises too much in price. And then, yes, these are the, this is a demo for Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, with the Delta episode, I believe. Then there's Pokemon Shuffle, Sub Wars. I believe this isn't even a demo version. I believe this was free to play and shipped with my 3DS. I don't know. Epic Yarn. This one is actually decent. I played it on the WiiU a couple of weeks ago. It's decent. I don't understand the controls fully, but I like the style. I believe it also released before Yoshi's Woolly World. Then there's Detective Pikachu, which I haven't played either, because I'm already terrible at games like Layton, but whatever. Kirby Clash demo, no, deluxe demo version. I believe I need to try this one as well too, because the Kirby games are amazing. Then there's Metroid Prime Blast Ball. I believe there's a pinball, would make sense. I haven't tried this yet. I played the demo version for Metroid Prime Hunters on the DS, on the original, years ago. And this one was fun, but I haven't tried this one yet. Pokemon Bank, which is handy to have, and I might have to check if it still works actually. Samurai Defender, never played, because, yeah, you can tell, because the counter is still up to 30. Yokai Watch the same. Monster Hunter 2, I just download some games from time to time, demos, so I have them. And yeah, that's that. Do I have anything otherwise? Yes, the Virtual Console games. Pokemon Red. I bought this one because, as you have seen earlier, I have all the retail cartridges and stuff, but when I decided to pick up those again, we started to get into the pandemic, and before that the retro bubble exploded. No, not exploded, but it started to grow, and so prices for games that sold like millions and billions got stupidly high. And so a game you would expect that just cost like 10 bucks, 10 euros, whatever, costs you like 60, 70 now. Like, what? Nobody understands it why, but that's why I have the 3DS copy of Pokemon Red, or Pokemon Rote Edition, as they call it, and it released here in 99. It's been a while. Still though, neither my mom or me used to play the red version a lot. We have always been blue version and yellow version people. You have seen it already, but here's the Western version of Mega Man 3, which I have actually picked up before I got the Japanese GameBoy version. Then Mega Man 4, same deal. Mega Man Extreme, those are expensive. Mega Man Extreme, Extreme 2, I don't bother to pay the full price for used copies of these games, because I believe these were also quite rare and barely sold. But the music is cool in this, like with all Mega Man games, and the controls are a little awkward, but it works, and yes. It's a side story that takes place before X4 at least, because Iris is in there, and yeah, X and Zero go to cyberspace and rescue souls and stuff from rescued Mavericks, something like that. Here's Metroid 2, the real game for the GameBoy Virtual Console. And here's Mega Man 5. Actually, that's pretty good, because while romhacking.net got a DMCA, there's still the X patch floating around now, and I wanna patch this version with the X patch. And as you may know, you can actually dump your Game Boy games on this 3DS or 3DS and 2DS machines to get the ROM files from it, and you can apply the IPS patches and stuff to it. So yeah, pretty cool. Here's Pokemon Crystal. Also love this one. I remember when I got the actual cartridge back then. I was so hyped. I remember I played Pokemon Gold before people here in this country knew about the second generation, and when Togepi was just in the anime. And then I really played the hell out of Pokemon Silver. And Crystal was awesome in that regard for me too, because I played it and I believe I completed it in like 6 hours or 8 hours. It was a crazy ride. And then there's nothing anymore. Okay. Of the first one, there's only Super Mario World on it. And that's because I bought this one from one of my previous bosses. Department boss. And he got the new 3DS with the Super Nintendo look to it. And so he wanted to get rid of this one, and so I decided to pick it up. And yeah, he left me with Super Mario World on it, otherwise it's pretty empty. There's Tomodachi Life, the Wacom version. I have no idea why. I'm pretty certain I never installed it on here. Maybe it came through though with the Spot Pass feature, I don't know. Otherwise, okay. And this here is the most early build of Splatoon Legends for the 3DS, a new 3DS. I didn't pay attention much to the progress of this, but I don't think the guy behind it made much of it so far. Oh well. Otherwise, here's not much. Here's my GameCube to GBA link cable, which I've loved to use for the Shower Garden, especially in Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Advance. And this dirty piece of stuff here is my broken original DS. Broken because of the hinge, and you will see it's also dirty, because I was terrible at keeping things clean back then. Also dirty. I'm sorry, I was a stupid kid. But here's my Game Boy Advance. Not the first one I have, mind you, I said that earlier. I had the translucent model earlier. But this is the indigo one. The purple one. I love this color scheme, especially on the GameCube. I love it with the cable here. And sadly, it doesn't work anymore because of the terminals. Batteries ran out and leaked and destroyed this here. I hope the rest of the stuff still works, so I could get it replaced. Otherwise, I don't know, maybe I need a replacement motherboard as well. Hopefully not. I want to get it repaired at some point. And by that point, I probably also just should make sure it's backlit by then, using some IPS model stuff. Yeah, and this is the carrying case for my Pico Neo 3-Link. This is basically a VR headset made by the company behind TikTok. Yes, I know, but you try to blame someone, probably knowing that Meta headsets are made by Facebook these days. And yeah, it uses the same technology as the Quest 2. Has a slightly higher resolution display, I believe. The battery is on the back here, so you can't even detach this, but it makes the front side much lighter and balances the headset out when carrying it on the head, and it's pretty good. I use it tons of times for Pavlov VR, and also for Euro Truck or for sim racers. It's pretty good. Also Half-Life Alyx whenever I decide to replay this. And well, here we are on my Wii. I need to do something anyway, so here's not much. I didn't download too many games back then. We also had no money almost, so my mom was already happy when she even got me get me this console. And yeah, what do I have here? I have Mega Man 1, Mega Man 2, my favorite still. Then here's Mega Man 4. Another great entry in the series, actually. And here's Mario Bros. 3. In the NES version, obviously. Then there's Donkey Kong Country. This is R-Type 3. And here's Super Protector, which is Contra. For those who don't know that Contra had a different name for Europe because Germany was scared of humans shooting humans and stuff. And here's Mario Kart 64. Still, not the best Mario Kart in my opinion. Also back then I preferred CTR over Mario Kart, gotta tell you that. But yeah, it's what it is, and I can tell. My mom also had F-Zero X on her Wii. And yeah, sadly I couldn't rescue the Wii when I had the chance. Which I never actually had, they never gave me any chances. And yeah, but she also had a Mario Kart 64 because she also played that a lot. Otherwise, here's Mega Man 9. And Mega Man 10, I don't have the DLC for those games, I think. Although I could be wrong, I believe I have base for Mega Man 10. Let's check on that. Yes, I have base for Mega Man 10, as you can see here. I believe you have to unlock him somehow in the collection they released for PC and modern consoles. I've seen something like this a few days ago, but I haven't paid much attention beyond. Otherwise, these are just demos. So, and what's on my Wii U now? Well, obviously this is the disc channel with Splatoon in it. The Mii Maker and stuff, you know it. This is Mario Kart 8. The reason I mention this specifically now is because my Wii U came with the game pre-installed. It was the bundle version. Sadly they didn't include the disc with it. But yeah, it's pre-installed on the system and I actually have to make sure the NAND stays backed up all the time because my Wii U sadly is one of those with Hynix NAND chips, and those have a fatal flaw in them that makes them die at some point. So I hope my Wii U stays alive as long as I can, so I don't need to do any SD card mod or stuff. Let's see what I have otherwise on this machine. Lost Rivers Notice. Advance Wars Dual Strike, which I've got from the eShop before it's shut down. And because I wanted to actually give the series a try when they announced the remake that they decided to release at another point when Putin decided to attack the Ukraine and stuff, and yeah. Shit happens, I lost interest in the game, but I tried the S game, and it's decent, but it's not much of my taste, I think. Or at least I need to get more into it, I need to spend more time with the game. Then there's Shantae and the Pirate's Curse. Pretty fun Metroidvania also, after the original for the Game Boy Color, which I also have in my collection as shown. And yeah, I wanted to play the other games first because I also have a Health Genie Hero, but this one is pretty sure fun as well. Then there's Runbow, which I've got from the Humble Bundle, I believe, when they had Wii U games in their bundles. Obviously this is Mini Mario and Friends Challenge, the same as on the DS, 3DS. Here's Fast Racing Neo. Super awesome F-Zero style future racer from German studio Shinnon Entertainment, I believe. And they re-released it on the Switch. But I decided to buy this one back then and really had lots of fun with it. Didn't complete it, but the races are cool. Super fast, super stable even at high frame rates in 720p, and it looks amazing. Napster is pre-installed, I don't know why. Affordable Base Adventures was also here. Mario Tennis 64. I mentioned it, but this is the best in the series, I still think. And yeah, sadly you can transfer your Game Boy Color save directly, but obviously you can extract the ROM and play it in regular emulators on PC. So there's that. Lost Rivers. And here's Freedom Planet. I've also got this one for the Switch and PC first. And this started as a Sonic fan game. You will notice when you play it because it pretty much looks like a MegaDrive 32X game, and I believe even the sprites from Lilac were modified vector sprites. At least the spin attack or spin jump looks like it is from Vector, and yes, I really enjoyed the game. I still need to pick up the second game, but I am really not in the mood to play jump and run levels that take like 6 minutes to complete. But there's that. Drill Dozer is one of those Game Freak games recommended by Good Vibes Gaming. I picked it up because of that, and I still want to try it. It looked good, and so yeah, I decided to pick it up before the eShop on this console shut down. Again, Amiibo Touch and Play, and here's Kirby 64. Also need to give this one a try. I've definitely played Yoshi's Island DS, which is a different game than new Yoshi's Island. And Metroid Prime Hunters, here it is. I played the demo version as mentioned on my DS way back then, and so I decided to give this game a shot on the WiiU as well. Probably extract the ROM and just play it on my 3DS, it is how it is. Swords and Soldiers too, no idea, I believe I got this from Humble Bundle as well. Golden Sun Lost Age, purchased because the game is quite expensive on the GBA, and I've heard it's one of the better RPGs on the platform. Then here's Metroid Fusion, which is a remake of the original, and I like the original game. I'm not much into Metroidvanias or stuff, but I remember having good times playing the original, be it on the NES or NES Classic. And yeah, so I picked up this one. I believe it's compatible with Metroid Prime 2. Not 2 as in number 2, but as well, so yeah, there's that. Here's then Pinball 2. Actually never tried this one. I believe the base game was for free and you had to purchase each table separately. So there's that. Here's the Crunchyroll, I've never used it. Same with Netflix, at least on the Wii U. But here's WiiWare Inc., the first game in the series, or at least the first official game in the series, and this one is amazing. The minigames are really fun, the funky Windows XP style overlay is cool, and yeah, they had lots of cool ideas back then. And they also have a GameCube version, which I still want to pick up. I believe our used game store nearby has it, so maybe I do it. Here's Yoshi's Island in the Super Mario Advance 3 version. I didn't play much on it on the Wii U of it, because I have the game in the Nintendo Online emulator, as well as on the SNES Classic Mini. But it's a classic. My mom loved Yoshi games, my mom really liked Yoshi as a character, and the graphics are amazing for Super Nintendo and also GBA game, and yes, well worth it. Here's the DS version, the WiiU Virtual Console version of Mario Kart DS, also works great on here. You don't really need much of the touchscreen, so you can just make it small and you have most of the TV for the game. Pretty cool. Here's Mr. Drill 2. I have the first game on Dreamcast. And it's a fun arcade style game. I enjoyed it, so I picked this one up. Here's Super Mario Bros. 3, Mario Advance 4. And the reason why I picked up this version of it is because this one actually includes the e-reader levels that you needed either, as mentioned, the e-reader for, as well as the cards, or you have to modify the ROM, and this one includes it. Here's NES remixed, and this is awesome. I don't bother with the currently released NES Championship. I'm not so much into speedrunning NES games, other than watching it on AGDQ. Wait, what? AGDQ, I'm sorry. Or Summer Games also. But yeah. The remix game are fun to play. Didn't pick up the second one, I don't know why, but yeah, I at least got the first one. This is the homebrew app store, never mind this. Also, this is save me to get my save data to PC and stuff, so I can continue play Splatoon 1 on there. Here's Wii Sports Club. I believe it was a trial version. that's why I didn't play much of it. I really liked the graphical updates and how they improved the physics and stuff, but because you couldn't do much without buying the games separately, meaning bowling, golf and stuff, I didn't play much of it. But I played the heck out of Wii Sports Bowling, as much as many others did. Here's Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. And yes, when I'm done playing Mario RPG and Paper Mario 2, I'm actually interested in playing this one. Or I'm buying the new one that's announced. And otherwise, here's just homebrew stuff. Yeah, that's for the Wii U. And well, here we are on my Wii U Switch home screen. Those who watch my Splatoon gameplay streams probably know this already, but yeah. Here's Mario, Thousand Year Door, and Switch Online stuff. And yeah, starting here, you will notice some games reappearing when I'm about to show you the my shelf. But here, starting Animal Crossing's New Horizons. This is actually the only bigger digital game I have. I would have preferred to have the cartridge, but if you remember, this game released around the time period when there was a huge pandemic going around and everyone was shit scared to go outside, so I decided to buy this one digitally. And yeah, I didn't regret it. It's definitely not the best Animal Crossing in the series, and it is a little lackluster because you can't do as much as on, say, the 3DS game or the DS game, but it's still good. I had lots of fun with it, playing with others, and yeah, the sadly, I can play minigames with others, the same as on the 3DS. That was fun to me back then, but it is what it is. Here's Okami HD. I've got this one recommended from my best friend, and it's pretty amazing. Didn't complete it yet. I kinda stuck, but I really enjoy the aesthetics, the graphic style that also upscales well to HD, even though this is just a 720p panel. And yeah, the music is awesome, and they did a nice job implementing, when you can call it like that, implementing the Japanese story, Japanese history inside this game. Then here's the Mega Man X Legacy Collection, also purchased digitally, because I didn't know that you can buy it actually in stores. But yeah, includes Mega Man X1 up to X4, as well as some bonus missions, and also Maverick Hunter X Day of Sigma, I believe. All fantastic games, and also the better half of the second of the two. And if you have to play some Mega Man X games and decide to buy the first one, that's all you need. Here's the Nintendo 64 online thingy, the demo for Princess Peach, which is decent actually. I had my fun. It's not the best game, but obviously cool. Here's Splatoon 2. As you can see, this is a cartridge. And now for all software. Let's see, what do we have here? I have the arcade version of Donkey Kong, the arcade archives version, that is pretty cool. It also supports the Tate mode of the Switch when in handheld mode, which I really enjoy to use. Then there's the versus Super Mario Bros. Version of Arcade Archives 2, which is good. It has little differences from the original NES release, but it's still good. Work colleague recommended Asterix and Obelix XXL3, which is a decent beat-em-up platformer. Not the greatest game in the world, but it's fine. I got here a demo for Awesome Pie, Awesome Pea. Here again is Gunvolt, which I've shown you. And yeah, the cartridge wasn't in the carrying case, but I also have Gunvolt, the Striker Pack, which includes the first two games. Pretty nice. Here's Blaster Master Zero. Here's the full version. I really enjoyed this game, and it made me really excited to play more Switch back then when it released the game and the system. Then I picked up the second game and I wasn't quite as impressed and excited because I stuck really early on and still didn't decide to continue with anything of it. Blazing Chrome is cool too. It's a shoot 'em up SMUP like Contra or Probotector. That's also available on GOG, so I might just buy this version when I go for the PC release. And there's Blobcat. Blobcat is something in the vein of and style of Choo Choo Rocket, which is pretty nice and made by one person only, a German developer, and it looks cool. It's also released for PC obviously, and it's pretty fun. Blossom Tales is another game I picked up when I got the Switch. It's much like, I would say, Minish Cap Zelda. So the style is nice, the character is fun, and it's a nice take on the Zelda games. Brawlhalla is free to play obviously, so I just have it. Broforce is amazing. I have the PC release and I used to play the PC version with school friends years ago a lot and really had my fun playing it. So I decided to pick up the Switch version too, because it was easier to carry around. And here's Capcom Arcade Stadium 2. The reason I have this one is because it includes Mega Man Power Battle and Power Fighters, which I have purchased. Here you can see it. That's all I have really. There are more games, but the only one I get for is Mega Man 2. Power Fighters. I prefer this one over Power Battle 2. That was that. Here is Child of Light, which is a new Ubisoft game, which I remember I wanted to play for some reason and picked up. I never got the chance to actually play it. Coffee Crisis is an indie game released for the MegaDrive some years ago, and I wanted to buy it. But I believe it was sold out. I didn't have the chance because the cartridge was too expensive for me at the time, and so I just decided to go with the Switch version. As easy as that is, it's a beat 'em up. Pretty cool stuff. Or not exactly beaten up, it's an arcade style game. The reason why I have this coloring book is because, not because I have any need for it, but it allowed, the developer did something weird back then, and when you grab this game, you could download some of the other games for free. I don't know why, but it is what it is. Contra, I decided to give this one a shot. Didn't do so yet, but I know Konami really hacks these days. And I just wanted to give it a try to see if they improved anything yet in that gaming department, and I didn't yet find time to do so. Maybe because I'm a little scared too, because I know that, again, Konami heavily dropped in quality as of late, or what will I say as of late, for many years now, so yeah. Crash Bandicoot 4, I have the cartridge actually, which I had to import from America, from the USA, and I actually enjoy the game. I didn't complete it yet, another one of those, but the game is fun. It runs too great on the Switch, and yeah, it may not be the best Crash Bandicoot in the series, but to me it's good. This, and then here's the insane and oh god, I can't speak anymore. The insane trilogy, which includes remakes of the first 3 games, and that's really awesome because I really enjoyed to play, especially Crash 3. But the first 2 games are also nice despite their heavy difficulty. I only wish they included the Easter egg with the Spiral 1 demo that had that's on the PS1 version of Crash 3, but what can you expect? They released that as a separate game, so there's that. And here's again CTR Racing. I believe this one was also for free. It shows the cloud sign here, so I have to re-download it, so there's that. This one was definitely for free, so I just grabbed it. And obviously this is Doom and Doom 2. Every system needs Doom, every system runs Doom these days, and I just enjoy playing it from time to time again, especially Doom 1 with all its mods and stuff, although Doom 2 in fact is just a mod, so who cares. F-Zero 99, haven't played in a while, but it's cool. It's one of their Battle Royale takes after Tetris 99, and I didn't spend much time with it, but I know that many people like this game, and I just hope they include, or not include, but they expand it to F-Zero X or something later down the road. That would be awesome, but I doubt it, because Super Nintendo games are just much easier to develop. And speaking of Fast Racing Neo, here's the remake for the Switch, Fast RMX, and I believe there's even a Wii version which still had another name, but yeah. I just grabbed it and it's slightly improved compared to the Wii U version, obviously. Still runs great, has some new tracks I believe and some new vehicles. Otherwise it's pretty much the same, but it still does a good job. And obviously since the Switch can output 1080p, the game also runs at 1080p. But it won't matter to me because again, this TV is from 2008, just before Full HD became a norm, and this one went on sale, so I got this one, and it's a 720p model, whatever. Florence, I don't even know why I have this, but yeah. Same with this one, I believe this one actually is again a free-to-play title. Game Tycoon, on the other hand, is something I enjoy ever since on PC. I remember when the game was on PC in not exactly early access, because the indie developer, released it outside of Steam. Later on it got Steam keys and we got free ones. But it's a simple tycoon game that resembles the years of a game developer starting during the Commodore 64 and Apple II days up to modern consoles, including VR by now, because the devs always updated. And there are some fun mods on the PC version. I also have the retail version for it, and on PC that is. You will see that later. I really enjoy playing this one from time to time. It's relaxing and cool, and since you know somewhat how the history was during that time, when you grew up during the time, that is, you can basically adjust your games to be the way that the market adopts it. Pretty nice. And yeah, this is one actually, I believe, that was the result of this game. Here's Grid Autosport. I decided to pick up this one because the developer got bought by Take-Two, I believe, and Take-Two is a bunch of greedy junk, to put it in a very friendly way? I don't know, but yeah, I wanted to buy the game before Take-Two is about to buy the developer, and yeah. I really enjoyed the game on PC before. Sadly, it has no VR support, especially not on Switch, but also not on PC, because this is actually my favorite racing game so far. It's more arcadey, not in the total sense, but it has more of an arcade vibe, because you can just jump in and do some races compared to other entries in the Grid series. At least to me personally, it's how I feel. And yeah, I had a good time whenever I played it. So what's next on the list? Gunbird. Actually a pretty fun arcade map, also released for Dreamcast and in arcades back then, and it's one of the better ones. Or more awesome ones. It has an Tate mode again, so you can also use it or play it in Tate mode on the Switch and handheld mode, which I did from time to time. That's why you also saw this weird 3D printed bright holding thing when I showed you the stuff from here. And yeah, works well, runs great. It's just fun to play. I also, when I played it a lot, I also managed to complete it with 1 or 2 characters at least. Here's Gunlord X. This is obviously a remake of Gunlord, which is a fan game in the vein of Terracan. And I believe the music is also made by Manfred Krentz, but I could be wrong here. And yeah, as I said, it's pretty much like Turrican, it plays like Turrican, and if you like this sort of game, this type of shoot 'em up, this is totally your game here. And Iroh Hero is just another shoot 'em up, arcade style, vertical shoot 'em up that wasn't very expensive, and so I decided to buy it when I got the Switch pretty much new. Same with Jack and Jill DX, that is a simple jump and run. And this is something silly Nintendo released for free. It's a jump rope challenge, and basically you have to take the Switch Joy-Cons and do some jumps. Didn't try it yet, but yeah. You will see later on I have Kirby and the Forgotten Land as a cartridge. Really amazing platformer. Stunning graphics in my opinion, especially for the entry level. I thought for a moment they go Mario Odyssey route. I believe many people did, and yeah. I wasn't disappointed in the least. I really had my fun playing this game, and I probably should do a rerun at some point. And something somewhat familiar is actually Klonoa, or similar, not familiar. This is the Fantasy Reverie series that got released on Switch and every other modern console and PC. Also in retail, and it includes the first 2 Klonoa games. Sadly, for whatever reason, the Switch only outputs it in 30 FPS, even in docked mode, which is super stupid. But it's still fun. I just decided to dump the game and complete it, at least on PC, in emulator. But I also completed it on the Switch itself, I believe. At least the first game. I didn't pay much attention to the second game. I always wanted to play the first one, especially with the filters they include here, so it somewhat resembles the look of the PlayStation 1 version. But yeah, I had my fun, because again, I'm a huge platformer fan, so there's that. Obviously, here's Mario Kart 8, here's Mario Party Superstars, the better one of the Mario Party games for the Switch. The 2 that right now exist. There's a third one coming up. I'm not certain about this one, but this one is pretty fun. Used to play it with my best friend many times, and when it released, and yeah. I'm pretty sure my mom would have loved to play this game as well, because he was really into Mario Party ever since the first game. Again, Mario Tennis Aces is okay, but it's definitely not a great Mario Tennis game to compare it with the originals. Same goes for the golf game, I believe. They didn't spend much time fine-tuning these games, and it feels rather cheap to me. It's okay to play, it's tennis, it's Mario Tennis, but I didn't have much fun with it, honestly. Not as much anyway as with the other games. Here's the Mario vs. Donkey Kong thing, and here's Mega Man 11. I actually imported the US version to Play Asia, because I really wanted this game, and Capcom decided to drop all physical releases for Europe. I believe by now they also decide to do so for every other region in the world. But I really wanted the physical release of this, and I actually also wanted the special edition with the special Mega Man Amiibo. Not the golden one that released for Smash, the other one that had the Mega Man 11 look to it. Here's the demo version, by the way, and here's Maverick Hunter X, not Maverick Hunter, but Mega Man X Legacy Collection again. And okay, I thought I had this for PC, but apparently I have Mighty Gunvolt Burst on Switch. Could be on PC though. It's not that expensive. I'm actually actually I have the game on PC too. I believe I made the Arctic base. No, wait, that makes no sense. Never mind. Anyway, here it is. Mini Metro is also awesome. It's a fun little strategy game where you have to lay out the metro lines, and plays well on Switch, plays well on PC, and even on mobile. Mini Trains, I believe I picked up because it was in a similar fashion to Tycoon games, but I don't know, I believe I also have it for VR, but that one didn't pick much of my attention. Here's Monster Boy, which I definitely have for on GOG. It's the remake of the, I believe, third or fourth one for GameGear, and I remember I played this one at least a lot, so I still want to come back here. And here's a demo of Moving Out. Still haven't played it. And basically the reason why I have this one is because it's free to play. Pac-Man Versus, and that's cool from Namco for one. But you need someone else with another Switch. Luckily I have another Switch. But still. Yeah. No Reload Heroes is... what is it called? It's a twin stick shooter. That's what it is. Another one of those titles I download 4 times when I have the chance to play it. And yes, I'm curious how it is. Overcooked is fun. I actually decided to pick this up to play with friends, but sadly I have no friends around me to play with, so there's that. Never got the chance really to play it, but even single player, it is funny. Here's Pinball FX3. I find it weird that this Pinball FX never got a VR release again, because I find Pinball FX to be amazing, the second one in VR, but there's that. So I decided to grab the base game on Switch and download some tables there. Well, it's nice. It's Pinball, and plays really good here too. Pokémon Cafe Remakes was free to play, so what do I know? Pokémon Home again, pretty handy to have to transfer your Pokémon to newer generations. Pokémon Arceus. Yeah, that was an interesting one. That was an interesting take. That was the predecessor before we got the open world games recently. Or what does it mean recently? That was where Scarlet and Violet. But I really enjoyed it. I played many hours of it, walked around. I did almost all missions, I believe, and also completed the story. There isn't happening much in the world, I find myself, but for what it was an interesting take on the series. And yeah, I'm curious where the Kalos region goes with this game again. Or gameplay style, let's say. Mystery Dungeon DX demo version. Might play this at some point. Pokémon Quest is another one of those free-to-play, I believe, puzzle titles. And here's Scarlet, right? So here's Pokemon Sword. And I didn't remember much of this generation, to be honest. I remember it had these expansions, and the expansion had this free part you could play without the download content that had this Gala region slowpoke with it. That was hilarious. Otherwise, I don't know, it was a decent generation. It wasn't bad by any means. We tend to criticize Pokemon games as of late because they tend to get worse and worse with each time, but it wasn't too bad. I played quite some time, and I actually completed this one, of course, too. Here's the Let's Go Pikachu version I have. Here's the demo for Princess Peach again. Puyo Puyo Tetris, which it's basically like Puyo Puyo Champions, which is basically like Puyo Puyo Tetris. Oh, actually, this one is digital. Didn't notice this, but I believe it was on sale, so I grabbed it. Reason why I grabbed it is because it's Tetris and Puyo Puyo. I like both games, and always fun to play. Rise and Shine is cool too. It's pretty fast, not in the sense that it's fast paced or anything, but it's quickly completed. But it's a nice little story about a boy, and I believe his weapon that can talk. And it didn't take long, I believe 2 hours or so. It's decent. I wanted to play it on PC first, then I decided to go with the Switch version, and yeah, it's fine. Robonauts never played, but Scott Pilgrim is awesome. I also had to import the game from via Play Asia again, because it was one of those games I didn't see in all stores back then. Forget what I said. This is one of the games that released later on as a retail copy, I believe. The game I have here on the Switch is the limited run edition. And obviously, back on the PS3, there was only the digital game that never saw a release in physical form, which is a bummer. And so I decided to go with this one instead now that I had the chance. He's out. Dude, what? Here's Outrun, in the SEGA Ages collection. And yeah, basically it's a polished up version of the arcade version of Outrun, and what can you say? You saw me perhaps playing Outrun before, and it's amazing. Just a fun arcade race, fantastic music, fun gameplay. Aim for the highest score for the best time. There you go. Thunder Force 4 is one of those classic jams for the MegaDrive. That's also a release in the SEGA Ages collection. And I like it, but I'm not best, especially with this type of gameplay. It's a little weird coming from games like R-Type and Gradius, because you have free movement and stuff, and the upgrades work a little different, but it's still cool. Also, you have the option to choose the path you want to take. That is really interesting. This is the SEGA Ages release of Virtual Racing, which is awesome because it also runs much smoother here than on real hardware, I believe. It's also made by M2, I believe. I don't know. It's either way, it's polished and runs smoother and uses the full screen of the Switch, and that's nice. It's again a racing game made by Sega, so it's arcade-ish, and yeah, I decided to grab it when I had the chance. Here's the MegaDrive online thingy emulator that's also just contains all the games that are on the MegaDrive Classic Mini. Here's Sonic Mania. Again, I have the cartridge version. Sonic Superstars you saw earlier. Splatoon 2. Again, I didn't play much of Splatoon 2. I mostly played it for 2 reasons. Or 3, if you will. Splatfests, Turf War, and Side Order, I'm sorry. Side Order is from the third game. I mean Octo Expansion. Octo Expansion is awesome but difficult, but it has a actually much cooler style to it than the base game, and you could also unlock stuff in the base game afterwards, and if you did, you can also transfer stuff to Splatoon 3 if you haven't been there earlier, and yeah. Those who watch me playing Splatoon 3 probably know all this stuff already, but yeah. The nice thing about Splatoon 2 is that it brought over some of the Splatoon 1 maps and also had quite more variety in its stage design actually than the third game for the most part, until the developers finished with Side Order. But yeah, alright. I would put it in third place behind Splatoon 3 and 1 when it comes to this series. And here's the third game already, right? I believe this one is a demo version of an indie game I wanna play again. Here's Super Kirby Clash. This must be a remake of the one I have as demo version on my 3DS. And I believe the reason I didn't play this one yet is because this one actually requires you to have friends to play with. Here are my Mario games. Super One More Jump, I don't know why I have this, but yeah. Smash is amazing. And while I can find the package for Smash in my cupboard there, I have the big version with the GameCube adapter. That is pretty amazing. And the GameCube controller. I wouldn't be surprised if the package for the cartridges in there. But yeah. Also you can see my Amiibo collection here. I have... wait a second. I have Peach and her... outfit that was Super Mario Odyssey at the end. I have Solid Snake. I have 2 Mega Man. One is a gift from a friend who gave it to me when Mom passed away to cheer me up a little. I have the original Inkling Girl. I have Shulk. I have Poochie, which I really like. I really like its design. And I, in general, like the character. It's just a cute dog. I have a Goomba. And I have Green Ninja. Yes, that's that. So, back to the games. Here's Tetris 99, obviously. I missed my chance to buy the physical release. Shame on me, I love this game. Or not loving it, but I really enjoy playing it from time to time. And here's Pinball Arcade. Another one of those games where you can buy tables separately. And I believe it even features some of the tables they have in our local arcade. So I might check this one out after I'm done with this segment here and the video. Should be fun because we have some cool Stein pinball arcade. Arcade, not arcade, but Stein pinball tables there. Tricky Tower is cool too. It's a take on Tetris, but with physics, where you have to build towers. Also released on PC, pretty nice. And actually, I just remember that there's a Twitch app on Switch. Untitled Goose Game, the silly little annoying goose. No need to mention that, it was quite something for a time. WiiWare Get It Together. I find it okay. Again, I think the former WiiWare games were better. But it's still okay to play. Here's Wonder Boy, the Dragon's Trap. I played this one too. And now that I see it... No, this one must be the... this one must be the remake of the third game, which I have on GameGear. I'm pretty certain of it. The other one must be of the fourth game or something. No wait, the fourth game was with the girl, wasn't it? I need to check on it again. Never mind. Here's Worms WMD. No idea why I have to download it. But I have the digital version and the physical version. Yeah, it's one of the best 2D Worms games. Most games are 2D, mind you. The only exception are the one Worms 3D and another one that released after it. Never was into those. Tried the demos and but WMD is fun. Let it be on Switch or PC. And if you can find some interest in Worms games, check it out. It's not too expensive. Team 17 never charged full price or even premium for it. So yeah, there's that. Otherwise, yeah, here's another of those twin stick shooters. I believe never paid much attention to it because it's a demo version and stuff and I have so much to play. And here's the demo of Crafted World. Otherwise here's just the YouTube app, which I sometimes actually still use. Especially because my Switch can output the audio on the Hi-Fi Berry, which is still handy. Even for just music. Alright, going from this to this. The real deal as far as my video game collection goes. And for now, since I do this video in segments, I'll probably go with the bottom row first and work my way up, obviously. It's also the easiest, I think. Because there's not much in comparison. Here's my Dreamcast keyboard, which I purchased on eBay a while back, mainly for Quake, obviously, and I'm still lacking the mouse, but I'd love to give it a try at some point, so I still need a mouse, or at least some form of adapter. Pretty sure there is one, some sort of Arduino stuff or so. And yeah, my keyboard for the Dreamcast, and I'm pretty certain this is the, no this isn't. This is one of the secondary Xbox 360 controllers I had for friends back then. I can tell because the rubber on the one I used is pretty much worn down here, with the grippy parts on each direction. But otherwise, I was always happy with those. Those were good controllers for the time being. And here, obviously, is the PC adapter. For instance, here are my 360 controllers I've picked up when the 360 was on sale. And here's one of my two Xbox Live headsets. Starting with Xbox games, since we're here. Forza Motorsport 4. I have always been more of a fan of the third game for whatever reason, but when I saw this one on the secondary on the used market and in the used store with the second-hand games, I decided to pick it up because it's the collector's edition apparently, or whatever you wanna call it. It has this nice steel case and also this nice book here. Duke Nukem Forever. I got it from Game Store, or not just Game Store, electric stuff chain Saturn, for $10 back then, just because it's such a meme game and they released it eventually, so I had to pick it up. Didn't play it on the Xbox though. It's still silly though. It's just a collector's piece in my opinion. The unreleased beta version they leaked years later is much more fun anyway. Here's GTA 4. And I gotta be honest, I played it. I like the story, I like the characters much more than GTA 5. Or not much more, but they're more enjoyable in my opinion. I think many people agree. But I was never the biggest fan of New York City as reference for Liberty City, although it makes sense cause it's called Liberty City and stuff. Completed GTA 5 though, of course. And here's Tales of Vesperia. I picked it up because obviously a Tales game, and it was that one that released for the Xbox. And I found that was cool. I wanna play this on a Senior at some point. Didn't spend much attention so far on it, but I hope I find some time someday to play this. Wolfenstein, The New Order. Got this one from the Netherlands when I was there for a day. And they had it in a second-hand store for used games. I believe it was a game store, I'm not too certain. The sticker looks like it, at least. And yeah. Remember, these games were always censored in Germany for obvious reasons. And I don't bother much with it, actually, because I find the censorship in the Wolfenstein games to be hilarious in some aspect, as it makes the game feel more trashy and stuff. But sure enough, this is uncensored and I picked it up for collector's reasons, mainly. I have the game on PC and that's cool. Plus, you can modify PC games anyway, so who cares. Alan Wake is fantastic. I have, this was one of the games I wanted the Xbox back then for. I haven't completed, got a dad. I have the PC version from Humble Bundle though. I believe even it's DRM free in my case. And I always wanted the collector's version with the storybook actually back then, but I never got it. And nowadays I just don't care about Alan Wake 2. Yeah, that's how it is. Let's see. Here's Pro Evolution Soccer 6 in the Xbox 360 version. I saved the words because I've told you before about it. And this one is 2-in-1. Funny enough, I got this from the used game store, from the second-hand store. But the only game that's included between these two, Viva Pinata and Forza 2, is actually Viva Pinata. There's nothing else in here. So they kinda screwed me up. But okay, that's what it is. No, wait, forget what I said, I just see that. Here's Forza Motorsport 2. Never said anything. I didn't notice until now, so I'm happy now. Lessons learned. Look, check everything also behind your instruction books. Fable 2. Another one of those games I picked up for the collection, really. Can't say much about it. Same with the third game. But I picked up those games during a time where I was really just into collecting games, so... Now for my favorite game in the series, past the Horizon games, the third game. Really played a lot of it, even with a friend back then. Former friend, and it came with my Xbox. The areas looked nice, the tracks looked nice, the cars were awesome to drive, and it was the first game that made me appreciate the existence of analog triggers, really. Not so much for Gran Turismo, but this one here. Yeah, Counter-Strike. Why do I have a copy of Counter-Strike for the Xbox? Mainly because I love the series, or not loving it anymore as much as back then, but it's part of my teenage years, and it's quite a novelty because they made the game working on the Xbox in the first place. And I didn't play it yet a lot, I gave it a shot. But obviously when I wanna play Counter-Strike, I just go for the PC version. Be it on Steam or the open source board. Works though. I believe this one is... I don't know where this came from, I believe... My mom picked this up from the trash bin behind our house. People... When we lived in that building, for whatever reason, people used to throw away games left and right. And she was pretty good at picking up stuff. And yes, that's why I ended up with this game. Don't ask me how it is. Yeah, Fallout 3. It's still sealed and cost me 20 bucks back then. Never played it. Shame on me, I did that with many games back then, but again, I loved to collect games at that point. And I have the PC version anyway. Or, no, I don't. Oh, did I? Do I? I'm not certain. I have Fallout 4 on PC anyway. We get to that later on. So, yeah. Here's Minecraft. This is one actually I played with my friend back then. Quite a while. Although, I'm not so certain if this is the Bedrock version or exclusive to... I know I played Bedrock with my friend, or former friend back then, a lot. Also on the Switch, and he was on Xbox, so... not too certain anymore. And here's Banjo 3. I find it decent. I never was the biggest Banjo fan, to be honest. I find it actually fun. It's something else than the other two games, really. Let alone the Game Boy Advance game that somehow exists. Well, at least Rare gave on something until Smash came out. Smash Ultimate. And here's Blinks. I tried to play this at some point. I give it another try, but I didn't really understood how this game works, what it actually wants from me. So yeah, I really wanna give it another shot, but I don't know, man. Not now. Here's Halo, the first one. And it's a classic. I played it originally on the PC way back then when it released for that. Also the multiplayer demo. And it was amazing back then. I really enjoyed it, and also on Xbox it's really fun to play and good. Also has this not cross-play, what is it called? System link feature that works up to the current Xbox actually. And obviously today you can just play the Master Chief Collection on PC. But back then it was something else, and even the multiplayer on PC, the demo version, was really enjoyable. Ninja Gaiden, another piece for the collection, really, but I've heard it's kind of difficult and I wanna give it a try at some point. Not too sure if it actually works on the 360, but hey, what can you do? Maybe I'll just buy another regular Xbox and dump all my games, or rip them rather. Outrun 2. No need to introduce that, especially if you've watched some of my non-Splatoon videos from the recent days, because I've played the PC version quite a bit with recent fan patches, and it's an amazing game. Also on Xbox. What I found out always is that on Xbox 360, I don't know if it's part of the game or if it's just the emulation. On 360 it sometimes lags in certain spots. And it's still playable, but frame rate drops like crazy. And then it goes up again, and then it runs fine again. It's weird, it's playable, but again, it's cool. No matter the system, even on a PSP, it's great fun. If you're into arcade races, it is, of course. Yes, Gears of War 3. A classic for the system, and real fun, especially the Horde mode with your friends via Xbox Live, everyone having a headset and everyone knowing what they're doing. Personally, I think this is the best game in the series. Then again, Game 1 and 2 never really released here, so what do I know? Half-Life 2. Also released on the original Xbox, obviously. I have it for PC. And I also tried the VR mod for it. It's a fantastic game. I still prefer the original. But story's great, are cool. Character models, the physics were amazing for its time, and still are actually. And it runs fine on Xbox, even the 360. Mecha Assault 2, I believe I picked this up because this is one of those games that allows you to modify the Xbox. So I picked it up. Plus it's some sort of mech game. I always wanted to try one of those. So yeah. And it was cheap, $3 only, so what do I know? And Eternal Sonata, one of those other Namco RPGs exclusive to the Xbox 360 in Germany, at least I believe. Didn't play it really, but yeah, it's one of those games I really want to try, because Namco is known to have some nice RPGs, JRPGs. And now for, first of all, for this messed up box here, this is the starter pack for obviously the PlayStation Move camera and the oh, what did they call it? The Move controller. I just call it Move controller now. I basically bought it for the camera because webcams were rather expensive back then, and it worked for Linux too. So yeah, you can even use it for PSVR, I believe. Yes, that's definitely possible, but also for VR headsets on PC. That's crazy stuff. Didn't bother too much testing this, but for its time. Also, the mic was awesome, I found. So it has a 4-head mic that can record a lot. So sometimes I actually use this as a microphone. It's not too bad. So this is the Xbox 360 controller I used all the time, I can tell, because again, the rubber is kind of worn down here. Anyhow, what do we have here? Starting with one of the coolest games ever, and underestimated ones, Mega Man Legends 2. The cover is really worn down, or deserves some retro writing, if that was even possible with paper, which of course isn't the case. But I had crazy luck finding this on a flea market at my host family like 10 years ago, maybe 11 years ago, and it only cost like 15 euros. Even back then, this game was way more expensive already, and I had crazy luck and decided to pick it up. I could have also bought Mega Man Battle and Chase, but my host family wasn't willing to give me more pocket money, so yeah, there's that. One of my personal favorites, Mega Man 8. Obviously the Sega Saturn version is better as far as gameplay goes, and also music. But it doesn't matter to me. I love this game. The art style is amazing. The music is nice. And since I'm not a native English speaker, I never bother too much with the kinda quirky English voice. Funny enough, the voice actor for Mega Man gave an interview to a Mega Man fan site a while back, and she still sounds the same. It's crazy. Still, it's a rather easy game in comparison to other Mega Man games, and I really like it. Then one I had to import, obviously, but Super Adventure Rockman is one of those full motion games that were famous in the 90s, also released for the Sega Saturn. And yeah, basically it's a 3-disc game where that takes place between the third and fourth game again, I believe. And basically Ramon, a supercomputer that invaded Earth way before mankind developed itself, cursed a blackout, and Ro fell in a deep sleep, and the UN had contacted Dr. Light to send out help, and obviously Mega Man was the only one capable to defeat Ramon. Also, if you know the announcement trailer for Mega Man and Super Smash Bros. 4 back then, where he used the Double Busters at the end when fighting Mario, Link, and Donkey Kong, that's coming from this game. R-Type Delta, personally opinion, amazing game. I still think Gradius, not too certain, or rather Gidarius, not Gradius, G-Diaries is the better one because I have more proud childhood memories of it, but Delta is an amazing shoot 'em up for the PlayStation. It has great visuals, plays great, has various ships to choose, and yeah, I'm happy I have it in my collection. What do we have here? Looks not like much, and it's the wrong case, obviously. We never had those small cases for PlayStation games in Germany and Europe. But this is actually my copy of Grand Theft Auto 2 my mom bought me from a supermarket back then, believe it or not. When I was like 9 years old, and she saw was a game with cars to drive around with, and she thought I would have fun with that, and obviously I did. And really, driving cars was the only thing I was interested in. And interesting story. I gave this to a school friend in elementary at some point because we got rid of the PlayStation 1 games and we needed some money. And years later, when I encountered him again, he gave it back to me. Because he got rid of his PlayStation 1 stuff. And so I got it back. Not sure if the disc still works, but hey. Here's another one for the collection, Breath of the Fire 4. Since this is for the collection, no idea, but I've heard it's a better, one of the cooler JRPGs. And since I've already mentioned Crash Bandicoot earlier with the Insane trilogy, here's the third game with the Spyro demo on disc. This is amazing. I loved to play this game as a kid, and I won't give it away anymore. Probably also going to play the PS1 version at some point again, just also because it runs on the Raspberry Pi already, so yeah, there's that. And then there's my remaining stack of PS1 games, crazy, right? Here's Dune 2000. Collection game, not really, but I got it along with GTA 2 from said earlier friend, from a friend. This is the Westwood version of Monopoly for PlayStation 1. No particular reason why it's in my collection other than this game, this version has really cool music. Here's Resident Evil 1. Obviously, no need to play this anymore because there are better means to do so. But I got this with GTA 2 from the mentioned elementary friend too, and yeah, it's a part of my collection now. Same with Harry Potter, and which game is this? Chamber of Secrets. And same here, Battle Arena Toshin. Probably not one of the better. I've heard it's one of the weaker beat 'em up games, but it's one of the earlier ones for the PS1. So what do you expect, or what can you say? I have it here. So there's that. Pro Evolution Soccer. The one that they released after going from International Superstar Soccer. This is basically the successor to the Super Nintendo game. And yeah, this is the first one in the PS series. I'm more of a PS64 guy, but since I had a chance to pick this up for cheap, for $4, I decided to do so. It's childhood memories, right? This is interesting. First of all, this is Metal Gear Solid Special Missions or VR missions, depending on where you live. And, where is it? This is Metal Gear Solid, obviously. And I was lucky. My mom and I, we went to that flea market back then, way back then. And when I was still lived at my host family and I visited her, we went to the flea market and I saw this. And I asked the guy if I could buy this game, and he gave me some euros off for the special missions disc, or I believe even he gave it to me for free. Not too certain, but either way, I'm happy I have both. Sadly, special missions doesn't run in the PSP, PS3. Probably also not PSP, but I don't know. Maybe modern emulators change that, but yeah, I need to check that again someday. And since I have this one here, SimCity 2000, as I'm a big fan of this game, despite not being very good at it, I decided to grab this game too when I had the chance. Here's Tekken 3. Obviously, best fighter on the platform, and one of the better Tekken games in the series. I can't say it's the best. I prefer, I'm not too certain. I would put 6 at first place, but this one is pretty decent, maybe 5th place. Probably it would rank higher for me if it wasn't the case that I wasn't really into fighting games way back when this was on sale in stores and stuff. Here's Duke Nukem Land of the Babes, again, one of those games I got from this former friend. And this is G-Darius, another shoot 'em up, published by THQ. I remember having it originally on a demo disc, and I found it so cool. It had some awesome features or gimmicks I really enjoyed to play, and so I decided to pick it up when I had the chance. Here's Final Fantasy VIII. Personally, I find Final Fantasy VIII to be better than 7. Hate me if you want, but there's that. And yeah, same with the 9th game, which is still completely different and goes more towards classic games again, or original classic games, to put it like that. And I actually enjoy both. Obviously, I too have the 7 here in reverse order, as I can see right now. All fun games. It just, I'm terrible at grinding, and so it takes forever for me to finish these games. Still cool though. Driver 2 was amazing at the time for me. I enjoyed the Driver games. Also have Driver 1 for PC up there, and back then I remember Driver 1 was fun, but Driver 2 was even more fun because you could drive around freely and get outside the car and replace your car if it is about to crash and stuff. Still think, or by now I think the first game is better, but this one is pretty good though. And I also have the Game Boy Advance version, which is also a nice port. Gran Turismo 2. Amazing for its time on the PlayStation, and it had something interesting. It had this simulation disc and this arcade disc. I always prefer arcade, so I stick with that, but yeah, it was there. Gran Turismo 1 is a little different in that regard. Obviously the first one in the series, but this one was much smaller in scale and had all on the same disc. Retro Force should be some sort of shooter. A twin stick. I picked it up a few months back because I could, and yeah. And here's Castlevania Chronicles. Also got this from the from the second-hand store. Pretty happy that I have this. And then here's Bomberman World, which is amazing just because it's Bomberman. And yeah, whenever I have the chance to play some Bomberman, I am happy to have one of those. I prefer the Super Nintendo game above all others, but hey, why not? And here's PS2. Yeah, that's for the PlayStation 1 and Xbox games. Now up to this stuff here. And PlayStation 3 and PSP shelf specifically. And obviously once we get rid of this, which is the charging brick for my PSP 2000, we can take a look here. And speaking of which, here it is. I have no idea if it can hold a charge. Doesn't look like it, since I need a new battery. But it was an amazing device for its time. I had lots of fun using it, and it was actually also partially my MP3 player of choice and movie player. That was before phones became smartphones and before people could watch videos on them. Good times. Also, I made sure that all my games are backed up by now, because these UMD drives are known to fail, and yeah, it is what it is. Anyhow, starting here, I have a PlayStation 4 DualShock 4 controller, which unfortunately doesn't register anymore when I press to the left or up on the D-pad, and that's what makes it a little difficult to use in games like Tekken, where I would love to use it, even more than the DualShock 3. But yeah, I hope I find someone who can repair it, because I certainly can't. And it's sad. It's a really good controller. It feels well in hand when holding it, and the sticks are nice too. Also, it has it at least has a micro USB, so meh. And gyros for whatever you wanna use it with. Like, I don't know, SAMU emulator and Splatoon? Oh well. Here's my DualShock 3, unfortunately, one of them. Unfortunately, the stick feels really sticky. I don't know what it is, if the material degrades or something. But it works otherwise. Feels a little gross to hold though, when using these. Blah. Okay. Here's another one, obviously. And I believe this is the DualShock 3 that came with my PlayStation 3. My PlayStation 3 is in the bedroom. I have stored it inside its box. And what you see here are basically the games, obviously, that I purchased over the time. Unlike for other systems, though, I didn't buy anything past. I moved on. So, starting here. I mean, you can see it obviously, but let's go through it. The only game that I've got for whatever reason is this one, and basically the story is similar to this one Xbox game, and that is my mom picked it up from the trash bin and from the dumpster, and so I've got a free PS3 game. Nice, huh? Sonic Generations is one of the coolest 3 and 2D Sonic games I've played. I also have the PC version. I believe even the standalone version that doesn't require Steam. And I really liked it. Not so long ago, when I've got the Steam Deck, I completed the PC version again. And yeah, obviously you can use mods on here, like the Unleashed mod, but back then it was amazing to have Sonic running through the classic levels in 3D and vice versa, and having City Escape on there is always nice. I'm not too certain whether I want to buy the remake they bring out now, featuring Shadow, but given Shadow has its own levels and also probably some more story content because of that, I don't know, maybe for the Switch. Here's Ni no Kuni, quite underrated RPG from level 5, and people compared it back then to Pokemon, I remember, because you could catch monsters you fight on along your way and make friends with them. But it was a really fun story. The graphic style is also nice, looks much like a Ghibli movie, and the story is touching actually, and I had quite some fun playing it. I completed the story too. It's one of those games that made me actually interested in playing some more JRPGs. Doesn't mean I do it all the time, but still, it's worth it. It was the first JRPG actually that I played after Pokemon games. Here's Ratchet and Clank. Tools of Destruction, and it's good. I've got this one with the PlayStation 3 even, I believe. And next to Uncharted 1. And it's good. I didn't complete it because it's not entirely up my alley, but it makes fun shooting enemies and stuff, and the graphics feel good, especially for early PS3 titles, and it runs smooth all the time, so there's that. The HD collection of Metal Gear Solid, including 2, 3 and Peace Walker. Pretty cool stuff. I didn't had a PS2 obviously back then. Or not obviously, I never had one. I wasn't interested in most of its games at the time when it was on sale. And thus I also skipped Metal Gear Solid on this system. But playing it here, it was a nice experience. Although I have Peace Walker on PSP anyway, so yeah, that was more of a freebie for me. I was mostly interested in 2 and 3. And speaking of remakes, here's Kingdom Hearts 1.5. I never completed this game. I was interested in the story. I find it cool that you have Disney characters with you. And I like the story and setting and stuff. But it is too complicated, and grinding isn't my thing, really. And that's one of Square's quirks, unfortunately. And yeah. I stuck somewhere, I don't know where. Maybe I'll go back to it at some point, but not now. MotorStorm, however, is one of those games I really enjoyed. Pacific Rift, especially now I remember, this was the game I got next to Uncharted 1 when I've got my PlayStation 3 in Christmas 2008, or was it Christmas 2009, not too certain. And it was amazing. The graphic looked stunning back then to me, and even on a CRT I had at first, it was fun playing. The music, I didn't bother too much with it, but driving physics and having all these different kinds of vehicles, that was cool. Also the overheating feature was something else. Even online, it ran really, really good. Even wireless. And now, here's Battlefield Bad Company 2. Again, DICE and EA unfortunately shut down the servers of a few months back, and it was great. obviously had much fun playing 1942 and Battlefield 2 on PC, but this was something else. It was the Battlefield I probably spent most time with, since the other ones were only demo versions for me for the longest time. But yeah, I was always into conquest mode, and it received more and more stuff over the time, and it was pretty good. Most people also had a wireless headset, a Bluetooth headset by then, and it was nice communicating with others then. Not sure why it says limited edition, didn't pay attention to it, but whatever. So what's next? Here we go for Gran Turismo 5. I was really excited for this one, and I played a lot of it. The coolest thing for me also was that you could actually connect it to Gran Turismo Mobile, the PSP version that is, and get cars from the PSP game for the arcade mode on this game. Pretty nice, and it had some Top Gear content on here too. Later on they released Gran Turismo 6 way too fast in my opinion, and to me it always felt like a cheap cash grab, but Gran Turismo 5 was cool. Really. Going for the big boxes now, starting with Tales of Cilia, which I haven't played yet, as you can see, because this one is still sealed. But I wanted to have it, just like Cilia 2. And what I've played, however, was Tales of Symphonia. I really enjoy this game, it's really fun, nice characters, nice story. This version is the limited collector's edition that comes with, obviously it also has the second game in the series. Whether you like it or not is up to debate, but it contains both games and has a storybook. It has a book, artwork book, I believe, and also collectible figures of Lloyd and Colette. It's pretty nice. I played mostly the GameCube and PC version. The PC version is the same as this one. But yeah, it's pretty good. Highly recommend it. And I probably should go to Cilia at some point. What do we have here? I'll come to you guys later. Here's Uncharted 1. And back then it was stunning to me again. Another stunning game. PlayStation 3 in general was an impressive system to release, coming from Wii. It felt like a movie to me, which it is. Really indie-based. And I like the characters, I like the environment, I like even the stupid shooting elements that were way too much in some areas of the game, but yeah. It's enjoyable. I really enjoy the series. Even though I still need to complete Uncharted 4 on PC. But oh well. Here's Uncharted 2. And most people say this is the best game, but I actually believe the third game is better. Either way, both are great. And yeah, it's basically continuations of both. I enjoyed the multiplayer modes here too. I believe both had those, and yeah, it was pretty fun. And obviously the story gets continued. Yeah, here we have the regular version of Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And actually I had my fun with the game. I was disappointed that Mega Man isn't in the game. Otherwise it was pretty cool. Used to play as Zero all the time then. Also, since I played it when it came out, online it didn't feel too difficult. I had actually quite a good time. By now it would probably be a different story, but it is what it is, and for its time, I enjoyed it. What do we have here? The original Little Big Planet, and while I wasn't totally into the game, especially not the creative part, I love to play user-created levels, and the style that also reminds me a bit of Woolly Yoshi now. It's pretty cute. There was some DLC along the line that was free to have, I think, and the levels were pretty cool. Certainly one of the more unacquired games of the time. Yes, here we have Sonic Unleashed. And despite what everyone says, it's not that bad. Sure, the warehouse levels were a little long, but other than that, it's an amazing game. The transition from 2D to 3D all the time, and the fast-paced action, and the environment looks great, and the music is cool too. Really happy that I have this. Although I'd love to test the Wii version at some point, because I believe it has no overworld, and I believe also slightly less warehouse content. Oh well. Here we have Wipeout HD, which is actually Wipeout HD Fury, alright. It's actually a compilation of the two PSP games, Fury and Pulse, and remastered to be played in HD on a big screen through the PS3, obviously. And I remember picking it up after playing the PSP games, at least Pulse, and having a good time. Also online it was chaotic and quite difficult actually, but offline so far, I always enjoyed playing through these stages and levels. Here comes one of the reasons to keep your PlayStation 3 around, and that's Metal Gear Solid 4. Obviously the Platinum version, which sucks as design for the PS3. But the game is amazing, and it shows at every corner. The story is ending for our hero Snake, and it's really touching how it ends, and the story is as crazy as Kojima can make it out to be, but for a fan like me, worth every penny. I need to give it a shot in RCPS3 at some point. And here is Metal Gear Solid 5, Ground Zeroes, which I've picked up, but actually, I don't know, since this is only the prologue, I decided to pick it up again on the PC, where it makes much more sense since you have the complete game there. And yeah, it was quite a novelty though, in that regard. And the cool thing about it, past having Kiefer Sutherland as voice for Snake, which was kind of odd, honestly. The stunning trailer they showed when the game was just announced, that thing looked super realistic, even compared to Metal Gear Solid 4. It was crazy. But of course, Kojima cheated us a bit by using dark environment with rain and stuff. That's always good to cheat stuff on. And yeah, I believe this was also a cross-gen game at the time, also for PS4, so I saved myself from buying a PS4, and yeah, I just played on PC, just like Metal Gear Solid, no, what is it called, Metal Gear Rising. that takes place around the same time as MGS4 does. But yeah, and here we have a Heavy Rain, something also ported to PC, and I remember having the most fun actually with the demo version, because it felt so cool. And back then these sorta interactive movie games were really cool to have. Nowadays I don't know, I grew out of it, but back then I had my fun with it. And yeah, basically the story has been mentioned. I picked up the game on PC fairly quickly when I've got this version too. I believe this was one of the last PS3 games in our store here. And that's why I just thought about to leave it sealed and play the PC version. It's pretty good though. It's another take on the Metal Gear series, and I like the hack and slash mechanics that come with Raiden. And for those wondering why I actually own a PS4 game, that is not because I wanted to play Killzone or wanted to have a PS4. Maybe now that it's hackable and you can run Linux on it. Again, once more, it's one of those games my mom picked up from the giant dumpster behind our house, and it was just there. She also got me an Xbox, an original one from there, but again, this is one of the sad parts. It got thrown away by the authorities, so nah, at least I have this game. And here we have SOCOM Confrontation. That was interesting because it was totally online based, and I remember I had quite some fun playing the PSP games. And then I wanted to play this one. So I decided to pick it up with the bits of, with the little pocket money I had from my host family. And I picked it up and I played it, and I was really disappointed because it was online only and loading times were quite something actually. It wasn't exactly fast. Graphics looked more like a PS2 game, and you got killed all the time when you weren't as good as long-term players, so this was rather a waste of money. But yeah, it's not worth anything anymore, so I just keep it in my collection. Yeah, that was the PS3 section in that regard. And now we get to... actually, let's start with the PS2 games. Because those are few. Here's Heatpad, Silpad, Silp Heat. I believe it's called Silp Heat. That's a little shmup that originally released on the SEGA MegaDrive or Genesis. And yeah, it plays pretty good. It's pretty fast, easy to pick up, and controls aren't too difficult. You can even play it in your PS2 emulator on a phone with touch controls. It's not too difficult. And yeah, I got it from a used stuff store thingy, or second-hand store, and it was good. I have my fun playing it from time to time, just like many other games, like Sonic Sega Superstars. It's like Mario Tennis, but with Sega characters. Not much else to say, other than this is probably one of the better games when comparing it especially to Mario Power Tennis, and especially the Switch version of the game, or the series. And then, oh yes, wrong direction, the game for 24. This is actually quite good. It uses the original voice actors, which makes sense because the series is also handled by Sony. in the media movie division. I forgot its name, and it takes place before the third season and after the second one, and I still have to continue play it, just like so many other games. But so far I had my fun with it. So often I just suck at playing many games when there is so much I can actually do and play and know that it's there and I know what to do. Anyhow, Soul Calibur 2. Also played this one before on the channel. It's pretty cool. I love the Soul Calibur series in a way, because Namco is really good at making arcade games, and fighters are really one of their strengths, I might say. And yeah, this version comes with Heihachi from Tekken as guest character, and it's a good one. I am not too certain whether I prefer this one or the GameCube version with Link in it, but it's a good game. Let's start here. I think this makes the most sense actually, since I need to put the games back up there. This is Mega Man Powered Up, the remake of Mega Man 1 featuring a cute little anime style, and actually a comic inside the manual, which is nice, that explains how to play it. And has Mega Man and Road starring in it. And this is one of the reasons I wanted a PSP back then. Took a while until I got it, but still, it's one of my favorite games. Also comes with a demo for... no, this one doesn't. Irregular Hunter X does. This one here has, however, Proto Man in it as playable character, as well as Roll, and also Mega Man can charge his Buster, just like in later games. And you can also play as all the Robot Masters, including Time Man and Oil Man, which were exclusives to this version here. Still a great game, still enjoy to play it from time to time when I get the chance to return to Mega Man games. And yeah. And speaking of, here's Irregular Hunter X. Funny enough, once again, this is one of the titles I couldn't find in a European or American version at the time when I wanted to have it. And so I picked up this one. And months later, of course, I found it in the used store I get so many games from in German. Or what does mean German in that case, since Capcom barely does Mega Man games in German, but the release date they had here, right? This one is fine. You can play the game just fine because it's just a regular Mega Man X game, and there's story of course, but you can just watch it on YouTube if you need to. And if you unlock Merrick Hunter X Day of Sigma, again, you can either watch it on YouTube or enjoy it in full Japanese. If you understand the language, great. Otherwise, I would just recommend go to YouTube. And here we have Rockman Dasher, the first game of Mega Man Legends. And I really enjoy this game. Even back then, it always felt special to me because of the 3D looks and how Mega Man is and how different it is from all the others. And honestly, I much rather play this game over anything that's called Zelda and has 3D, even over Wind Waker to some degree. It takes place, or it has been retconned. It takes place far into the future of Mega Man, of the main line. And basically, this is the outcome. Has lots of cameos actually. They even made a cameo of the Reaver bots inside the manga for the classic series, and there's lots of stuff to explore. You can customize your Buster, your movement in some degree, and Ro and the Trombone family, they're all nice characters. Really funny to watch and stuff. Obviously I don't understand the language, sadly. But I know the game well enough. Let's put it this way. What do we have here? Tomb Raider Anniversary. I bought this one because it was used in the used market, and I believe it's one of the better Tomb Raiders that had somewhat of a nicer look to it. I never was into the old games really, but I believe this is the remake of the first game, and this one actually looked good. The old ones, the original ones, always looked terrible to me. I'm not much into early 3D action games. So there's that. And here we have Head Princess Fistful of Cake. It's an indie game, sort of. It gives you the feel of an indie game. It was famous on the PS3, PSN, I believe. And sort of has an tower control vibe to it. I find myself saying that. That's cool. I haven't played this in a while, but still. Here's Tekken 6. I actually played Tekken 5 and 6 on PSP. I believe I believe and I know that Tekken 5 is one of the games that came with my PSP actually. And yes, this one is the game actually of the series that got me into Tekken, and that made me really excited for it. I remember when going to school back then at my host family that I used to share the PSP in the school bus with another boy, and we used to watch us playing Tekken, continuing the arcade mode and stuff, and completing story modes. That was fun. Here's Tales of the World. That actually feels more like, and is actually more like, it's not a roguelike, what's the genre called again? I don't know. You have little missions you have to complete and dungeon crawler. It's more like a dungeon crawler in a sense, but with characters from various Tales of games. It's really interesting, that's why I wanted to have this, and yeah. You can play this one in short bursts, I think. Phantasy Star Portable. Didn't play this one yet. I want to play the Dreamcast games, but for that I need a Dreamcast modem first. And obviously this is one of the games from the Essentials collection, which means it was fairly easy to pick up. Same with Everybody's Golf, although I played this one and it really feels like Mario Golf on the Nintendo 64, and that's why I also showed this to my mom at some point, but she wasn't really interested, I think. But it plays well to me, and it's good on a PSP and makes a good look on there. Here I also played the PS3 demo version, but the PSP is nicer because I have the full version, right? And here's Peace Walker, right? And obviously the PSP version of Pro Evolution Soccer 6. This one can actually be modded, I think. I didn't spend much time with it in that sense, but it's cool that you can actually mod these games even on consoles using hex modified save data. So let's go for this pile here then. And here we have Initial D, Street Stage. It's an arcade-based racer made by SEGA, based on the anime and manga. And it's based on the third game in the arcade. And it's pretty good. They used music from the second and third stage, I believe. Maybe also the first. And when you're really good, you can actually drive against Takumi's dad. And that's a real difficult race, but otherwise, it was... I took my chance and ordered one of these games. Here we have Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max. I gave this one a try, because also low priced and stuff, but I never really found myself into Street Fighter games, I have to admit that. I like the Capcom vs games, but I never really found myself being too good into Street Fighter games. I'm sorry. And here's the PSP version of Coast to Coast. Really cool. Works well in PP as PSP as well, obviously, since this thing is around since like forever, and almost every game works now. It's pretty much like every other version, except on PSP, of course. Here's Wipeout Pulse. That's one of the games in the HD version for PS3. Also used to play this once online. Quite interesting, because there was an ad hoc program that you could run from Sony on the PS3 that would allow you to use it like that. But really I only used it offline in single player races, and there obviously it's half of Wipeout HD. The music is awesome though. Here's Mod Nation Racers, another fun racer for once, and that one is actually cool, because you can modify your cards and stuff to a higher degree, and the tracks were interesting and stuff. Yes, I played originally the PS3 demo, I believe, and then decided to pick up the PSP version. Here's Echochrome. Nice logic game, I would say, with a nice twist on the camera angle and stuff for these puzzles. And it's really simple, isn't too difficult or anything, I would say. Also not too complex, really, but I like the novelty in when you can call it like that, and I like what they did here. There's also a PS3 version, I think, but on PSP it makes much more sense. And here's the MotorStorm game they only released on PSP and later on PS2, Arctic Edge, which adds some ice-based levels, removed some of the vehicles from Pacific Rift, added again those ice vehicles like not snowboards. Anyhow, I'm a little stupid right now, remembering the names and stuff, but yeah, it's a pretty cool game, looks good on the PSP, and I wanted to have this just because I like the series. And here's Gran Turismo, also plays fine on the PSP, but you are limited to only having 4 cars on track at once, so it's a little weird. And I remember once I used, when I visited friends during my summer vacation here in town, and I used to visit them. We used to play this game on my PSP, and we used to drive the Nordschleife with a Volkswagen Beetle and set to winter weather, and that was the dumbest idea I ever had, but it worked. Somehow I needed like 10 minutes to complete the track, but hey, that's that. Here's Tales of Eternia. I believe this is the original. No, Fantasia is the original. And this is the game I picked up after the other Tales of for this system. Still have to play it also. Also interestingly, it was published by Ubisoft. But yeah, I wanna come back to this at some point. And this is a cool fighting game actually, featuring those Final Fantasy characters. There was also a feature-rich demo version actually they released back then, and I remember having quite fun with it, so I picked up this game when I had the chance from the used market from the second-hand store. And here is Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. Also another one of those games for the collection, and because I actually want to give Kingdom Hearts another run at some point. Not now, not next week, but someday, and maybe I'll just play this game without thinking too much about the story. Because I know the story in these games is super complex. Here's Ratchet & Clank though. Size matters. Also fun game. Interesting mechanics sometimes. And pretty much a Ratchet & Clank experience. And yeah, picked this up after playing the PS3 game, and yeah, it was good. It is good. Didn't play it all until the end, but it's a nice game. Here's Dexter. Sadly, I had to repurchase this game, rebuy it on the used market. Because the game I had with my PSP back then, I had an accident with the game while it was in my pocket, and I cracked the UMD disc, so it became quite useless. I had to buy this game again. Very sad. It's a cool game, especially on PSP. Really fun platform action game. And here is Little Big Planet for PSP. Not sure why I didn't play this, but I suppose I played the demo version then for PSP. It's basically like the PS3 game minus some features and more single player oriented, and obviously downscaled a bit. But it still looks good, much like if you would play Yoshi's Woolly World on 3DS compared to WiiU. Here's Loco Roco. I love the music they're making. It sounds really funny, and the game is nice. It has a nice anime style, and it's not too bad. You don't need many controls. It plays well. And yes, here's Exit. Played the demo version of it initially and decided to pick it up. The art style is pretty cool, it has a comic look to it. Also released for the DS, but I never saw this game here, so I went with the PSP version. And then I have MegaDrive or Genesis collection with those games being emulated. That means when you dump the games, the UMD, and you extract the ISO file you get from it, you basically have all these MegaDrive ROMs with it. Yes, that's for the Sony section here. I might put in a picture of my PS3 somewhere in B-roll here. And then the next one will be here to the SEGA segment. Starting obviously with the SEGA MegaDrive mini console that includes Sonic the Hedgehog and basically all the games you can also play on the Nintendo Switch Online service. Probably most of them are also available on Steam in the MegaDrive Genesis collection as raw ROMs. It's a fun device. I modified it, of course, so I can load other ROMs onto it. It's basically just like the Super Nintendo Classic Mini and the NES Classic Mini, just a Linux machine ARM device. Pretty cool though. I love the controllers, the aesthetics, and I even have a 3D printed cartridge that I can drop in here in the cartridge slot. I'm sorry. And it's pretty nice. If you have seen me playing that fancy King of Fighters homebrew ROM recently, I've used one of these controllers there. You can ignore this. This is just one of the packages for my VR lenses, so I can use these without having to use my glasses. This is my old GameGear. I've got it from someone years back, along with the TV tuner. Obviously this one doesn't work anymore with modern TV standards like DVB T2, which is standard here in Germany. Although we even have some variation, some quirky one that's exclusive to us. And but you can still attach adapter or one of those multi-plug cables and for instance connect a Raspberry Pi to it. That's pretty neat. Pretty sure people who know their stuff can also use make use of the antenna still. Sadly, parts inside my GameGear here failed over time, and so I don't get any more sound or picture out of it. I needed to get it repaired at some point. Well, this is a proper MegaDrive Duty button controller. I got it traded in for a game I had in my collection. Can't remember which one it was, from a friend at work, and yeah, he gave it to me because I wanted one for my collection and to use it with my retros before the MegaDrive Mini came out, and yeah, works great too. Also, this is the charging brick for the GameGear. Let's go here. Let's go with these games first. This is nothing really, this is just a blank MegaDrive cartridge box. I had printed the Sonic Mania cover for. That was available before the collector's edition for the Switch released. And I decided to make this just for fun and have it in my collection because I like Sonic Mania so much. Pretty neat. This is the Master System version of Sonic the Hedgehog 2. It's much better than it may sound because you have no spin dash and there's not much of the zones from the MegaDrive game. I really enjoyed it though, especially as a kid. And it's not too bad. There's no tails, obviously. You need to rescue tails. And the glider is fun though. Little complicated to use, but this thing is fun to use. It's also in Sonic Mania again. Here's Gunlet. Released for a crap ton of machines back then, also for arcade and stuff. I remember playing it initially on the NES we had when I was a little kid. And it's pretty cool. It's a 4-player game, technically, although the Master System and the NES only have 2 controller ports. This is the Master System version of Aladdin, and they did a good job here. The stages look nice, really colorful, physics aren't too bad, and obviously it's not the same as the MegaDrive or even the Super Nintendo version or MS-DOS version, but it's still good. Here's Shinobi. Quite difficult actually, not the easiest game, but for a challenge this one is quite good. Now for my Mega Drive version of Outrun, I actually have the game for the Mega Drive too. I love it. It's obviously not quite the same as the arcade version, because the Mega Drive for Genesis is still a little weaker than arcade hardware. Than the, I believe it was a System 16 game in the arcades. But it's almost there, like 99%, and if you only know this version, you won't notice any difference anyway. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I remember this proudly, and it's still one of my all-time favorite games. Still love it to play from time to time. Did play it just a few weeks back again, and it's fantastic. Has lots of mods too, or rather hacks you can apply, and this is obviously the PAL version, in quotes, this time, because Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 are actually region free, if you didn't know that. And I remember this well. The first Mega Drive I had was the Mega Drive 1. I got this as a freebie with a Super Nintendo back then, along with one of these 3-button controllers. And I noticed, even though I couldn't read English back then, remember I am a German, and I was not even 10 years old at that point, or even at school, I think. I've got my Mega Drive as a freebie, and I wanted to play with my mom, but yeah, we had no other Mega Drive controller, and I wanted to play with her, so she always used one of our Commodore 64 joysticks we had lying around. And it actually worked well for the multiplayer mode. I loved running through the half-pipe with her. That was always fun, and also the race on Emerald Hill. Chemical Land is my favorite zone, probably. And I love the music in the third zone. Aquatic Ruins, I think. And yeah, I also love how Christian Whitehead made the Hidden Palace Zone a secret in the remake they made in 2013 or so. Despite what everyone says, I find Sonic Spinball pretty cool. It's a fun pinball game. I have it easy keeping Sonic in game for the longest time, and it's not too difficult. Music is a little weak because it's made by a US division of SEGA, but otherwise it's pretty cool. I believe it's not part of the official canon, it's part of the Sonic ZAM canon, although not officially. And yeah, plays fine, and I don't know if people know this, but you can actually control Sonic while he's in ball form. So you can actually decide where you go. And this is the Master System version of Asterix. I like the old Asterix games, and I decided to pick up the Master System version because I didn't know it until I picked this one up. I remember playing the Game Boy game for the most part and the Super Nintendo game, but this one is fun too. So what do we have here? Actually, believe it or not, but lots of Dreamcast stuff, especially when I got into the Dreamcast myself. Oh yeah, this is the official magnifier for the GameGear. You could attach it just like you could with many Game Boy magnifiers, and obviously it would just zoom in. But yes, and my GameGear doesn't work anymore. And believe it or not, but these are actually unused Dreamcast controllers. Lots of Dreamcast stuff. Also these VMUs here. Oh, this is the stuff I've got for Redux. We get later. Also these VMUs. Lots of Dreamcast stuff when I got into it a decade ago. It's still sealed. Pretty nice. Barely anything has been sold or has been used for the most part. And these are the cards I've got with Redux and Ghostblade. Pretty cool indie developed and indie published Dreamcast shooters that also release on PC, and I believe the Switch too, at least Ghostblade did. Redux, I'm not certain about it, but Ghostblade certainly did. Yep. Got Sonic and Knuckles some months back for $10, and that's pretty cool. Obviously I have cartridge dumpers and I have emulators and stuff, but it's one of my favorite games and I thought $10 is worth it. Here's a loose copy of Double Dragon. Didn't play it yet, shame on me, but I thought it's one of those 8-bit games I wanna try at some point. This is actually the SD card reader for the Dreamcast that's made by the community. One of them, there are multiples, so you can just put in a SD card, you can burn a loader to a blank CDR if you still have a CDR drive, a GDR drive, and load homebrew onto your Dreamcast or dump it. That's how I actually also copied the contents of my VMU to PC, so I can continue playing in emulators like a Redream and a Flycast. This is the Master Gear converter. Pretty cool. I got this with the GameGear too, and it does what you'd expect it to do. You can put in your Master System games in here, put this in the GameGear and secure it, and then you can just play Master System games on your GameGear. And this is our old Nintendo 64 memory card. I don't know why it's in here. It should be up here, but yeah, I remember we needed that for games like Snowboard Kids and other third-party games that require you to save onto memory cards. This is Castle of Illusion, a real cool platformer for the 8 and 16-bit games, and it's pretty fun. It's Mickey Mouse, obviously, and there's also a remake of the MegaDrive version on Steam, or at least it was, and it plays really fun. It's not too difficult, it has quite some variety to it, and yeah. This is Batman Returns, also one of those games that released for almost every system back then, or every system back in the day, and it's a good action platformer, really. Here's Outrun Europe. Doesn't really feel like Outrun to me, but it's still a good racing game. It has Outrun vibes, but besides the license or labeling, not really the Outrun I'd expect. Here's Wonder Boy, the Dragon Strap. This is one I've talked about earlier, and I remember having quite some good times with the game when I played it on GameGear back then. I didn't complete it, but graphics felt nice, the graphics felt nice, and the music is nice too. I really enjoyed getting into these various forms of the characters, the dragon and stuff, and yeah, it's a good game. Here's Columns, Sega's answer to Tetris, albeit much weaker in my opinion, and despite also having blocks that drop down, something else actually, more like Puyo Puyo. Here's G-Log. Never played it since I've got the GameGear from someone else. It's a strategy game, I believe, but yeah. This is Sonic Chaos. No, this is Sonic 1 actually. This is the system-like version of the first Sonic game for the 8-bit consoles, and it's fine. I prefer to play the Master System version if I have to play or if I wanna play the 8-bit versions, but it's fine. Although, never mind, I mixed this up with Sonic 2. Sonic 2 on the GameGear is difficult on the first boss, really. And this is Chess Master. Obviously, this is just chess, but it was really famous, this game, back then. Never played it, I'm more of a chess guy in real life. Also, sometimes I used to play on Lit Chess. But yeah, I have it in my collection because I got the GameGear along with some games. And this is Sonic Chaos. Sonic Chaos is probably the one of the better, if not the best 8-bit Sonic game you can get. And it has the spin dash, it has even the super peel out from Sonic CD. I like the stages actually, and Sonic can get some fancy power-ups like this bouncy spring shoes. Those aren't shoes, these are just bouncy springs that glue to his shoes. It's cool. I like it, I completed it sometimes. And this is Super Space Invaders. Obviously, Space Invaders also needs no introduction, but the game plays fine on the GameGear. Wanna pick up the gamer version at some point though, because it has the Super Nintendo version included, believe it or not. Now for some indie Dreamcast games, and here we start with Neo Saxo. It's an indie shmup developed in Germany, and it plays really fine. Has Hatate and Yoko mode, meaning you can... No wait, this one doesn't, I believe. Is it this one? No, wait, this one does. This one has a vertical and a horizontal mode, so you can play in both direction, whatever you prefer, and it has cool music too. Really cool stuff. Also released for Steam, I believe. And I'm happy I have the Dreamcast game just for collection purposes really at this point, but hey, you know how you get your CDI images. GCI images. Looks cheap, but yeah, I've got MSR Metropolis Street Racer, which is the far predecessor from or of the Forza Motorsport series, and I've got this one from eBay a few years back. plays amazingly well, also makes use of the real-time clock inside the Dreamcast when you set it correctly. And races are fun here. Here's Rooty, the game I've showed you on my old 3DS. And yeah, it's a puzzler. Not very difficult explanation here, it's just a puzzle game released for many old consoles, and yeah, runs fine. Also on Dreamcast. And this is Alice Mom's Rescue. Fed to me, it's a jump and run, a platformer. We used to call it jump and runs here in Germany, at least for the longest time. And it has some puzzles to it. It kind of feels like the Game Boy Advance game of Klonoa to me. But it's cool. It's decent. I like playing it here and there. Reason I have it sealed, obviously, is there's also a PC release. And whenever I can, I go for the PC. Let's go for real classics. Shenmue and Shenmue 2. Or vice versa in that case. Yeah. I really enjoyed especially the Watch Shenmue kind of demo. And this one basically is its own thing, obviously. It has its own story, but for the time it was amazing. It was before GTA 3 released, and it was an open world. You had a real-time clock going. The story is interesting to follow, and you could do lots of crazy different things. Also many minigames, and you could even play classic SEGA games in the arcade. This is funny. Here's Tapping of the Dead. Reason I didn't play it yet is... I don't even know, but because it's mainly the Japanese version, and I have the keyboard for that, obviously. But I mainly picked up the keyboard to play Quake, really. This looks sealed, it's just in this bubble wrap. It's King of Fighters 95 for the SNK Neo Geo CD, but there's a pretty good emulator for the Dreamcast. You can put the disc in before loading this one, and you can play King of Fighters 95 on the Dreamcast. It plays well there. That's why it's also here in this row. Okay, now I need to play a little bit of Tetris here. But afterwards, I'm starting here with Sonic CD. One of my favorite 2D Sonic games, obviously mentioned before. Shown before, as I've played it on this channel. Love the music, love even the downscaled intro they did for the Mega CD version, and I actually enjoyed both soundtracks, both the Japanese and European one, as well as the American one, which is different for the Sega CD. And it's a fantastic game. Really underestimated, underrated is the word I was looking for, and well worth it. Just pick it up on Steam or Android, iPhone, whatever you have. I believe it's even free on Android. So here's Road Avenger, basically one of those FMV games, but it was amazing for its time. In the arcade they had obviously a much better looking game. But it's basically you have a car and you need to rescue your... Not rescue, you need to... Or you wanna take revenge on the bikers and stuff who killed your girlfriend. And basically you have... you are a driver, you are the boy here. The man who drives the car, and you have to tell the car in the right moment whether you wanna drive left or right. It's not much of a game, it's more of an interactive movie, but it's cool. Especially for the time when people and developers still figured out how CD games work, but yeah. Sega GT. I believe this is, in my opinion anyway, it's the let's start talking about racing game from Sega for the Dreamcast anyway, and I found it really cool actually. Has 2 split screen mode, 2-player split screen mode, also has lots of cars to drive and plays well. And this one is also sealed because again, you know your drill. But Dax is a cool game. I have the 1.5 version. It's a shmup again by I believe again German developers, and it's a vertical shmup. No, forget it. It's a horizontal one. And so Yoko. And I like the stages, I like the music. I have the soundtrack even on my PC that I've purchased afterwards, and it's pretty nice. Nice visuals, easy to play actually. Not too long, so you can complete it rather quick. But yeah, there's that. Here's Mr. Driller. You've seen the second game earlier on my Wii U. This one is fun. It's, you see, you have Mr. Driller drilling down, you have to drill through these blocks, and it's an arcade game basically, but I enjoy it. I'm really into, or not really into arcade games, but I find my enjoyment because these are so quickly completed and played. Here's Virtual Striker 2. Sadly, the case is broken, and all German or European boxes for these are super fragile. Yeah. It's one of the soccer games I wanted back then because it has Sonic in it, so... Here's Virtual Tennis 2. Was going to say Virtual Striker again, but Virtual Tennis is amazing. Has good graphics for the console, has good, has real players in it, you can do all your tennis stuff, and it's a solid, realistic tennis game. Also loading times are fast. Here's Blue Stinger. Never played it, just for the collection, but it was cheap. Soul Calibur is a classic, and yeah, I really enjoy the series as mentioned. And this is the first one after Soul Blade. And obviously I need a import disc or need something to boot into Japanese games, but plays fine. Played it with a friend earlier, back then when I got it, and it's amazing, especially in multiplayer mode. Single player is a little bit fast, but still. Here's Skies of Arcadia, one of those games I still wanna play, but I've heard lots of good things about it. But here first is Sonic Adventure 2. No need to say anything about it. It is... After Sonic 2, it's the first Sonic game I've ever played, and I really love it. It was the game actually that made me wanna learn English. And I remember playing it so much, probably as most of us who know this game, I know most of the lines they say, and the music obviously, especially City Escape and Live and Learn. And yeah, it's amazing. It's a little weird to me because I played the GameCube version first, but fun fact about this, in Japan, this game released in 2001, in early 2001 on the Dreamcast, and in late 2001 on the GameCube. It's crazy, but yeah, that's what it is. This is actually handy. This is a USB Dreamcast controller adapter, so I can at least use 2 Dreamcast controllers on my PC. When I have the desire to use them, because I want the authenticity and the right feeling for the games, this is my way to go. Not too easy to find actually when I looked it up. Yeah, basically burnt games for the Dreamcast. This is from Ucast, the guys who distributed Neo Zexu and stuff. And this is Mega Man, the Wily Wars. This is a reprint from Limited Run Games, and that's why I repeat myself probably, but that's why not everything they did was terrible. But they reprinted Wily Wars, and I'm really happy I got a chance to pick it up, because Wily Wars didn't see much of a release, and if you can buy the original game, it's super expensive now. This one comes with a card game, a little one, and lots of content in here actually. Didn't open it because I have the game on the MegaDrive Classic Mini, or just MegaDrive Mini actually. But yeah, I wanted it to have in my collection, as I am such a fan. Yeah, more cards from Redux. And yes, it was limited to 500. I'm one of the lucky guys who had this. And this is another one from Ghostblade. And here's one from Alice Mom's Rescue, with 2 different art styles, just like on the cover, CD cover. And this is actually the comic that comes with Hermes. That's also a little platformer where you have to basically chase this chicken, since you are the this guy who wants to make food out of it, sadly. But the comic is funny. It's well drawn, and you don't even need to read text or anything. You just understand it. And actually, it functions as introductions to why you actually do it in the first place. Yeah, Hidden and Dangerous. This was cheap. Also, you see it's in one of the cheaper CD jewel cases, and it's a Windows CE game. I didn't play much of it because I figured it's just a strategy game, and I'm not good at it. Also, it ran terribly initially on emulators, because Windows CE emulation is difficult. Yeah, here's Dreamcast. That's the one you need for if you wanna use the adapter I showed you earlier, the SD card adapter. Obviously now with other mods like the GCMU, no, not GCMU, that's GameCube. The CD-ROM MU drive thingy, you don't need this anymore, but I have it nonetheless, because my drive still functions fine, and I hope it stays that way. Here's Dead or Alive 2, another fantastic beat 'em up on the platform, and graphics are stunning for the system, and loading times are fast too, once it's loaded, because I think it loads everything at start, and afterwards it just goes through pretty nice. Also one of those 3D environmental kinda fighting games like Tekken, that's cool. What do we have here? Yeah, one of those demo discs, Dream On. And yeah, it includes some demo versions I didn't play actually yet. I need to do this at some point too. I have the Dreamcast over there after all. And yeah, I need to give it a shot at some point. I wanna see what it is and how it plays and stuff, or rather how the demos play. Because I know there are some demos of games I didn't have in my collection, so yeah. Here we go, what's next? Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Looks sealed. I just was very careful so I could protect it again. But this version, this is the second game, right? Plays great on the Dreamcast, has amazing soundtrack. Everyone knows that who played this game, and plays really well on the Dreamcast. Sadly, I have no arcade stick. I wanna have one at some point, but yeah, there's that. I have the PS3 version too. that released on the PlayStation Network, but yeah, maybe I'll just go for the Switch version that will release soon. Yeah, this is Codebreaker. This is one of those other cheating discs that also function as a region bypass disk. And this is the unreleased game of Half-Life. There are multiple ISOs actually with light modifications, but this is an almost complete version of Half-Life Valve made way back then for the Dreamcast and never released. They instantly decided to go with PlayStation 2 release because they felt this is terrible to play because of all the loading times, and honestly it is difficult, but it's cool to have nonetheless. Maybe I'll print a proper cover for it and stuff at some point. Here's the Bleem version for Metal Gear, and I obviously also tried to play Metal Gear on here, and plays good. I played mostly the MGS1 this inside my PS3, but still plays fine on the Dreamcast too. Here's Soul Reaver. I have it in my collection because I played the PC version back then, and it's a cool action adventure. It's been years since I played it actually, so maybe I should just go back to it at some point. And this is Sonic Adventure. I actually have 2 copies of it. My Dreamcast came with another one, but that one was heavily beaten up, and so I decided to pick it up again. And it's quite a difference playing this game on Dreamcast, and when you play it on a real Dreamcast with a functional CD-ROM drive, you notice this game was made for it. Just the intro song starting up and everything, this is something else. You really feel like you're back in the early 2000s or late 90s, because this released in 1999 after all, or even 1998? Anyhow, Shoot to Rocket. Here's the original game, and I remember when I got the Dreamcast first, I played a ton of this, and it's really fun. It's fast-paced, it's chaotic, but you can also play this online using the fan-made Dreamcast service, and I wanna do this at some point. Here's Bomberman Online sealed, because I didn't play it yet. But I always wanted to give it a shot after seeing it on YouTube. And I was lucky to get the US version. I believe this was an US exclusive even? I'm not certain. But it obviously uses the online mode, and I believe it functions on the Dreamcast Live service too. Here's Watch Shenmue. This was the promo disc for the game, with the back then CEO of SEGA, and it's crazy. It's like a side quest of the game where he dreams that he's in the game and Rio has to search for him, and obviously you are Rio. And it's quickly completed, but it's just a sneak peek anyway, so nice novelty. There's also translations in various languages like English and German, and yeah, pretty cool. Here's Planet Ring. This was used back then to communicate with others. I'm not too certain if this still works, but it was a thing back then. And here's Dream Key. You actually need that in some cases, also for Phantasy Star, to recognize the modified servers, the fan-made servers. So I have one of those. This is Power Stone. Fantastic beaten up by Capcom. Also love the anime. That's based on the first season. That's this game actually. And yeah, it was unequivocal in some ways, because it was a 3D fighter on proper stages. You ran around, beat your enemy using 3 of the Power Stones to transform. And yeah, really, really fun. Wish they bring it back, but I believe there's a PSP remake or port, but I didn't have it. Didn't buy it yet. Here's Drake Creek Arena. This one is interesting. This is the US version. And the fun thing about the US version is that it still works with the PC release if you have compatible master servers running to list servers and stuff. Pretty interesting. I wanna buy a mouse for the Dreamcast because of this game, as mentioned. And here's Sega Rally, the game you saw in my Dreamcast. And since I mentioned it already, I'm going to skip it. But I really enjoy the tracks in there and the graphics and stuff. There's a 60 FPS sheet you can use, which works most of the time. But if you decide to play it in like Redream or Flycast, it will just auto 60 FPS all the time. So Space Channel 5. I wanted to give it a shot because it's one of those Sega games, these crazy Sega games they made all the time back then, but I never got into it. Really, it felt always difficult, so the art style is cool though. Here's Tomb Raider 3. No, Tomb Raider 4, I'm sorry, I'm stupid. And yeah, one of those indie-like, Uncharted-like games, or this even released for Uncharted, let's be real. But I picked it up because of that, and because I never played a Tomb Raider game, actually. Not even OpenLara on Linux, and I wanna give it a shot at some point. Here's the first Marvel vs. Capcom. I actually like this one better than the second game. It's much simpler and stuff, and I just love using Mega Man to beat up Onslaught. Roll is obviously much easier because the hitboxes won't hit her too often, but yeah, it's pretty cool. And it's an arcade perfect port. I think anyway. What do we have here? Downwards you go. Shadow Man. Also one of those games that were famous back then. I decided to pick it up because it was cheap. Didn't play it yet, but what gives? Here's Hermes. Really, it just comes in a jewel case, so it's also a low price. So if you want to play it, you might look it up. It's also available on PC. I believe it's even free on PC. And yeah. Here's Worms Armageddon. Fantastic. I love the Worm series ever since. Started with the with a demo of the original Worms on MS-DOS. Played it with school friends back then, and way later I started really into the series with World Party. But for Dreamcast I have Armageddon, and it's pretty fun. I'm not too certain whether it's Armageddon or World Party that works with the online service that's now up, but yeah, I have it anyways. Here's Jet Set Radio, and there are videos on YouTube that say that this might be the closest thing Sega did to Splatoon nowadays. And in some way it is, because you also have to cover everything in your gang's color and stuff, and it's so colorful, and the cell shading look really supports it. But yeah, the music is funky, it fits the style well, and you need to get used to it, to the controls at first. But after you did, it's pretty interesting to play. Really fun arcade experience. This is Phantasy Star Online, another one of those games. It actually has a single player mode for offline use, but who needs that? There's the this one comes with the Sonic Adventure demo, or even Sonic Adventure 2, I believe. Yeah, Sonic Adventure 2. I played this one. This one is cool because it's not complete, and Sonic also has his SA1 shoes. Didn't play Phantasy Star Online yet though, because again, I need a Dreamcast modem. And here's one F1 World Grand Prix. Also released for multiple systems, Dreamcast, Nintendo 64, PlayStation 1. I actually have played the other versions too. Only one I didn't was the PC version. And if there was ever a Game Boy version, obviously that one neither. But I really enjoyed the game on the other platforms I played it on, and I wanted to have it because it's part of my childhood, and because in that case it's for Dreamcast. So yeah, that's my Sega stuff of things. Okay, going to this row here, the Nintendo stuff, and that's, well, interesting. Since I've talked about most of the games for the Switch already, I'm just going over those, which I haven't yet, and that's... Down you go, my friend, Splatoon. Sushi Striker is one of those. Reason I picked this up is actually I liked the 3DS demo, and it was in the used market store, used game store, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Since the Switch is kinda the successor to both 3DS and Wii U, they released it for both. There you go. Anything else? Donkey Kong, Mario Wonder, Paper Mario. No, what is Mario RPG? I'm stupid. Pokemon Kamezin is actually Pokemon Scarlet for those curious. Yes, the name is stupid, but what do you do? Welcome to German language. Yeah, here's the Striker pack of Gunvolt. Again, it's amazing. I enjoyed both games. Along with the third game. And here is Kirby Forgotten Land. Again, really worth it. Great visuals and yeah, a good jump and run platformer. Here's the limited run copy of Freedom Planet, which I've talked about when we were about these Wii U games. And here is Dust an Illusion Tale, also from limited run published. And it's Metroidvania. It's from the time when I was trying out this genre, and I need to get back to it at some point. I find Metroidvanias cool, but I'm really terrible at searching for locations and backtracking and stuff. Here's the imported copy of Mega Man 11, because Germany and Europe didn't receive a physical copy, so I had to import it via PlayAsia, or was it CD Japan? I'm not too certain right now. Either way, I have it here in my collection. This is Sonic Superstar, so with the inverted cover. The original is on the inside. Yeah. And this is Rocket League. I picked up this game before it was bought by stupid Epic Games, stupid Tim Sweeney, that parasite, and before they decided to make it a free-to-play title. Thank you very much. Here's Shantae, Sam's Hirons, and this one is cool on Switch. Plays well there. It's also a Metroidvania, but I give this one more of a shot actually, because I am interested in the series. Here's Rhyme. Doesn't run too great on the Switch actually, but I like the art style, and it's a more relaxed, kinda Zelda-like game, I find, and yeah, maybe it runs better in emulators, or I just play the PC version. There's that, but yeah. Here's the Fire Emblem thingy cover. This is I Am Setsuna. Also not released on cartridge in Europe. I decided to give this one a try because this is one of Square's I said earlier that I'm not much of a Square RPG fan, but that's only after. I'm just not into this whole grinding thingy for Final Fantasy specifically. And that was thing with some of its games, series games, and still wanna try it. This one actually has an English version on the cartridge, and it's one of their 2-day games they decided to release when they said they plan to release more old-style RPGs again. Mario Kart 8. Here's Klonoa. Yes, that's Pokemon Sword. Here's an Assault Android Cactus. Fun, really fun twin stick shooter. Also released by Super Rare Games, so it was a limited cartridge run. And the game is pretty cool. I played a lot ever since. I also have it on PC, runs fine on the Linux. Like the characters, like the daily challenge thingies they have as a mode, and yeah, can also be played in 2-player and I believe even 4-player modes. This is the inside cover for Salmon Run for Splatoon 2. Yeah, again, I wasn't really into Splatoon 2 besides the expansion, the Octo expansion, and Splatfest and Earth War. But for that, I played a lot of it. No, stupid me, this is Splatoon 3. This is Splatoon 2. Here's the Salmon Run cover for Splatoon 2. Neat, huh? Actually, I like both. This is Arceus. Talked about this already. Here's Kyoshi. Here's Gunvolt 3. And this is CCR, Crash Bandicoot. This is Thimbleweed Park, also a limited run game. On Switch anyway, for cartridge. And it's a fun adventure game by the same guys, by the same team, or not team, but by the same persons who also did older Scum games like, I believe, Manic Mansion and stuff. And plays fine on the Switch too. Of course, I have the, I believe I even have the DRM-free GOG release. And this is the ukulele. People would say it's not that great, but I find it actually really enjoyable, despite being not much of a Rare Games fan, or at least the 3 ones. Here's Worms WMD, the cartridge version. I wanted to have it. I've talked about this earlier, but Worms is pretty cool. And here's the Insane Trilogy. Here's the box for Xenoblade 2. Here's Crash Bandicoot 4. I also needed to import this one, because this is another one of those games that have no physical release in Europe. Thank you. We are stupid, I know. No one likes us. And this is Scott Pilgrim. Again, needed to grab this one from a limited run. But I'm happy I have a physical copy now, since there's no PS4 release, PS3 release for it. And here's Sonic Mania. The I'm not even certain if there's a regular version, but this one has artwork and stuff. And I even believe it has the fan-made cover for the box, for the Switch game box that I have for the MegaDrive here. Okay, so much there for that. And if you're curious, this is the 4-player GameCube adapter from Smash Brothers 4 on the Wii U. I have the game obviously too. And yeah, I put them aside first, and then we go to the other stuff here. So continue on, and let's start here, obviously. since I picked it up, Splatoon. Playing it a lot, not as much as Splatoon 3. I don't know how many hours I have in this game, but I remember playing the demo versions with joy back then. And for whatever reason, I didn't decide to pick up on this game when I had the chance, when it was still heavily played before the second game. And yeah, I don't know why, but I decided to pick it up when the first waves about Pretendo make the round. And yeah, I didn't regret it. If you watched my recent streams, you noticed that I've played this one too. And it's really cool. Community is still active. We're getting more content for it made by fans. Backported stuff from Splatoon 2 and 3 as well. And yeah, I'm curious to see where we're going with this in the future. Here's Soul Calibur 2. If you watched some of my stuff. Otherwise, I picked this up not so long ago after having the PS2 version too. And the cool thing is having separate characters, special characters for each version, and this one has Link. Based on the Ocarina of Time variant of him. Specifically the adult one. Alright. Here's Star Fox Zero. Star Fox Zero without a disc right now. Didn't play it yet, but it was cheap in my used store, so I gave it a chance. Yep. Yeah. Still sealed, but the only reason really I wanted to have Shit of the Wild is because it was the last WiiU game there is, and to have something to play in the emulator. It's slightly broken here, I don't know why. Yeah. But all I wanted it for is to have something for the emulator, and blame me or hate me or whatever, but I find it to be more impressive of the Wii U to pull this game off than it is to pull it off on the Switch. Besides, I have the chance to give it another try if I really want to at some point. My best friend always asks me, or often asks me whether I've played this already, but no, I did not. Besides some few minutes since someone from work borrowed me the game. Also about this one, when I had the chance on stores, Last Story is one of the last 3 great RPGs on the Wii. Didn't play it yet actually, shame on me, it's one of those. But I really wanted back then, and also I wanted to pick up on Xenoblade when I had the chance, and it was simultaneously on the sale. And this is Smash themed pin. But I didn't. I went with Last Story, and yeah, there's that. I believe it too has something in it. Let me see. I believe. Yes, art book. It has an art book and a steelbook in it, as well as a controller. No, wait, this is just a game, never mind. Here's Tatsunoko vs. Capcom for the Wii. Really enjoy this fighting game. It's one of my favorite fighters, especially from the Capcom vs. series, and my favorite character in this game is obviously Mega Man Walnut, Mega Man Trigger, Mega Man Neo, whatever you wanna call him. And yes, my YouTube name is based on the prototype name for Mega Man Legends. There's also Zero, and this one is actually different from the original arcade release that also released initially on Wii in Japan, as it has no anime sequences besides the opening, but it features more characters actually. Fun game, highly underrated, but yeah, can even be played with the Wiimote alone. Only the online mode sucks because Nintendo doesn't know how to manage online modes. This is another one of the 3 great RPGs, Pandora's Tower. Didn't play this one either, but it was in my used games market, and so I picked it up. Let's see, what do we have here? Mega Man X Command Mission. Yep. Curse me, I did not play this one. Always wanted to, because X looked so cool and it felt different, and it was a RPG and Mega Man had and stuff. I still haven't played it. Probably also because I have no memory card right now for my Wii or rather GameCube, but doesn't matter, I can just dump the disc and play it. Let's continue with the Sonic Gems collection. I was excited to pick it up back then, or rather go with my mom to one of our local stores and buy this, but really the main reason you wanna buy this game is Sonic CD. It's the PC version actually, with the total or complete animations, and yeah, it runs fine. Didn't extract the ROM yet, or rather I did, but I didn't check the contents. And another cool game is Sonic Fighters actually. I have to say, it's quite something else. Uses, I don't know what bot it ran on, but it's fun. It's not the most competitive fighter or the most serious taking one, but it's fun for a little break. And actually, I have this on PC forever, but Sonic R is actually a game I really enjoyed playing with my mom on my old Pentium 200 back then. She got me the PC version, which is up here. And I really enjoyed playing it with her. I'm coming back to that probably later. But yeah, that's it. Here's Mario Sunshine, and back then I liked it, but I didn't fully enjoy it because it felt rather difficult at some point eventually, and then we got rid of it. Took me quite a while to buy it again in a local store that sells used games. And that's also why I myself didn't have decided to buy the All-Stars 3D collection, because I have all the games anyway, so yeah, there's that. Here's the GameCube version of Tales of Symphonia, and again, this is a fantastic game. Nice story, nice characters. The combat system is a little weak compared to other RPGs, of course, especially later entries in the series, but back then it was amazing. Also, funny enough, the GameCube version has a different opening than the Japanese anyway, but compared to the PS2 version, which didn't release over here, it wasn't exclusive in Europe for GameCube, and the PS3 version has both openings of this and the PS2 version. That was what I was about to say. Man, I can't even speak anymore. Here's Crazy Taxi, and the reason I have the GameCube version really is because the Dreamcast version is rather expensive. Still a favorite of mine though. Really cool either way, and it's basically the same, just on GameCube. And here's Sonic Mega Collection. This one is the one you should pick up if you have a GameCube and wanna play classic Sonic games. Emulation is fine. You can also unlock some other games like Vector Man and Rise Star. And really it features all the best Sonic games, save for Sonic CD on the MegaDrive. And also it has the opening and ending from the Sonic CD as something you can watch, as well as a comic from Archie. Pretty nice. Here's Rayman Legends, and
Actually, I have to say, this is the version you wanna get, just because of the Murphy levels, which makes way more sense on a gamepad for the Wii U than it does on any other platform, including PC. Darksiders, something I picked up for the collection. Here's Pikmin 3, and that's really the reason I didn't have the game for Switch. Because don't bother with this. This is a lie in my case. There is a disc inside, and the reason I don't have the GameCube, the Switch version, is because I have this game, and I wanted to give it a shot, and it was cheap. So yeah, never really tried Pikmin, but this one held fine. Another game for the collection, and because I've heard the Wii U port is actually decent, so yeah. And here, also a game for the collection, One Piece, Unlimited World. Never really been much into anime licensed games, probably never will, but hey, one more game for the Wii U collection, right? This is Dynasty Warriors based game with Zelda Hyrule Warriors. You can see it's still sealed. And I might actually try this. I know the successor version for Switch has some slowdowns, but this one I didn't hear any negative voices about it, so I might just as well give this one a shot. It's certainly something for for short and quick bursts in between, so yeah. This one is something I didn't open either. This is obviously Color Splash, Paper Mario, and I've heard it's not one of the best games, but especially for the Paper Mario series. But I wanted to have it, just because it's a Wii U game, and I find the Wii U actually to have quite a decent number of cool games. Really underestimated system. And yes, I have the retail copy of Mighty No. 9 for Wii U. And the cool thing actually is, with this one, it comes with the art book that includes drawings of all the, I was going to say Robot Masters, but all these other robots, including Beck. And really, I enjoy Mighty No. 9 for what it is. It plays not exactly like a Mega Man, but it's fine. This version also has Ray levels, including the DLC character Ray. And Ray plays like Zero, except her life meter runs down every so slightly when you do attacks and stuff. It's quite something else. And it also runs fine on the Wii U. Has minor slowdowns compared to the PC release that even ran and has a native Linux port, but it runs fine. And yes, I also backed this game on Kickstarter back then. Sadly, my name isn't in the credits, but it is what it is. Here's 3D World, and this is really the reason I didn't buy this game on Switch, because basically I have the game here in most of its glory minus Fury World, and it's a really fun take on Mario again, and I mentioned it already for 3D Land, but 3D World is also awesome, really worth playing. I love the mixer of 3D and 2D levels, or rather, it made more sense to me, or felt better like they translated the 2D levels to the 3D here than in any other Mario, including Mario 64 and Odyssey, if I'm honest. Feels more like they really cared about it in a way. Here's Tekken Tag Tournament too, and this is one of the cooler ones, really. I really enjoyed Tekken Tag on the PS2. Gotta say that. Never had one myself, as mentioned before, but I've played Tekken Tag at a friend's here and there. And I wanted to buy this game, not just because it's for you, for Wii U, but also because it's Tekken and Tekken Tag 2, and I always liked the tag team dynamic of this. Here's Star Fox Guard. Also didn't play this yet, but hey, another piece for the collection. Same with Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I can't speak anymore. And yeah, I've heard it's one of the better Assassin's Creeds. I believe it's even the last one where everyone agrees that it is a good game. So yeah. Here's Wonderful 101. I believe this one got remade for newer systems too. It's an interesting concept, I think. Every character has its own abilities and stuff, and I don't know, I wanna give this one a try someday. Here's Bayonetta, and you can see it went on sale for $20 and it's sealed. I think I wanna try this because I like the kind of gameplay here. I believe it's hack and slash. I don't know what it exactly is actually. But I feel like the gameplay could be up my alley. And here's another thing for the collection, Batman. Arkham Silence? No, Arkham City it is, in that case. Yeah, so much for that. Next row here, the one behind, is, yeah. I save yourself and myself from grabbing these, but you can see that the plastic in the Yoshi Woolly world here is slightly yellow, sadly. That's because this whole thing here, before I moved here, always was at the window, and yeah, the sun shined through and made this thing here yellow. Sad, but it is what it is. Still a fantastic game. I mentioned it for 3DS. And again, my mom really loved the Woolly Yoshis too, and she enjoyed watching the Woolly movies on the 3DS version when I visited her. And Smash for Wii U is amazing as well. As mentioned, it's basically the other part of the 3DS game, and it was the first one that featured Mega Man alongside Sonic, so I can't complain. And speaking of which, here's the controller for it. The GameCube one. Didn't open it or anything, it just came like this. Oh, and the reason I also bought both games is because I had the chance to get the official soundtrack from Nintendo that way. That was amazing. Not all soundtracks or all sounds and music, background musics are included, like Sonic and Mega Man, but still cool. And yeah, here's more promo stuff, and coming to Smash again, here's Melee, and I still have to say this one is the best of the series. Maybe it's nostalgia. I'm not a pro Smash player or anything, but I think it's nostalgia. I played most time when it comes to Smash with this game, spend most time with, and unlocking everything was cool and stuff. Unfortunately, the memory card went missing, and so I lost everything. Oh well. But even with multiplayer and single player, it was great. Also the challenges and stuff here. And here's Mario Power Tennis. Maybe I should give it another shot at some point. Back then I wasn't really a fan, but I kept it because it's Mario Tennis and I actually like the series. The only GameCube game next to Luigi's Mansion and Sunshine we got rid of was Sonic Heroes. I have it here for PC. But yeah, I also had Heroes at some point. Okay, what do we have here? Metroid Prime. I always wanted to give this a try, so I bought it, used again. And the cool thing by now, obviously, is Prime Hack. I'm not very good at it. I stuck at some point there. I need to check back on it, but it's cool to have such a mod using the Dolphin emulator. Here's Burnout. And this one is amazing too. Really fun arcade game. Not the same type of arcade as Outrun, but still cool. You can, obviously, you probably know this, you crash into cars, you do car races and stuff on highways, and it's really fun. My personal favorite 3D Mario past Odyssey is Mario Galaxy, and I spent maybe not the most time with it. I just completed the game, but not just as in recently, but I only completed it once really. But the music was amazing, the graphics were fantastic, it played fine, and the story was nice with Rosalina and the Lumas. It was really something else, especially for the Wii, where no one expected it could output such beautiful graphics. And here's the second game. My mom got it for me when, I don't know, I was at my host family and she sent it to me as a gift. Really thankful for this, because it too has the soundtrack disc, I believe. Here's Wii Sports Resort, and other than the Motion Plus adapter or Wiimote, the coolest thing about it is the crazily improved physics. Bowling is something different here, and golf is interesting too, I believe. No, I don't know. But there's bowling, I know, and it feels crazily improved compared to the original. Didn't play as much as the original though, which I spent the most time really with playing golf, bowling, not golf. Golf was decent, but bowling was what also made me wanna play bowling in real life, so yeah, that got me into it. And boxing was a fun workout actually, and tennis is decent. Not as good as Mario Tennis or Virtual Tennis, obviously, but still. Took me long enough, however, to get behind the idea how baseball works in this game. It felt weird at first. Anyhow, I really like to mess around with Mii characters, so yeah. And Wii Play was also fun. It also came with a Wiimote, I believe, and the games here weren't that fantastic, but it has a cool cow riding game or something with silly music. I don't believe it's a real cow, it's just some woolly cow, I believe, and I really like this game, I don't know why. Okay. What do we still have here? Metroid Prime 3, and I want to get to this game eventually, but I wanna play Metroid Prime first. And Sonic Colors is just as amazing graphically as Mario Galaxy. And I really like the music, I like the gameplay style. It feels like Generations in that sense, and they did a great job doing all this on the Wii. And yeah, I heard the remake isn't that great, Ultimate, but who knows, maybe fans fixed it by now. I'm just happy I have the Wii version, which also works with the controller or the game, with the Wiimote, and also the GameCube controller. There's many places to play it, as you can see here. Yes, give me a moment. And here we are for the next. And here's Luigi's Mansion. Also had to rebuy this game, and now that I did, not now as the game, but ever since I was really happy. I borrowed it another time back then after getting rid of it from a classmate, and when I did, I noticed how amazing this game actually is, and I'm happy that I have it now in my collection again. I play it on my phone from time to time when I have the time, especially in short bursts on breaks at work, and it feels nice. It's something else from the regular Marios, and yeah, I like the gimmicks they added here. Here's Sims bursting out, brechen aus. Not the same as the original Sims, I know. But I actually like the Sims games, and what I also liked is that you can connect it to the Game Boy Advance, transfer your Sim like a show in Sonic Adventure and Sonic Advance, and continue playing on there. And it actually has a mode similar to the original, but it also has for one family anyway, but it also has a mission-based mode, and here it's still decent. I wanna replay this sometime. Here's Zelda Wind Waker, and this is really the only Zelda 3D Zelda I enjoyed. And sadly this isn't the one with the bonus disc, but I'm fine with that. And it's really cool. I like the art style, I like the story, I like the idea behind it, and yeah. I was always a fan of the look, really, when people hated on it for no reason other than, it doesn't look realistic. Here's the Geist. I believe I bought this for the collection again, but I believe it was also said to be one of those hidden gem games. What do we have here? Beautiful Joe! Difficult platformer from Capcom. I also have the second game here somewhere, I believe. And yeah, here's the second game. And yeah, difficult platformer from Capcom, but really cool also in its art style. And yeah, I believe it also exists for the PS2. Maybe also Xbox, I don't know. But yeah, I wanna go back to this one again at some point. Here's Need for Speed Underground. Didn't buy it exactly for any particular reason, but the earlier Need for Speeds, including this one, were still amazing. Afterwards I lost interest in the series, but this one is still cool with its flair, and I'm glad that the GameCube even got this game. Same with the other Need for Speeds in the generation. Here's my all-time favorite, or one of those, as far as the 3D Sonic goes. That's right. But yeah, I played so much out of this, and I actually have this game longer than the GameCube. My mom got it for me right after the release of the GameCube, May 3rd, 2002. And I always wanted to have it, and I remember dreaming about it, and for whatever reason before this game even came out, I dreamed about this game existing for PS2, and then I got it for GameCube, and I was just happy, because I saw it earlier for Dreamcast in the stores, and I wanted to play it, but no, she refused to get a Dreamcast, because they told her it goes out of sale and stuff, and yeah. When I got this one, I fell in love with it. Save for the Emerald Search levels, those sucked, but otherwise it was amazing. And still is. At least to a long-time fan like me. Here's Super Mario Bros. New Super Mario Bros. 3. And this one is also still fine. It has Yoshi, sadly you can take them with you in other levels, but there are many mods you can apply. And the game plays just fine. You can play with friends simultaneously, and it's pretty cool. One of the more based Marios. Not a super cool one, but still good. Here's Super Paper Mario, and despite what everyone says, I like it because they tried to mix the RPG elements with the jump and run elements, platform elements, that is. And yeah. I enjoyed it, and I had no issues playing with the Wiimote. Here's Donkey Kong Country Returns. Felt a little difficult back then to me. Maybe I go back to it too eventually. So many games I actually have to play again. But yeah, it's one of the better Wii games, I think. And Sonic and the Lost Rings, Die Geheime Ringe. It's cool. I actually found it cool to have Sonic playing like this. It was something else from the previous 3D games, especially on Wii, GameCube, not Wii. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It plays fine, and you need to get used to some of Sonic's special moves here, but still, it's good. Here's Sonic and Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, the original, now that we have the Olympic Games going on right now and still do. This one is fine, I actually played even more out of this than I did out of Wii Sports, and obviously because it has both of them. And I remember when I saw this first time back then, this was the sign to me that Sonic will come to Smash Bros. Brawl. And that is exactly what happened. I really enjoyed the Dream modes, and also some of the other modes were fun, like here. I don't know what's actually included, but the 100 meters and stuff, and this one here. Cool stuff. I too have the 2012 version, but I barely played any of this. I believe I was out of the Olympic game and Wii Sport game at this point, but I maybe should do it because there's a fun little soccer game and platformer game, I think. Looks more interesting actually. I should give this one a shot. Here's WiiWare's Move Move. Not as good as the DS game, I have to say, but this one is still good. I was disappointed that there's no proper multiplayer mode, like I would have expected, but it's still fine. Here's Mario Kart Wii, and this is, next to 8 Deluxe, probably the best Mario Kart in my opinion. I really played the heck out of it using the plastic wheel actually. Really loved it, played a lot with it online. Completed it entirely, save for a mirror mode for whatever reason, and still is amazing. I don't care for the custom tracks really, but stock Mario Kart Wii is still good, and many people love it. I also remember that I played it sometimes with my best friend too, but she barely remembers it because we mostly played the DS game, and so yeah. Here's Mario Party 9. This is one I barely played, but I wanted to have it because it's Mario Party, and maybe I'll give it a shot eventually. Same with Mario Party 8, although I played this one quite a bit and it's decent. It's not the best Mario Party in my opinion. Minigames are fun though, and yeah, it's okay. Here's Metroid, another M. People hate it apparently, but I wanted to pick it up because people hated it, and it seems to be a 2D platformer, I think, more Metroidvania like the originals, and that's why I wanted to buy it actually. It looks interesting. Here's Wii Sports. No mention of that, talked about that enough. And here's Brawl, the weakest game in the series, I think. Got totally spoiled by everyone on the internet, even if you try to avoid it at all costs. The coolest part about it is probably that they added Solid Snake, and after Solid Snake everyone cried for Sonic, so they added Sonic in last minute. But yeah, it also has cool mods, even past Project M, which doesn't even work with this version anyway, because this is PAL and Project M is for the NCC version, but still, cool stuff. Also, it has tons of music and 5-minute demo version of NES game, so cool. And this one is Handheld, multiplayer shooter from SEGA for the Wii, I believe. I read about it back then. I wanted always to pick it up, and I did eventually, but I never played it. And yeah, that's the Nintendo row, really. Next up will be, and last one will be this one. Okay, maybe I go to VR stuff and PC too. But first of all, this one here. Luckily,
And we start here with some minor things, which is my old, and you see it's hot or broken already, Nintendo Wi-Fi connector actually. This was from the time when not every home had a router with a Wi-Fi hotspot inside, Wi-Fi access point, and yeah, this was on sale for the DS and Wii consoles back then. Also worked for 3DS and Wii U for whatever reason, but who cares? It's basically a sorta encrypted Wi-Fi dongle that just sends out specifically to those consoles Wi-Fi connections in WEP secure network. Super insecure, of course, especially nowadays. But it worked for me, and it allowed me to play Mario Kart DS online and also Wii. That was pretty nice. I could play Mario Kart DS that way with my best friend. What do I have else? This is a compilation software jukebox that came with my Fujitsu Siemens PC. I'm currently uncertain which model it was exactly, but it was a office PC in the first place that had Windows XP on it, an Intel Pentium D processor, which is just a relabeled Pentium 4, 80GB hard drive, not an SSD, mind you, a hard drive, and no dedicated graphics accelerator, just the internal graphics with 64 megs on onboard storage, not onboard storage, onboard video RAM, megabytes, not gigabytes. And the best I could play with this was Counter-Strike 1.6 and Battlefield 1942. Crazy, right? But we get to that. Ooh. And sadly enough, it took me until 2 or 3 years ago that I realized that this actually contains a copy of Age of Empires 2. I thought you had to open the autorun process back then to install it, but I never find it. Now I decided to browse through the contents of this disc eventually, and I found it. I was kinda annoyed by it because I have the collection these days, but what can you do? And this is, oh yeah, computer built Spiele. Contains the M3 version of Sonic All-Stars Racing, SEGA Super All-Stars Racing. That's why I wanted it. I believe I got it from a classmate back then. Here's Autobahn Racer 2. That's pretty fancy. Has I don't know how popular this game is outside of German-speaking countries, but it's a racing game that released at least on a PC and a PlayStation. And you had your cars. You could race across various European cities like Vienna, and is it written somewhere? I don't know. No, but I believe it's Vienna, Dortmund, München, I suppose. Munich, that is. And I suppose something else. Maybe Berlin too. I don't know. Still a fun game for its time. Cheesy, of course, but it's part of my childhood. Here's Worms Armageddon. I bought this after World Party. Obviously, that was sort of a mistake in some ways because these games are essentially the same. But Armageddon needs, for whatever reason, less hardware resources.
so it runs on even weaker hardware than World Party already does. And the online community, at least at its time, was more popular than World Party. By now, I obviously have the GOG releases, but yeah, this is the disc release, re-release on the budget side of things. Here's Pinball, Time Shock, and Big Race. Really like these games. Time Shock at least got a release on Steam some years ago that also runs under Linux, and it's a pretty amazing and well polished with realistic physics made pinball game. And yeah, there's that. And here's Mega Man X8. This was one of the games I found it randomly when I was with my mom at a local, one of our local stores back then, and it was in the garbage bin or something, I don't know. The bin, the pile of games, you know, where they sell cheap games for like 10-15 euros. And fun fact about X8 on PC, it actually uses the Japanese opening with White Fang from Jeanne d'Arc, compared to the US opening you might know from the PlayStation 2 version. Here's Lego Racers 2, another game from my childhood, which I played on PS1 or Nintendo 64, not certain, maybe two, maybe both. I decided to pick it up again because, again, a piece of my childhood. And here's the game you have seen on my Switch already. This is Game Dev Tycoon. And you can see already here many classic consoles and computers you might know. And this is a indie game, of course. Comes with a Steam key too, but I have the digital version, so who cares in my case. And here, you start in your garage and you work up your way until you're in the current times. And again, this game receives updates here and there, and there's a little community even that makes custom mods and stuff, so you get even more content out of it. I enjoy the game for what it is, and it's fun. Let's go drop everything, my dude. Here's Hard Rock Casino. This was another one of these cheap games, and the cool thing about it actually is that there is a PALM version included, and you can install it on your PALM device too and play it on there. And when you play it on there, you can carry your save data across both versions. So yeah. Here's the PC version of Need for Speed Underground. The reason I've got this one and the GameCube versions really is because I thought the PC version too has a local split screen mode, but apparently it doesn't, so I picked up the GameCube version as well. Really, that's all there's to it. And here's another one of these cheap Super Nintendo style controllers. Here's a USB remote. Mainly bought it for the use with Kodi back then, but I lost the transmitter, I believe. It's infrared based, I think, so maybe I can use something else or use it with the Pi directly when attaching an IR diode. Oh well. These are add-ons for the Microsoft Train Simulator. Obviously it's still sealed because I never installed those, but I played the original, and that one, I don't know, I had my playing this
when I got it back then at my host family, also on sale, and yeah, looks kind of cheap. Obviously, it's also published again by Ubisoft, despite being a Microsoft game, but it's cool. I know there's a somewhat of a fan community behind it. Sorry, but these are this is a compilation disc of Commodore 64 and Amiga games, as well as Atari, ST, I believe, and Spectrum games, all included here. And in case of the Amiga, at least, and I believe Atari too, there's also the ROMs for the operating system, you like the Workbench, which you need in some cases. And speaking of Amiga, here's another one. Pretty cool. Never been into Amiga when I was a kid, because we never had one. I always wanted one. I actually had the chance, and my mom would have bought me an Amiga 600 from the flea market when I was like 7 years old, along with a printer and lots of games and stuff. But we had no car, and we were in another city at the time. Visited someone, and yeah. Bad luck me, never had the chance, but playing these games on PC is still cool. Preferably with a real joystick. This is the, I don't know, is this a Steam game? No, I believe this is standalone. This is the first season of 7 Max, the new adventures, that is. Season 1, right? And the humor is amazing in this. I really enjoyed this. And it's not too bad. I'm not the best guy at adventure games, really. I often need support, but it's fun. Here's Turok, believe it or not. I found it in a bookshelf where you can bring old books to, and people can pick them up for free. I found it there before moving. Here's the PC release of Sonic Adventure 1, DX Director's Cut, that required nothing. And I remember long ago, even on this channel, I made a video showcasing that this game actually runs inside of Wine. It took me hours to tweak it so the sound works, but nowadays obviously this is no concern anymore. But back then it was amazing. I played this first time on my XP machine I told you about earlier, and I had a blast playing this. And here, Sonic Heroes, as mentioned, runs fine too. Not too certain if it still runs on modern systems, but I could give it a shot. Here's another one of those magazine discs. This is Tropico 3. Actually never give it a shot. Maybe I do sometime. I have newer games of the series, so I don't know. And this is an education game, I guess. Has to bit, of course it is, and my mom got it for me from a supermarket years ago, and sure, it's silly. My mom always picked up such things for me, but I found it to be kind of her, and actually I'm not against educational games, and I really wanna give it a shot, a quick shot, seeing how it is, maybe also for kids or something. I don't have any kids, don't plan to have any, but if it's good, it's cool. I also have other educational games, I think, in this collection here. First of all, though, I have Sims 2 in this slim jewel case. Reason for this is because the proper case for Sims 2 sucks, and I hated having multiple discs stacking on each other, because I always fear that it would scratch the disc, and I hate this. Sims 2 is amazing though, don't get me wrong, I played lots of it. I loved the Sims series, at least up to Game 3. Game 3 is,
I actually prefer the third game about Sims 2, but it's really up to debate. And yeah, I also have the IKEA expansion, the first one, and so I actually don't even need this here, I believe. Or was the IKEA one for Sims 3? I will see when I get there. Here's Driver, the first one. And I played this one originally on PlayStation. And back then it was really great. It came out before Grand Theft Auto, and back then it was already in 3D. The police chases were brutal, but getting through the city was fun. And I remember the first mission, that was a pain to get through. Otherwise, it's a cool game for its time, of course. This is Mario's preschool educational game again. Wanted to have this again. Lost my copy of it sometime, or we got rid of it. I don't know. It's part of my childhood, and yeah, really, it's just Mario's preschool with math and ABC and stuff, and it's cool. I remember I tried to get it to run on under DOS back then. It was too difficult for me because I neither understood how computers work exactly, nor do I have any idea how to set it up properly. But I get it to work now, and yeah, part of my childhood. Here is I got this way right. This is Need for Speed 2. And the reason I got the disc is because there's an open source port of it, and you still need the fights from the disc. But the open source port otherwise is pretty cool. You can play in LAN mode, and obviously that allows you to play with your friends. We used this on LAN parties when we still had those before the pandemic kicked in. Something sealed, but I don't bother with it because this is Mega Man X7 or Pokémon X7, and yeah, it's famous for being terrible, but I wanted to have it for the collection, and yeah, not too bad. It's the Korean version because the game for whatever reason released there on PC, and yeah, if I want to play it now, I just grab the X collection too. Here's X5 and X6. Weirdly enough, there's also Mega Man Zero on the cover, but Zero obviously isn't included. And yeah, that's kind of cool. I still haven't unpackaged those, but if I want to play this and I had my Windows 98 virtual machine or get it to run on my old PCs, I'll probably go back here. Here's the, let's put this down first. And maybe I'll show you this first, because since I talked about Mega Man already, here's X4. I was really happy to get to find this on eBay, because I don't think it's too common to see here on European or German eBay, and so I bought it when I got the chance. So here we have Monopoly, the Westward release that I've mentioned earlier, and this is the original disc I had as a kid already, that we used to play, me, my mom, and my father, and yeah, it was always fun to us, but it's so scratched I decided to pick up another one, and somewhere here, so don't be surprised when you see it twice. Shame on me, this is Metal Gear Solid 2 actually, but the game never worked on PCs anyway back then. I heard lots of people complaining about it. I didn't got it to work either, and so yeah, it is what it is. I just emulated then, and I'm fine with it. He's in the Tower of Babel, and I don't know. I got it from a colleague.
my company, or the company I work for, and I didn't get a chance to play it yet. I believe it's an adventure, I'm not too certain. Here's the first encounter of CRSM. That is an amazing game. Obviously, nowadays there are other means to play it too, but it's cool to have in a collection. Fun shooter, pretty silly. Just turn off your brain and shoot stuff. Yep, this is a burnt copy from a classmate back then of a casual game that's Satan Superball from a TV show that had similar games to Hugo, actually, which I come to in a moment. And if you know Hugo, this is the 5th one, here's the number 2. I probably have 1 Wishes XL, 3 and 4 somewhere here too. Mini games with Hugo the Troll, and sure, these games were silly and easy in comparison, especially when you grew up, but I always wanted to play these, and as a kid I had lots of fun. Played these with my classmates in school too, at the computers we had there, and the cool thing about this is actually that it runs off CD. No installation needed. This is a compilation of adventure games, lesser known ones. And I remember I didn't play many of those, and I'm pretty certain not all of these here are on the disc actually. But I remember playing a game of Deutsche Telekom that's on here, and that was funny to me. Maybe I'll check it out again. This is Pinball 98, and it's a demo disc of various pinball games, obviously. And back then, my parents and I, we loved to play pinball, especially my mom. So yeah, this was one of the compilation discs for mostly demo versions of pinball games. But there were also not just Windows pinballs onto those discs, but also DOS games like Pinball Dreams and Fantasies. So here's Hugo 4, and there's the XL. No idea why I don't have the original jewel case anymore, but it is what it is. And yeah, obviously I backed up those discs too, because I don't trust myself enough to keep it only on disc. Here's the Westwood copy I bought, I believe last year, or the year before last year, 2 years ago, maybe 3 again. Again, works in LAN mode, and you can also play, I didn't even mention it, but you can play it in LAN mode, and it works even on Windows 3.11, so... Star Wars, Shadows of the Empire. Didn't play it, but it's also one of those games I got from someone. Here's time for a real classic, SimCity 2000. It's a fantastic game, and I talked about it already, so I skip it, but this disc actually contains the Windows, the Macintosh, I'm not too certain, Windows 95 versions, the DOS versions, which runs fine in DOSBox, and I'm not too certain which Macintosh it needs, but it obviously needs the color ones. Really cool stuff. Also, the release is on GOG, if you're interested. Let's go, I'm coming to this deck here later. Here's SimCity 4. People say it's the best of the original SimCity series before they tanked the series. I find it okay, I don't like it better than 2000. But it's pretty cool, and it allows you to have multiple cities next to each other and use the Sims from this game in as citizens for here. That was a cool feature, I thought, always, and you will see later I have the expansions here too. Sims is a classic for me. My mom got me this one here first when I still had my Pentium 200 and it kinda ran like garbage. Or not garbage, but it didn't really run at full speed. And I was happy that she got it for me because I always wanted to play Sims and we were really poor, so yeah. And speaking of pinball, here's another one, pinball games. Not too certain which ones are on here, but these are mostly demo versions. And also this one has the pinball fantasies or pinball dreams demo on it. I know that because I I checked the disc contents again some weeks ago. Look, here's a Worms World Party, and this is the Worms game of my childhood, I tell you that. Only replaced the jewel case, otherwise it looks exactly like what I've got in store back then. And yeah. Works in LAN mode too, maybe the GOG release is even compatible with it, I need to check on that, but yeah. And this is Game of Life, if you didn't know this. 3D environment you go through, and it's based on the 90s release of the game that had these live cards too. The ones earlier didn't have those, but it's pretty nice. You can play it even without a disc, and also has a LAN mode to play with others over the network. I love this stuff. Okay, I suppose we go here first. If I can, I try to leave this here because I have no interest in putting things back on here. But this is my original Pokédex from the first generation back then. Still works also, even with the original battery, only has a slight LCD bleed over here. Sadly, that happened after I moved here. But we never switched the batteries and it still works. Slowpoke. Yeah, that was awesome all the time. Remember it well from my childhood. Okay, what do we have here? The extender for the 8-bit controller, for the Pro controller actually, it seems, but inside is the one for the OG. So yeah, I don't know where I left this one. I need to search for it or order another one, because it's a cool controller for retro stuff. Obviously, this is the case for the Wii mode. The jiggly case. And now here for some other stuff. This was a memo recorder for that uses for little cells, and it's in the shape of the Nintendo 64. It's from the time when the 64 was on sale, actually. And yeah, I obviously wanted one, and so I got it, and it's funny. Sadly, it doesn't work anymore, but I keep it anyways. So we know this already. Let me put this aside. And this is from a friend who is also into Commodore stuff, and he gave me this along with this deck here. This is Input 64. It's a German Commodore 64 magazine featuring new games, technology stuff, and you also had some code writing you could
type down, write down, and execute yourself. I'm looking for some. Here. You can type this down if you like, and this is assembly actually. But if you do, you get some free stuff that came with the software here, with the book here. Okay, down you go. Here's more of it. Input basic with 40 examples. Generators and simple stuff here, games and physics stuff. And there's even a crash course apparently for the SID chip. Pretty neat. And obviously, since you can just write down the code, you can also just open your Vice emulator or whatever else you use to emulate Commodore 64 or Commodore 128 and go to the 64 mode using Go64 and type down this code and execute it still. And this one actually even got dataset inside. See, the C64 is even been used here as a synthesizer. Pretty neat. Sadly, I don't have a dataset drive, but yeah, it's awesome. I should make sure this gets archived somehow. Even though it probably already is made by fans. So this is the disc for Metal Gear Solid 2 which I put in here. The first one, it should have been Substance. I don't know if this is only the first one or it's the entire game. These are the drivers for my Microsoft Xbox 360 controller, or accessories at least. And this is a driver disc for a Bluetooth keyboard I have, for USB Sound Blaster, and this is Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. Also, the second disc came from a magazine, and somewhere here must be the first one too. This is The Settlers. Not sure which game of it, but yeah, also Euro Truck Simulator 1. Pretty neat. Here is 13, one of the discs anyway. And this is a games collection that came with an MSI card. I got this from my host family probably, because I can't remember having this ever otherwise. Might check it out actually. Here's the first disc of Sands of Time. And here's Sonic Generations. Again, the DRM-free, Steam-free version. So yeah, I have it basically 3 times now. Crazy. And then I'm stupid enough to consider buying the Switch port. This is Microsoft Works, obviously. Not sure which version, but it came with an older PC. Okay, way older PC. This came with, this is version 6. And here is again, for whatever reason, Sands of Time. Again, I got some discs from my host family too. Don't ask, I have no clue. And Uro, whatever this is.
Pro Evolution Soccer 13. It was one of those stupid games for Windows games. Real silly story. A classmate and I really have been into soccer back then. He still is, probably. And he was always a FIFA guy. I have no idea why I have FIFA here, but who cares? And I was always into Pro Evolution Soccer more. And shortly after I picked up Pro Evolution Soccer 11 for cheap, like 2 weeks later or 1 week later, I bought this one. So silly, but the best. Here's the FIFA 13. Probably, yeah, it was super cheap. It cost me like 30 cents. Crazy shit. That's why I still have it. But Pro Evolution Soccer 6 is still the best when it comes to mods. Don't complain here. And here is actually my PC copy of Sonic R, which I've played on my Windows 98 PC. And this is actually, I don't know if the diskette still works, but I remember I had a save game on here that only had all the Chaos Emeralds, so I could still race against Tails, Knuckles, Amy, and Robotnik, but also use Supersonic. I wanna pick up the diskette drive and check it out, actually. This is the first season of The Walking Dead. This was a good game, if you remember. The one where you play as as Valentine, and you had to kill her best friend eventually, or even dying as a zombie. Really impressive game, and this was still a good one. The second one I didn't bother, but this one was good. Here's GTA 3. I have all the games, actually. Not all the games. I have this one. I have Vice City here, right next to it. And those were amazing games for its time. I love to play Vice City especially, but GTA 3 was also cool. The only one I don't have is San Andreas, actually. Don't blame me. Or actually you can. First time I went to San Andreas was with GTA 5. And yeah, maybe I'll pick up on the PC or PS5 version of GTA San Andreas eventually. It's not that expensive anymore. Here's Trackmania Nations Forever. United Forever, I'm sorry. Reason I bought this is because I was really into Nations Forever back then, along with that school friend I mentioned who was really into FIFA. I wanted to pick this up and use the skins on our servers so everyone could see it, but somehow I never got it to work properly. Still, it's cool to have this. And yes, I have no clue why, but I also have a copy of Skyrim, which includes the soundtrack, which is at least something. And now for something classic. Battlefield 1942, along with all its expansions. Playing the demo version alone was a highlight already for me back when I was very young. And I needed to pick this up a few, like 3 or 4 years ago from eBay. And I'm really happy. I didn't have the chance to play much with it because most servers don't really care for all the expansions, but it's still cool. Kind of nostalgia trip. Same goes for Battlefield 2. I actually need to check on this one. I'm pretty sure there are servers online for this one as well, still. And if not through an official server list, there are fan-made ones, I know it. Here's Counter-Strike Source. The only reason really why you want to pick up this game is so you have the ability to use Gmod and play zombie mod inside this game, or biohazard, whatever they call it.
my first impressions of this game were, other than it wouldn't run on the once earlier mentioned Pentium D, that when I had the chance to play it first time, I ran on Dust 2 as CT ran to the cutters and on bomb spot B, and 3 enemies encountered me and I gave all of them a headshot without even thinking. And that's how the game really died for me, because that was no challenge. The only thing really that I enjoyed here was zombie mode. This, on the other hand, is much better. This includes obviously 1.6, along with Condition 0 and even the original Half-Life, I think. And yes, this is a real Counter-Strike, a real classic that's by nowadays standards obviously also works on the Raspberry Pis because there are open source spots and stuff. It's awesome. A classic. I didn't bother to play it anymore, but still. Proud memories. And here are Sims expansion, so I start here. This is the Super Deluxe XL pack of Sims. My mom got me then, and this one includes obviously the base game, but also Hot Date, and Party, and the Vacation add-on. And what I've got here is Megastar, the pet extension. No, this is Hot Date, the other one must be something else. And the one with the magic stuff in it. I really believe the only expansion that I don't have is the online expansion, which is its own thing really. But otherwise I have the complete set and I really played a lot of it. I played like 300, maybe 400 hours out of it. Not nearly as much as Pavlov VR or even Splatoon 3, but still, for its time it was massive for me. Here's Strongbad's game of Strongbad's a cool game for attractive people. It's an adventure game, never played it as you can see, but when I saw it on TV I found it hilarious, so I probably should give it a chance at some point. And yes, here is another stupid Windows 11 game, games for Windows game, and that's Pro Evolution Soccer 11. Again, barely played it, like 2 weeks maximum, and afterwards I just went to PS13. But still, I still played a crap ton of PS6, and yeah, this is one of my favorites. And it has some really amazing mods too that add all the missing soccer leagues. Here's SimCity 4 Deluxe actually. I have this twice, and I have the SimCity 4 you saw earlier was actually in a big box. Sadly I lost this one, but yeah, this one has the add-on with it. And here's SimCity 3000. This one is cool also because you can just import your SimCity 2000 cities in it and play this way. Runs fine, even has an old Linux version, native one. And still runs fine when you run it through Wine. I think sometimes I still play it, but I mostly play SimCity 2000. And now here is SimCity, not SimCity, but Sims 3, the stock game that didn't require the stupid EA launcher that ran standalone. Pretty cool, and I really enjoyed this one for when it had released. That's what I was about to say. And the Steam release actually don't need the launcher either, so there's that. But yeah, as mentioned earlier, I have the family fun accessories expansion for Sims 2. I thought this was the air one, but here's Sims 2. I talked about this one already, and here's Stick of Truth. this one is amazing. This one is amazing, and I don't know how the second game is. I have it on my Steam account, but I didn't play it yet, and I know that I really enjoyed this one because this basically feels like the series because it's made by the same guys. This is actually this is Kryptonak. This is an old Arkanoid clone for PC with for DOS actually, even with some neat gimmicks and nice look to it. And yeah, basically this is again nostalgia for me, which is why I needed to pick it up, and I didn't even know there is a CD release of it, which is weird, but there it is. Rents under DOS, don't forget. And here's Portal 2. Yes, this is cool too. I think I prefer Portal 1 though. Stupid as it sounds, but Portal 1 was one of the games I got with my 8600 GT that came with my Windows Vista machine actually, and yes, I enjoyed that one a lot. Didn't play much of Portal 2, but this one is also decent. And this one is just some stupid Cobra 11 game. This is a trash TV show by a German studio. It's a German TV channel, and basically one of the school friend who is really into soccer and stuff gave it to me because he really loved the show. And hate it or not, but this is kind of a piece to remember then. And yeah, that is basically it. I can still go to the PC and show you what I have there. Otherwise, I have the OG Vive ever since Oculus headsets didn't have controllers on their own, and I ordered it back then when VR started to become something for consumers, and people were still amazed when I paid so much money for it. I paid like 1,300 euros for the PC, and the rest, which made like 2,000 in total for the headset, and it was really worth it. It's an amazing headset, and you can of course expand and change parts out. By now, however, I am using the Pico Neo 3 Link, which is also a standalone headset which works wirelessly, and otherwise, as shown earlier, I too have the Oculus Quest 1. Yeah, so this is really just a piece for my own history. Yes, otherwise, here's just my PC. You may have seen this one already a couple of times, but yeah. It's no more high-end, obviously not, especially with the CPU on it or APU on it, because this is an X570 board from ASRock, and it has the AMD Ryzen 5600G on it, which I wanted because of its internal graphics portion, which by now the standard is again a thing on all AMD processors, I believe. But back then it wasn't for a while, and I wanted it for virtualization really. I use the Radeon RX 5700 ports from Sapphire, and those were cards from secondary PCs I had for friends or LAN parties. I used, before the 5700, I had 1070G FTW in my main machine, but I gave up on it because NVIDIA drivers were closed source, and I wanted something that works with Linux out of the box, for the most part anyway. Their counterpart to CUDA still is proprietary, but for the most part I can just plug and play the card and play games as I want and use the PC as I want. Not even Windows can compare to that. Otherwise, there's a Steam controller I still have, and behind that there is 2 Steam Links actually, which I've got for really cheap from Steam on sale, and yeah. Not much else here. There are multiple mechanical keyboards, and inside this bag is actually my or carrying case is actually my ThinkPad X240, which I still use for work. And on my table, on my desk here, is the X250, which runs fine for me for the most part. Obviously both are really old by nowadays standards, I believe 10 years or so. But for what I do personally, which is just web browsing and watching YouTube and stuff, and maybe some GB Studio and Blender, it's cool, it works. No need for a modern system, albeit I am honest, I'd love to have a black chassis 13-inch framework. Whenever that comes out, I consider buying one, but not now. Yeah. And again, this is the 8-bit Ultimate Pro controller, which I've mentioned. This is the one I use on PC, Steam Deck, and when playing Splatoon. Pretty nice. This is the Epos B20. This is the microphone I use. And yes, that's pretty much it, I believe. I could show you B-roll of my PS3 and Xbox 360, which I've stored away, but oh well. You probably know I have those. Also I have some more laptops, but yeah. There's still T420. I also had an T400 earlier, years ago, but when Mom passed away and the authorities here cleared her home, I lost this one as well. And I also have some old WiiU laptop from the Windows 98 days, which I still try to get revived, but I need a PSU for that. I just go over those for a brief moment, and that's basically here an old HP ThinClient. Right now I forgot the model number, but it has been recommended by Phil's Computer Lab if I wanna, or if people wanna create well, 98 XP era gaming, retro gaming machine, and that's why I picked it up. It was super cheap, and here's a cartridge reader, and I believe I probably already installed the cartridge adapter, because there's a small onboard storage inside, but you can replace it with any IDE adapter really, provided it fits in here, or you modify the case. And this, well, basically this is a popcorn package, but on another flea market, not so long ago, maybe 10 years ago, when my mom was still alive, we went over there, walked around a bit, and we saw a guy who sold his old PALM devices, and so I have some of those. Like this nice tungsten T3, this was one of the more premium ones. And the docking station for it too. Not just for this one, but also for the, I believe, or the M505, which should be here. I believe it's the 505. Come on.
One-handed stuff is weird. It's DVX, but still, it's pretty much the same deal. Same, almost the same shape and stuff. And here's the Palm 3. Pretty nice. Also have this old Nokia phone. And yet another Palm. This is the M500. I want to replace the batteries and check for some nice software you can run on here. This isn't an SD card slot, this is actually what was the format before it called, but it looks the same and you can actually put these cards inside SD card readers, but not vice versa. Anyhow, that's one of the things, or some of the things I still wanted to show you guys. And here I am on my desktop. And yes, I will add a disclaimer because remember, whatever you buy on Steam isn't exactly yours. It's a license that allows you to play those games. It's not really part of your own collection. You don't own it, you just rent it. So I have a couple of games here, as well as on GOG. And yeah. GOG at least allows me to keep those games, so they're kinda mine. They slightly modified their policy in that regard recently. Still, these are my games. I can download the installer and keep them and do whatever I want with it. So start here. I have Ahead and Time on GOG. Really cool and cute platformer, and the style of Super Mario Sunshine. Sometimes GOG2 gives you freebies, so I believe these 3 games, AD 2044, World of Doom, and Alder's Blood Prologue, as well as this one here. And probably also this one. And this one certainly as well as Biomenace. Probably also Black Set. Also, I got a crap ton of freebies on GOG already. These are all games I got for free, obviously. Otherwise, I know 1404 as well as 1503. I've heard these are relaxing strategy games, and I'm personally not a good strategy player really, but I always wanted to give these a try because it said they're more slowed down and relaxing to play. And this is Armor. No idea why I picked up on this one. Maybe it's also a freeway, I don't know. But Beneath a Steel Sky is actually one of those games I tried long ago again with ScumVM when it wasn't too new, too old, even when the project was rather young, and it's an interesting adventure game actually. I'm not too certain how far I got there. It's not too difficult. I actually made it, albeit it was in English and I couldn't read English at the time. So yeah. Beyond Good and Evil, obviously, I had to pick up on this one because people always say it's a hidden gem and Ubisoft needs to revisit this game, and they still have to do it. It's an adventure, I believe, and I wanna play it. Give it a shot on my Galaxy S20 if it would run it, but sadly no. And let's go. Another freebie. Also, I can't remember that I bought this one. Definitely also not Kane. Crusader Kings. I believe this one was because
It might have been part of the Humble Bundle. Cyber Shadow, however, is a game I picked up on here, and this one is cool. This one is 8-bit, obviously. Or not obviously, but if you see it, it's 8-bit, and it's a side-scrolling action game similar to Shinobi, maybe. It's pretty nice anyways, and here's the one I've spent lots of hours with too. Cyberpunk 2077. I don't know how long I've been in my current run, in my second run actually. I believe 190 hours spent on it, on the originally released game. Bought it 2 days after it released and had a heck lot of fun with it, even if people complained about it. Barely had any bugs other than a car flying in the air, stucking in the air and stuff, and the Takamura mission obviously too. That one was a bug I had to bypass somehow. Otherwise, I'm currently in my second run and I still haven't completed. I have the Phantom Liberty expansion, which is really amazing. It's quite something to the game, and also I noticed how much the game changed over the course of the past 2 years. It's great, but I didn't find time to complete it yet. Probably in total, I don't know, 300 hours then, I suppose. Daggerfall, I actually bought it because I thought it was cheap, and why not having one of the early Elder Scrolls games in the collection. This one again is a freebie. Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. No idea, but I'm not too certain whether I bought this on Steam or here, but I have either way, I have Day of the Tentacle remastered on GOG obviously, and I'm a big fan of Maniac Mansion actually. It's one of those few adventure games I could complete. And the story here is just about as funny, and it's the continuation. Probably everyone knows this by now, and they made a good job improving it so it runs on modern systems. Also, obviously, this game includes the first game as an Easter egg, but it's the old MS-DOS version, and I have no idea how to exit this one actually when you play it from inside Day of the Tentacle. It's no issue with Scum VM obviously, but here inside here I have no clue. And here, I talked about this already, but this is a Thimbleweed plug. It should appear here somewhere again, but obviously this is the mini adventure. I believe I wanna call it slight mini DLC. It's just some minor missions or stuff they added afterwards. It's nice. And Daredevil is actually a twin stick shooter. I remember it well, not for playing it, but because I couldn't play it. Back when I bought it, it wouldn't run on my Linux machine no matter what it did, even if it had a native port. The Windows version wouldn't yet run on the Wine, and I don't bother installing it on the Windows because past the Neo and past VR gaming, I'm done with Windows really. Screw it. Aladdin, this is the DOS version, and this one is amazing. Again, I talked about it already for the Master System, but this one is good. Divine Divinity, no clue. Probably also a freebie, but Doom 3 and the BFG edition, I didn't know which one to pick up, because you can actually play this in VR using mods. Or specially modified versions. You need the files for those again though. So I bought this one on GOG. It's the easiest because you can just copy files around, and so yeah. And here's Doom 1 enhanced, as well as Doom 2. And Final Doom is somewhere here too. And again, the classic Doom games are such which are just fun to play no matter the platform, and it's easy to pick up. And the music is still cool, has lots of mods again, and everything works here. There are many source ports actually, and SRB2 as well as Ring Racers is based on the engine that came out of it. So Doom Dark's Revenge, no idea. Probably also freebie, or I bought it on sale or something. But probably not. I'm more picky on GOG than I am on Steam with my purchases. Dorfromantik is super relaxing, and this is one of these strategy games I can really enjoy. I also consider to buy the retail version is the wrong term. There is, I believe, the retail version for consoles was limited anyway. But there's a board game actually they made of it, and I actually want to pick it up. Dragon Spear again, no clue. But Dropsy is nice. Dropsy is a adventure you don't really need to understand any language for, because it uses emoticons and stuff, and Dropsy is really just a clumsy clown who wants to make people happy, but people are scared or have fear or have other issues, and this is a cute adventure. Yeah, the first two Duke Nukems, and those run great in DOSBox, so I played these long ago as shareware versions, and these are fun. These are actually action platformers before it went to ego shooters with the Duke Nukem 3D, which is also amazing in its own right, obviously. But yeah, Duke Nukem Manhattan Project goes back to the roots in a sense again, because it's more of an action platformer or just action game, 2D side scroller. I heard it's less favored by fans, probably because they expected a shooter after this game. But when I played it initially, I quite liked it. Here's Dungeons 2, no clue. But Epic Pinball is another one of those. Back when Epic Games was still nice and more indie-like and did DOS games, they released that. And I remember this is one of these games we played meme with my parents a lot as shareware versions. I believe the Android, there's an pinball table called Android, I believe, and there's another one. I believe two were free to play in a shareware version, or just the Android, I don't know. And I picked up on this one when I had the chance here. This one is again freebie. Everspace though, I like actually I like Star Citizen, and I have the Aurora. Didn't pay much, I only have the Aurora. Didn't play in quite a while because I also have no clue how to install it on the Linux really. There's an Ludicrous script, but whatever, this expense scale here. Yeah. This is the classic Fallout 2 game before it went 3D again and stuff, and this is quite something different. I played it years ago as a kid. Again, I couldn't read and stuff, and I got it on a shareware CD. It's quite something different. It's not time-based. It's each turn takes a day, I believe, and you have like a specific amount of turns you do before you either die or you reach the vault. I barely played it because I was terrible at it, but when I had the chance and I saw it here on GOG, I picked it up again. And yes, Fallout 4. Oh, and here's the classic one. I'm not certain whether I played the first or the second game. These were cheap to owe, so yeah. And Fallout 4, as well as, yes, I picked up this one, obviously, because I to play Fallout London. Didn't yet play Fallout London, but I'll get to it at some point in the near future. I know that. And Fallout Tactics, I'm not certain. I believe it was a tactics game, obviously, but I haven't played it yet. Here's Final Doom, and Firewatch is just relaxing walking simulator, and it's updated recently, and I like the graphic style about it. So yeah, Flash Out 3D is a futuristic racing game again in the style of Wipeout. Actually, can take a look at it. Flatout 2 is amazing. This one has alarm mode again, so you can even play the GOG version with friends in LAN. That's pretty amazing. Didn't get to it yet, but I played it locally for myself. It's a fun game. Amazon Queen, no clue. Probably an adventure game. Got it for free as well. And I believe this is a platformer. Picked it up because it was cheap. Progun is cool too, though I like the aesthetics because it looks like a Nintendo 64 game, and it's also a platformer. Didn't play much, but runs fine obviously on a deck too, and the Aya Neo, and it's really charming. I believe it's also available on Switch. Faster Than Light. I have the Steam version, so I got this one here, I believe. And Full Throttle. Can't remember it, but I know I played it at some point. Giants should have been a freebie again. I don't know. Gothic and Gothic 2. I wanted to give these games a chance because these are from a German studio, and I've heard especially those two are still the better ones. The third one isn't too famous, but I've heard these one are fun and have quite the cool voice acting for what it is, and humor kind of stiff, but still I see it here and there on Rocket Beans, and it's pretty cool there. Gravewood, I don't know, but Gravity Circuit, you maybe saw me playing this already. Runs on my phone too, using WinLater. This is probably the take on Mega Man I like the most so far, even more than Shovel Knight actually. And the music is amazing. It's worth it. Grim Fandango is one of those. It was an interesting adventure for its time, especially made by LucasArts, and the humor is fun. But the humor is fun, and I enjoy playing it. Hello Neighbor, I don't know. But Hitman is interesting too. Completed Hotline Miami at least once, and yeah, this is cool. Really, yeah, it fits like GTA in a style, but cranked up to 11, and the graphics are crazy at times, and music is good. Getting difficult in later stages, but that's exactly what you want. And when you complete it, eventually, that's exactly what you waiting for, because it's really satisfying doing so. And yeah, the Hyper Dimension Neptunia games, I know it has lots of fan service, but I like the idea of having console wars going on as a storyline for these games actually, and the RPG elements is actually decent. Here are indie games, indie as Indiana Jones, and Fate of Atlantis, and Empire's Doom. Classic LucasArts adventure games, which I actually also played. And the more I talk to you guys about adventure games, the more I notice that I'm actually not that bad in that genre. And I need to give it a try again. In my opinion, Fate of Atlantis is the real port indie, but I think everyone agrees here who played it. Into the Breach. Amazing strategy game, a turn-based strategy game. That's the term I look for all the time, turn-based. And I played it so many times. Not entirely often, but I played it quite a lot and still do. And it's really cool. It runs on lots of hardware and has a phone port too. Sadly, you need a Netflix subscription for that. But it also exists for Switch and is easy to pick up on. I believe there's a Metal Slug Tactics now, and from the look of it, it has a similar vibe than to Into the Breach. No clue here, but Jack Jazz Rabbit, no, vice versa. Jazz Jack Rabbit 2 is pretty amazing. It's just like the original. The original, I played this one way back then when I was a kid at my father's. And this one is super amazing. It feels like, actually, I played this one before Sonic the Hedgehog 2. And it's basically this, really, with Jazz, the protagonist, trying to rescue his princess girlfriend from an evil turtle. Sounds familiar, right? But Jazz has a blaster weapon, people shoots functions, you can change weapon abilities and stuff. Similar to Mega Man or Metroid, and the gameplay is really like Sonic 2. It also looks like it, especially the first two planets, they call it here. But yeah, it's super amazing, and I decided to pick up on this one. I actually saw this game, Jazz 2, I say, in one of our stores still long ago, but I actually saw it also for the Game Boy Advance, and I missed on picking up these games, and yeah, I'm happy that these exist on GOG. It feels more like a Sonic 2, high-res Sonic 2, because you have a rather large stage you see, and Jazz and his new body is rather small, but it's still cool. Also has a LAN mode, I believe. So multiplayer and stuff, yeah. Jill of the Jungle is one of those classic DOS games you can pick up. It just as 2D as the classic Duke Nukem's, and it's a platformer, a nice one. Not too sure here. I believe this one got recommended to me. This one here again, and this one, and this one. These should have been either from Humble Bundles again, or have been freebies. Same here, here, and here, as well as here and here. Oh my gosh. And here. MDK 2? Not 2, but just MDK. It's actually a game I got with my PlayStation 1 back then. I didn't give it much of an attention back then, because the graphics looked rather dark to me, and I didn't like that as a kid. But I felt it's good, so I picked it up again. And here's Monster Boy, the other one, not a Wonder Boy, Monster Boy. It's also it's also a remake of one of the Monster Boy games, obviously from the GameGear and MasterSystem, or maybe the MegaDrive. I'm not too certain which one it remakes. Maybe it's the same game, but it's still amazing, just as amazing as the other remake, Neverwinter Nights. I just decided to pick it up because it's a classic. New Super Lucky's Tale. I played the VR game, which is the first one, and this one is nice. It's just a platformer this time, no VR needed, and it's nice. It's nice. Freebie. Oddworld is cool though. Didn't play much of it, but the art style is interesting. The story is weird, quirky. difficult, I'd say, is the wrong word, but it's not the easiest either. And these two again are games I got free or through Humble Bundle. Panzer Dragon Remake, bought it recently on sale. I just wanted to have it because I actually want to have the Saturn version, but this one is super expensive, so I went with this one instead. It's a rail shooter like a Star Fox. For those who don't know, freebie, and this one here, Pixel Junk Monsters HD. I have this game actually for the PS3, the original, just Pixel Junk Monsters, and it's really cool. I like it. It's tower defense, and it's made by an indie team, and you can actually also use remote play to play it on your PlayStation Portable or PS Vita probably too. It plays well. It's not too difficult. The music is okay. It's there, but yes, it's one of those older titles from the PS3 era. And same with Pixel Junk shooter. Pizza Connection too. That's at least how I pronounce pizza, because that's how we say it in German. I actually do played this as a kid, as a demo, I believe, or it was part of a magazine. And this one was actually nice. Not sure which game of the series I played. I just decided to pick up on this one because it was on sale, and I know for a fact that I played one of these games. I believe from a Computer Build Spiele CD-ROM back then. Christian Architect also got this one on Steam, so it's probably here. No clue yet, but I've heard it's a good game. Psychonauts is cool though. Same with the second game. I ignored those two for the longest time, or this one for the longest time. I just knew it existed. But eventually I tried the second game on Game Pass, and it was so fun, so I decided to buy both on GOG again. So I have it. Quake 4 and yeah. Actually I have no clue why I have Quake 4, but Quake 2 and the original. This is the remake or the remaster that from not too long ago that's also available on Switch, and I believe this version even has crossplay, at least with the Steam release, so yeah. Raiden 4 Overkill. Crazy good shoot 'em up. It's a vertical one. But it's rather difficult. Has good variety of weapons though, of power-ups, and the graphics are nice. Rayman 2, Rayman 3, and Rayman Origins. These two are actually from my childhood too. Probably just like for many. Had those on not too certain again. Nintendo 64 or PS1, either one. But I know that I had fun playing this one, and back then at least, I tried the third game on Nintendo 64, that's for certain, and I didn't fall myself into it. I picked up on this one again here on GOG a while back, maybe 2 years back, or 3 years back, and played it, and it's actually good. But since I don't have that much of nostalgia for it, it's more of a way to emphasize again with the game. So yeah. Rayman Origins though, this one is great. I have Legends on the Wii U as you saw earlier. And yeah, this one is basically I would almost say it's the base game. Legends feels more like an expansion because you can also play the Origins games on there. And it really takes place before the first Rayman. graphics are great. Probably said that already, don't know right now. Super cool graphics, nice music, plays great also on Linux. Even before Proton started through. And yeah, here's the original though, as Forever. And I believe it got sourceport not too long ago, not too certain. But it's always one of those games that look nice to me and played nice. I remember I played the shareware version again on my father's PC way back then, and I can't remember much of it, but I played it on here again, and yeah, it's a solid but difficult platformer game. It was one of those games that tried to compete with Super Mario. Obviously, it wasn't that successful, but still. And here's the GG version of Retro City Rampage. Told you I have this one on PC too, I believe. And the fun fact about the PC release, if I haven't mentioned it, there's also a DOS version the people behind this game did, and it runs fine on DOSBox too. So if you have a vintage PC somewhere or an old laptop, you can actually still play this game and have pretty much a similar experience. Here's Rhyme, and yes, I bought the GOG release because the Switch version again has issues. Rogue Legacy, played this one also quite a lot. Never finished one playthrough, but considering I play games like Hades now, actually like it even more because this is a roguelike side-scrolling action game, and it always felt interesting to me to go through these customized, or not customized, randomized castles. And here's Roller Coaster. I picked up on this one actually because I thought it is theme park. But no, it's not. It's the difficult one that's pretty much like theme park or pretty similar, but it's a different game. Shame on me, stupid me. Here's Saints Row 2. I'm more of a GTA guy, honestly. I also have other games of the series, but I'm more of a GTA guy. Freebie, and here's again the first encounter. Yeah, I have the game here, so again, I can play it however I like, and I believe I can make use of it for the VR game too, because I know there's a port that also runs on the Quest. Shadow Warrior 2, no clue. I believe I always wanted to play it. Picked it up, was excited, never got the chance to play it. It's out from the Humble Bundles. So there's that. Shadowrun, however, this one is cool. Didn't play much of it. Freebie, and here's the Pirate's Curse again. And I mentioned I have the game also on here. And Seven Sirens is cool. And the PC port is actually pretty good of the Pirate's Curse game. I'm more in the Seven Sirens, but I stuck again. And yeah, Shenmue 3 was on sale. And I know it's more of a meme game by now, and pretty much a failure. But hey, I also wanted to have it because the guy behind the series finally made it a reality, and one day I'm going to play this. The first two games are pretty cool though, so yeah. Shogun, no clue, I got it somewhere too. Probably it was a demo because it says Prologue. And here's again the GOG release of SimCity 2000, 3000 and 40 likes. So I have this class versions too. And again, those run fine on the Linux as well. Here's Soma. I believe this is a horror game actually. And when I saw it on Rocket Beans TV, I found it cool actually. That's why I picked it up. Never got a chance to play it yet though. Freebie. Here's Stardew Valley, and this one got recommended to me by a friend, so I picked up the GOG release because I can also modify it and run it without internet access and stuff. And the guy behind the game is really, really nice. Still does some updates, although he says or said that he completed the game, but he still does, and it's super relaxing. I think many people of you watching know this game already. It's a farming game, and yeah, pretty much in the style of the original Harvest Moon games, really. That's where he got his inspiration from, and I like it. I'm thankful she recommended it to me because, yeah, I'm not pushing for anything here. I just take it for a relaxing, slow Sunday, I say, for instance, and yeah, it's cool. Star Gunner not true, could be and shoot 'em up I got at some point. Stellaris and Stronghold were also from Steam, I suppose, so I got it here. Sunblaze is one of those Celeste-style games, I'd say. That's why I picked it up, and it looked interesting to me. Sunless should be freebie again. Same here. Super Cat Boy is when I have seen it recently. It released recently, I believe, too, and it was on sale, and it looks like Metal Slug with cat, so yeah. I had to buy it, and maybe I'll play it after I'm done with this big movie, and I played some Hades and Splatoon again. Here's the Super Nintendo RPG, and this one is actually a side-scroller RPG game. This one is nice. It feels kind of like the old Tales of games in that regard, but I played quite a bit of it, and this one is funny. It's a different take on the JRPG series. Freebie. Tales from the Borderlands. This one is amazing. I like it even better than the proper games, the full-blown shooter games. And the humor is amazing, the characters are nice. I finished it once, and every second of it was cool. The humor is amazing again, and plays really, really good. Teenage must be a freebie again. This one also. Here's Elder Scrolls 2 and 3. Probably because this one was cheap, but this one has open source port, or not an open source port. It has an open source engine I wanna play it with. That's why I bought it. Or yeah, not play it with, but I already did, and it runs fine on at least a PC. I wanna try it actually on one of my Raspberries. That's why I'm also interested in bought the GG release over any other freebie. And here's King of Fighters 2002. One of my viewers, long-term viewers who talked to me in more recent days, actually told me this is the last proper King of Fighters game. And I believe it's also one of the better ones, one of the more popular ones, so I picked it up, and it doesn't hurt. SNK sadly is owned now by a regime, by Saudi Arabia, by the regime over there, so I refuse to buy any new games from them, but the King of Fighter games are great. I'm not the best, obviously. You saw me earlier playing on the MegaDrive release, albeit this was with the 3-button pad. But I always preferred King of Fighters over Street Fighter, gotta say that. Freebie. Settlers 2 is cool too. I talked about Settlers before already, so I skip on that. But the 10th anniversary release has improved graphics, a different graphic style actually, and it looks really charming in this. A nice game. Freebie. Here's Ultimate Doom. This is the, yeah, not certain whether Ultimate or Final is the proper or the good complete version, but either way, it's Doom with improved improvements and more levels and stuff, and yeah. Here's Witcher 2, played this one for a while. It's not nearly as good as the third game. Also the controls are weird, but it runs natively or ran natively on a Linux, so yeah, there's that, need to get that. And just for the collection, I also bought the first one. You can actually transfer your save data from the first game up to the third game, that's really nice. I'm curious where they go with the fourth one, but yeah, freebie. And Theme Hospital is another fun game I had lots of fun with on my PlayStation 1 back then. I borrowed it back then actually, or did I own it? I'm not too certain, but I really had my fun playing this. And there's a open source version called Cortex TH where you still need the original files, I believe, unless they did it like Open Transport Tycoon. And yeah, you basically have an hospital and you have various levels you go to and have always a different hospital, and you need to make sure that obviously your the people that visit you get supported and get taken care of. And this is basically from the same guys as the theme park game. And there's also a game open source engine for this. And here again, here's the GOG release of Thimbleweed Park. War of Mine is amazing too, and really, really sad and has a good atmosphere and makes you scared a bit of the war and whether you could lose your people. And yeah, it's good. It has a nice story. Feels well. Same with Through the Darkest of Times, actually also a German-made game. Moonstruck, no idea what this actually is. Maybe I got it for cheap. But I've heard something about it and it's nice. Torchlight 1 and 2 are actually cool Diablo-style games. I also have the third game, I believe, on Steam. These one are decent. I recommended it to a friend where I haven't talked to in a while, but he also wanted to play Diablo again, and so I believe when I saw him the last time, he actually played the third game. It's more colorful, obviously, but yeah, it's indie-made and I liked it. Tower of Time, no clue. Could be a freebie again. This one too. Brook, it's one of those indie games. I believe also from a German studio. And, that's why I actually picked it up, because it's a German-made game. And I support, whenever I can, German studios. Twinkle Stars, that's a nice shmup too. It's more of a cute 'em up. And probably aimed more towards younger players, so it's more on the easy side, but it's good. It's good. It's also from SNK, I believe. And years ago they had plenty of bundles where you had a ton of SNK games. And pretty certain I got it from Steam, that's why it's here. Freebie. I'm not too certain here why I have this, but there was a reason behind this. Ultima, the Ultima series. This is amazing. I'm not certain which one I bought, so I bought just a couple of them when they were on sale. But I liked it when I played it as a kid, and yeah, I want to get back to one of those at least. So I'll probably go with Ultima 7 then, because I've heard this one is best. And yeah. Some games really I barely remember, but because I did and I had proud memories of them, I just bought them again. It's stupid, I know, but it works for me. Unreal is obviously the predecessor to what we have today. Still cool. And Wacky Wheels is another one of those shareware games I played back then. It's really like Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart for that matter, on for MS-DOS with animals, various animals, and plays like it, has items like it, but also has a proper single player view, so you don't have the bottom half of the screen just aim towards a stupid map. And yeah, you also have your battle mode and stuff, and even works on LAN. Many classic PC games have LAN modes, believe it or not. Freebie, and I remember this from 20 or so years ago. This is how long Warsaw was in development, and it's a Quake-style shooter, really simplistic graphics, but I actually liked it back then, despite being not the best in Quake-style shooters. No clue why I have Wasteland 2, but yeah, it is what it is. And here's another Ultima game. Definitely not the one I played. And here's the GOG release of Worms WMD and Armageddon. I know for a fact that this one doesn't have the LAN mode, but I could check on the Armageddon. Maybe it works with the disc version I have there too. That would be nice. Despite having no one to play with, sadly. Xenonauts? No clue, I bought it for a reason too, but here's again the GSG release of 13. And here's another great classic LucasArts adventure, Zack McCracken and the Alien Mind Benders. I'm not too certain which one is the other one from Zack McCracken. There are 3, I believe. But this one is cool. Again, it shows actually to me that I'm not too stupid for adventure games. But I always feel like it because I stuck and then move on. And so yeah, I played many adventure games in my past, but never completed too many. And here we are with my Steam collection again. Steam games are just licenses, so you don't really own them, but I have quite a lot. And yeah, starting with Pac-Man. The arcade series is actually the I believe this is the arcade or the obvious that also was really faithful on the NES. I remember it from there. And going for Audio Shield, which is somewhat like Beat Saber. Here's Blood Row. Really cool poker strategy indie game, which had quite some fame few weeks back, actually. I stopped playing it after buying 80s, but I still like it. Here's BNG, Ballistic NG, and you can basically describe it as a Wipeout clone. Eden Invaders is basically a Space Invaders clone with 3 different ships and yeah, the preview won't load, but the music is pretty awesome, pretty cool, funky, trance-like, basically, and nice visuals. You can see it here in the preview, and it runs fine on handhelds too. Love to play it every once, especially on my way to and from work when I'm not too much into 80s or stuff. And yeah, Black Mesa. I actually haven't played it here yet, but I believe an earlier version was free to play. And that's when I played it, and it's a pretty cool looking and good looking Half-Life 1 remake built with recent Source Engine. These Boneworks, this is one of these VR games I've got actually from someone else as a gift. It was really kind of this guy from Discord, and it's more like a sandbox where you can test various weapons, really. It's, in my opinion, not as good as Alex, but it's still fun. And car driving, I don't know, I just wanted something to drive around with in VR using my VR headset, and my driving wheel. And this one actually works. It's not super polished in my opinion, but it's still good enough. Yeah, Counter-Strike 2 started as Global Offensive, obviously. And I didn't play much of the CS2 reboot. You can see here my total playtime is roughly 290 hours. Most of that comes from the time when Global Offensive launched, and it actually still ran on the Source 1 engine with and was fine running on my old AMD 64 X2 64,000 plus with the 2 gigs of RAM and the GeForce 8600 GT. That's how little of a PC you actually needed for this game. Here's Shadow again, and as mentioned, probably this one ported over. Same with Cyberpunk. And this is a demo, Decline's Props demo, Drops demo. Haven't played it yet, looked interesting though, and demo versions are always cool. My issue with SteamFest demos is basically that most of them are time limited, so I don't bother playing with those really, even if I have them in my collection. Dirt Showdown is amazing, it's a real fun dirt game and off-road racing game, and Codemasters did an amazing job back then. Has real fun secondary modes too, and isn't too difficult to play. Also has local multiplayer for all systems, and I actually consider to buy the PlayStation 3 game or Xbox game just because it's all on a disc, probably. Doggy Don't Care. Another demo, as you can see. Here's Doom Eternal. I'm not too certain whether I prefer Eternal or just the 2016 remake, but either way, both are really fun games. Euro Truck 2, played a lot of this, and as you can see here, 175.5 hours. And I have lots of DLC actually, because it's relaxing and fun to drive across European roads actually. And the real thing why you wanna pick up on the DLCs is so you can use mods that expand the game to even expand on cities and the variety in all those countries in Europe, and even a little bit of North Africa is available in some add-ons. It's pretty funny. This is F1 Race Stars, F1 Race Stars, and I didn't play much of it, but it's actually a cool Mario Kart style fun racer. I really like those. And as you can, if you have seen briefly maybe, there's a split screen mode, and plays well. Not super cool, or not super cool is the wrong word. It's not as good, obviously, as Mario Kart, and I still think that Crash Bandicoot Team Racing is better. But this one is also good. And For the King is funny too. It plays like a Dungeons and Dragons game, sorta, or just a tabletop. And you can play it alone, you can play it with friends, you can play it on PC alone on in hot seat mode or via the internet. It's pretty nice, and I like the art style. Here again is a Game Dev Tycoon, and at least here it says 13.8 hours. I don't believe so, because I mostly played the DRM-free release, but yeah, it's once I get in there again, I can't stop playing actually until it's complete. Ghost Runner is cool too. I stuck at some later level, but the aesthetics is amazing. It runs on pretty weak hardware even, despite having great visuals, and the story is interesting to follow too. Here's the shortcut for Gravity Circuit. Here is Hades 1 and 2. I didn't play Hades 2 yet, I just decided I liked the first game so much. You see, I have already over 55 hours, and I decided to go with the second game already in early access because, again, this one is so much fun. I want to continue on there eventually. This is the VR mod for Half-Life 2. Feels really cool, and I've said that I prefer the first game, but playing Half-Life 2 in VR is something else. Still feels like a new experience entirely, and still makes a good look into this day of age. And here obviously is Alex, and I'm surprised I only played 45 hours, probably only one playthrough. But the Valve did an amazing job, and I still think this is the look and behold title for VR. Here's Head of Time. Again, this is the GOG shortcut. Hyper Rush bought this one for with the recent Steam sale. Didn't play it yet, but the art style looks so cool, and I found just from looking at the trailers the humor is cool too, and I like the idea of the gameplay, so I wanna give it a shot. It's supposed to run well on the deck too. And this one obviously does. This is Hollow Knight. Yeah, you can see I just played roughly over an hour. But again, this is one of the games my best friend recommended to me, and I really wanted to give it a shot. And so this is again one of those games where I stuck kinda. Sadly, really early on, even before the I believe the first big town. But I really wanna get back in here and experience it for myself, because the art style is already looked amazing when they announced it, and I don't even bother too much with the successor everyone is excited about. I just wanna play this one for now, or not for now, but you know. Here's an arcade racer in the style of old 32-bit SEGA arcade racers, and that's Hotshot Racing. This one plays fairly fine. I liked it. I didn't play much there, just 6 hours. But yeah, the drivers are funny. You have local multiplayer. You can also play online, I believe. And it really looks like a 32X game. This one, I don't know. It's a demo. I also downloaded it. This is the web. It's basically the VR variant of Wii Sports, I'd say. Also has various different games in it, like Crossbow and this one game where you have to throw those assistants into those robot assistants into those boxes in the warehouse, and you can also take a walk around a place in, I believe, Ireland, or at least some place in the UK, and you have that little robot dog you see there briefly in one of the screenshots, and you can throw stuff and play around with him. It's cool. I actually played quite a lot of it, as you can see, with over the 34 hours. And there's even an arcade game inside with a joystick and stuff. That's really cool. The Last of Us. I didn't play much of it because I bought the game when it was still a freaking mess. But I bought it exactly back then because it was on sale, and I expect Sony to improve on it, and by now they should. Little goody two shoes. I believe this is the classical 90s RPG that has this crazy golden age anime style to it, which I really want to give it a shot for. Magic Arena. Again, and it says 0 hours of playtime. Can't believe this, but I'm really more into real life Magic the Gathering, so I mostly play that. And yes, Mega Man 11. Just on the Steam version alone, I have almost 44 hours, and I've completed it multiple times on all difficulties. And I said already that Mega Man 2 is my favorite, or one of my favorites, but this one is right up there as well. It's one of the best games in the series, if not even the best, for the 2D platformers that is. And at least for the classic series, it competes right there with Mega Man 2 in my opinion, with Mega Man 8, even Mega Man 7, and yeah. I like the music, despite it having no chiptune. I really welcome that they shifted from that old 8-bit look to something modern. And I actually also like the new abilities Mega Man has. Really cool. Maybe I'll do just another run, also stream it at some point. I thought about this actually yesterday, but we'll see about that. And this is Mega Man X Dive Online. This is actually a free-to-play game Capcom kindly decided to release as a complete offline game. You can play once purchased, and then you have all the DLC with it. And I haven't played much of the standalone version, maybe 8 hours as you can see here. But I remember playing the original release when it wasn't available in Germany yet, because the original phone version that needed online access was only playable in Asia and Australia originally. And the original version was crazy because the only character next to X-Zero and Axel was Super Mega Man. And he actually was in the original version the best character you can play. That was always silly, so I always opted for him. So you can play as every Mega Man character, even as the girls and stuff, and the Robot Masters, I believe. At least you can play Bass. And you can also play as Colonel and Iris and stuff, and yeah, it's pretty nice. It's fan service in a way, but I really welcome that Capcom decided to release this as a complete offline game. That was a really unexpected move, and it's a rarity even for other companies. And here we have the Mega Man ZX-0 collection, the Legacy one. I obviously have some Zero games. I have ZX1 on my DS, but I never had the chance to pick up ZX Advent. And that's basically why I wanted this game, because this allows me to play the games legitly on big screen or my PC, and yeah, there's that. And here again, this is why I didn't bother with the PS3 version, but I have Metal Gear Rising for PC. And here's Metal Slug Tactics, and this is the one I've talked about when talking about Into the Breach, actually. Who knows? Here's Mighty Number 9, and obviously the Steam version. I played mostly the DRM-free version. I got all of them when I'm backing the game. This is Many Metro, and I'm pretty certain I've talked about this already, but yeah, Mini Metro and Mini Motorways. This is basically the successor, was exclusive to Apple Arcade for the longest time, but this is actually an expansion, not in a style that you do more train stuff, but in the gameplay manner of sense, you do it with cars and roads and stuff. Through also play the Android version a lot because it works well on phones, and this is kind of the sort of game that is suited for it. Mods is also cool. It's a story, an adventure story, sort of like the classic Zelda games, with a little mouse who tries to protect its kingdom, but it's all in VR, and it runs fine under Linux too when you have a VR headset that works there. This is Nier Automata, also actually recommended by a best friend, and it looked interesting. I actually found interest in playing this at some point because 2B is actually in Soul Calibur 6, and that's what made me actually interested in the character and where she comes from, and stuff. Here is old school already, and maybe you saw me recently playing this. And here we have the shortcut for Outrun 2006, also already shown. And now for the game that I've played the most after Splatoon 3 in total playtime, and that's Pavlov VR. I played already almost 785 hours, and really it's multiplayer shooter somewhere between Counter-Strike and Battlefield or Call of Duty. Yeah, the most people probably play it these days, probably even in the Quest version. But yeah, most people actually play TTT mode on there these days. I, however, am totally into the classic bomb placement and diffuser mode. There's a nice server hosted in Canada, I believe, called VR Massive, and the community on this server is actually quite active for years now. Has lots of players, long-term players on there. I'm not one of the best, especially with the latency, but I like the people on there for the most part, and it's fun to play for me. And here we have the VR version of Pinball FX2 VR, and in VR it still feels different, but I have to say, once I've got into a proper arcade with a real pinball machine next to it or in it, I lost my interest here, but it's still cool. Demo version I still have to play. And here's again Pinball Pro, Pro Pinball Ultra. And here's Project Cars 2. I have both games. I also have the first one. Paid to buy the third one when it was still on sale on Steam, and races are fine. I enjoyed driving around. I'm not the best driver. Mostly play the first game, but I like it. Psychonauts 2 again, Quake 2 again, and Race Room is actually free to play. You buy packages with cars and tracks, and it ranges from like $10 up to no idea how much, but I like it. And this is a remake of R-Type. The first one, called Dimensions DX, also exists for Switch, and as graphical improvements. You can switch to old style graphics on the fly. And yes, if you're into the shmups, definitely check this one out. Be it on a Switch or Steam Deck or whatever. Sackboy. I still want to play this one because it's I like the Little Big Planet IP, and I wanted to play Sackboy for a long time, but since I don't have a PS4, PS5, I went with this one. Still need to play it though. Here's the Genesis MegaDrive Classics collection for Steam. And this one allows you to play old Mega Drive games, obviously, in virtual environment using your keyboard or gamepad. And the cool thing about it is it also has a VR mode, so you can play in VR. But also, I believe I mentioned this, but when you go in the directory of the game in your Steam library, Steam apps folder, you can actually, as you can see here, you can actually extract the ROMs and play them on any emulator you like. Then I have Sims 3 again mentioned, and this is the Steam release that doesn't require the EA launcher. Played this one alone for almost 70 hours, but I also played the standalone non-internet version for many hours beforehand already. Here's Slime Ranger, and this one is also quite relaxing. The reason I only played 30 minutes here is because I played the demo version for the most part. Again, Sonic Adventure 2. Played 60 hours alone in the PC version, which surprises me actually. Here's Sonic CD. And here's Frontiers. Frontiers is pretty cool. I didn't expect much for it, of it, because it's open world and stuff, and I'm not really into open world games. But this one is good. And Sonic Generations, which alone on Steam, I played the PS3 version for the most part, but Steam alone I have over 30 hours, as you can see here. And there's the Unleashed mod for it, for instance, which is pretty amazing because it basically brings you the stages from Sonic Unleashed, as you can imagine. Here's Sonic Mania, and I have a hard time to pick whether I like Sonic 2, Sonic CD, or Mania the best, but I like all of them really, and this is really classic Sonic as it should have been. Soul Calibur 6, you can see I played over 100 hours in it. Mostly the arcade mode because I like it smart, but also multiplayer with a friend. And Garrett is amazing, 2B is amazing, Harumaru from Samurai Showdown also is available. And yeah, the story is cool too. It's a reboot sort of the original Soul Calibur, and that said, it takes place before Soul Calibur 2. So yeah, crazy. But this actually, if you're a little crazy, you could say that while Geralt went in the past in our time, that also somehow connects to Tekken. His destined daughter, Siri, went into the world of Cyberpunk, which is crazy. But it is what it is. Here's the second South Park game, Fractured But Whole. I didn't play much of it yet because I don't want to bother much with the Ubisoft launcher, but I have it in my collection nonetheless. Talked about Stick of Truth already, right? The only thing I could still add is that I was sad that they killed Chef again at the end, but yeah, I was surprised to hear him in the first place. Here's Stardew Valley again. The shortcut probably because it says 0 minutes. Station Super Hot VR gets crazy difficult in later stages. and I completed it actually. The reason I didn't play much of it anymore is because when I had to reinstall the computer, the save file wouldn't have synced earlier, and yeah, I don't bother to replay everything of it because there's actually stuff you unlock later on, and I don't want to go through the final levels again. Shredder's Revenge game with Ninja Turtles. And if you're into 2D beat 'em ups or side-scroll beat 'em ups, not fighters, this is really one to look out for. Also exists on Switch as a cartridge, and yeah, I also have the master. I don't know what he's called, but the rabbit guy that was from the comics also have this DLC, and I really liked the game. Completed it a bunch. Here's Tekken 8, and I also played this quite a bit. Again, I prefer Tekken 6, I believe. But Tekken 8 is pretty good. But Tekken 7 is... I don't know if I prefer 7 or 8 in that sense, but 7, the cool thing about 7 is that Akuma is in it. Here's Darkest of Time again, the shortcut. And here's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. Here's Trackmania. The reboot, I didn't play much of it because I was more of a Nations Forever guy. And this one is the Turbo Outrun Reimagine game I played recently. And here's Uncharted 4. I have to complete it yet, I'm stuck somewhere. But it's good. It's not the best Uncharted, I would say, but at least so far. Maybe it changes when I continue playing. But my personal favorite is still the third game. And Uplink is pretty cool too. It has an included IRC client you can actually buy and chat online with others. This one is actually 80s geek hacker simulation type of game, and the IRC client on the device is pretty fun in this, despite only having one channel you can join. Here's a demo for Victory Heat Rally, and I also wanted to try this because the art style, the comic art style sprites are looking very good. Here's VR Chat, also played this over 220 hours, freaking hell. I remember when I had the RX 580 in this machine, or the previous rig, that many Windows users had issues getting this to run fine in some worlds, even with 1080 back then or 2080. And I had no complaints running this on my machine with the 580, be it under Windows or Linux. VR and desktop mode, crazy. But yeah, I had some friends who, Discord friends who played it also for a while. Sadly, things changed, people moved on, and yeah, so I at some point also lost interest. Here's Walkabout Mini Golf, and that one exists for Steam, obviously. I'm pretty certain it also exists in the Oculus Game Store for PC, but it exists for the Quest, obviously, and for the Pico Neo. Sadly, the Pico Neo release isn't as feature-rich, and that's also not feature-compatible, but you can play the PC version against each other, and that's pretty fun. I did that with a friend of mine, and we had fun doing so. And here's Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom. That's also a platform in the style of old Nintendo 64 games, also makes fun of things like Super Mario and Tesla. And it's pretty fun. Recommended. Also that speedrun mode if you're into these things. And yeah, 2026. Didn't play it yet, but it's sort of a continuation of Snatchers. 8-bit Arena. Yeah, I wanted stupid arcade-style shooters for my VR headset, and it didn't really catch on me, I think. Here's the HD versions of Age of Empires 2 and the the definitive version. Not sure which one I prefer better. Played not too much of both, but it's cool for LANs nonetheless, because yeah, basically they still support online LAN mode with friends, and yeah, that's pretty nice. Here's the Alan Wake. I also have the Steam version, and yeah, I believe this all comes from the Humble Bundle. Same with American Nightmare. And here's the AVGN game too. And this one is actually nice. I played this years ago, mid 2010s, on my Linux machine back then. And it's a nice 8-bit style action platformer. Desk job. I don't know, I believe this is the one where you build the robot together. The portal robot. Dig Dug. I don't have it. I suppose I got all these in a collection, but I played all those games obviously elsewhere already, and Dig Dug was actually one of my favorite games. I believe I even preferred it a while over Pac-Man. It's typical Namco stuff. Arizona Sunshine is good. This is one of the first this is actually the first bigger VR title that existed. It was a AA game at least, and it's good, but the controls really suck when you're used to newer VR games. Here's Android Assault Cactus again. Here's a Sator Corsa. This one is good. I didn't play too much of it, but it's really realistic. And obviously you can use the VR headset and your driving wheel for it as well. Played it with Discord friend for a bit. Here's Audio Shield again, and here's Audio Surf. The ones I played. Captain Spirit. I have it, but I didn't play it. Beta, that's also cool. This is much like Asteroids, but it has local multiplayer and online multiplayer, and actually I would recommend, if you have epilepsy, to skip this game, or the second game. And it allows you to listen to your own music, but also to online radio, I believe, or YouTube at least. And you can, obviously it's a high score based game. It's pretty good though, if you're into this kind of stuff. Here's Beat Invaders again. Beat Blasters. Beat Valley is cool, played it, I believe in the DRM free version or on my phone for a bit, and I would describe it as Metroidvania with music mixed. I believe this is a pretty good description. It's nice. It's a good genre mix in that sense. Big screen. Isaac, Reverb, and I believe I also have the original Captain Commando. Got this one from a bundle too. I played it quite a while on the PS3 actually, and yeah, I had quite my fun. Also ran in remote play, and the graphic looked nice for a stupid 2D action platformer remake. And yeah, I can't say much about it otherwise. Let's see, Black Mesa again. Blades of Time, probably also got it to Humble Bundle or something. Blast Zone Tournament is I believe this is a free or very low price Bomberman clone. Didn't have the chance to play it yet because I need someone to play with, but still there. And this is Blobby Tennis. This is basically Blobby Volley, but with tennis in VR. Didn't play it yet, but looks fancy. And here's Blood Bowl, and Blood of Old, and again Blood Old. I suppose these are games from bundles. I played this one, I believe. Bomb Tech. I believe this one was cheap, or at least free to play or something. And this, I played this one with others, and it's a good Bomberman clone actually. Decent. Here's Bombworks again. Blue Breakers was cheap. The reason I don't think I played it much. It says 15 minutes. I don't think it was too great. like many VR games, sadly, but I liked it because it reminded me of Luigi's Mansion. Botanica, someday Broforce again mentioned, fun game. And Beanland's Terrence Hill and Bud Spencer Slap and Beans is also one of those newer style or newer beat 'em up games, 2D beat 'em up games that actually made lots of reuse of the license and movies, and the humor is really aimed towards people who know the movies. It's especially here in Germany, it's quite famous, or these are quite famous, and so I picked up on the game too. Sadly, my mom can't see it anymore, but she really enjoyed those movies back then. I know that. Always used to watch it on cable TV. Here's budget cuts, and yeah, I couldn't get it to work really. I don't know how to progress. It stuck for me when I tried to play it, and so yeah, I had to skip on it. Here's the arcade stadium again, and here's Capsize. I don't remember much of it, and I'm pretty sure I have it as via Steam DRM-free version too. Here's a free, I believe, Cartoon Network VR game, Castle of Mine. I played it 3 minutes, but do I know? Sometimes VR games just don't work, I believe. For me, probably I get it to work, can get it to work, and so I quickly stop playing them again. And here's the remake of Castle of Illusion. I don't know if it's still on sale in Steam, but as you can see maybe on the screenshots, graphics look nice, and they really did a good job of remaking it. The cape is cool too. I know I played it more than 1 minute. It's a good adventure style game, I would say. Cave Story played mostly the original release, which was free from everything. And yes, it exists for many platforms, as I played it on various places already, but it's a fun game. Here's Celeste. Obviously, I played mostly the GBA homebrew version and the original, and that's why there's 0 minutes playtime. But I decided to buy it when it was on sale in the last, I believe, summer sale. Here's Chaos Engine. Played this for quite a while with a friend, or with a colleague from work, and we had quite some fun playing this together. And he knows it, or he still knows it from his Amiga. I only knew it from screenshots, but the game is amazing. It's twin stick in a sense, and it's made for twin stick, this remake, I believe, and music is still the same, graphics are still the same, plays much better though, and loading times are, of course, are also improved. This is City Skylines. Most people probably know this already. I bought this back then because I wanted to play something like SimCity, and I actually found it to be decent too. It's very relaxing and slow paced in comparison, but you can do a lot, much more than in the original SimCity games, I might say so. But I don't know, I didn't stick with it for long. Here's City Car Driving again, Clash of Magic VR, and yeah, maybe I'll try this one. 0 play hours, looks interesting though. Costume Quest, this is one of those indie games that had quite some fame, I believe. And here's Counter-Strike again, and actually, honestly, I prefer Condition Zero over the regular 1.6 release. And the worst really is Source. Mentioned that already, talked about this already. Don't know what this is. Crazy Taxi, the Steam release. It's pretty good because you can actually mod in the Dreamcast music too. So you have it. It's on you can find it fairly easily, and import it fairly easily, no tools needed. And yeah, then you have your Offspring music in this game too, in this version. Here is Cryptark, and I don't know why I have it, but there must be a reason for it. This is Counter-Strike 3, and this is a fan game actually, not by officially Valve, but it's on Steam by now, and I remember back then all I had was this actual Pentium MMX one, but I couldn't play it because this game actually needs 3D accelerator cards, and I couldn't play it because of that. So I was kind of out of luck until I got the Windows XP machine later on. And let's see, what do we have here? Cube and Stars. Reminds me of something though. Cuphead is interesting too, very difficult. I love how much they went through their way to make it as stunning as it looks. And the CEO of the company is really nice. She said in an interview she doesn't want to push her employees to release it under certain time constraints. So they let themselves time until their stuff is finished. And yeah, the gameplay is difficult, I know, but otherwise it plays like an old style Disney cartoon, I would almost say. Here's Silo Shadow again, the shortcut, also for Cyberpunk the shortcut, and this is Darius Burst. This is one of the shmups, the continuations of one of the shmups I've shown you in the PlayStation stack. And this one is cool because if you have multiple monitors, you can actually tell the game to use at least 2 of them and have it like in the arcade, because the arcade used 2 horizontal span monitors, and so you have quite a large playfield. Here's Dark Souls 3, which I have for whatever reason. I don't know, but I don't bother to go with that. I'm really not into Souls, but maybe since I find my interest now in roguelike games, maybe I'll check it out at some point. There's a crazy mod that allows you to use fire weapons now. Maybe I'll do this just for the loads, but still. Here's Void Zero. This got taken down by Capcom a few weeks back, and I don't know why, but it looked interesting, so I bought it back years back. Lavinia is, I believe, from the guys who made Uplink, or even the other one they made, and yeah, I got it in a bundle back then. This is Day of Defeat, also came with this is the game that came with the Counter-Strike collection. I wasn't into military shooters, at least on the Gold Source engine, but it's there, right? Here's the Day of the Tackle Tentacle remastered. I don't know if this is the real deal or the shortcut. And no matter, doesn't matter. Here's Deathmatch Classic, is part of the collection with Counter-Strike. And this is, I don't know, another demo I wanna... No, this is one of the demos I wanna try. And this is a game I meant, this is DEFCON. This is basically, it's like War Games, but it's a game. It's a real game this time, and this requires you to play online actually, so you play against other people's. And here's a beta demo too. Defunct? No idea, I believe I heard good things about it, which made me interested, but didn't play it. And same for this game. Here's Thimbleweed Park again. Here's Deponia. And this is actually from one German studio that had to close down. And I remember that it was praised actually. And my best friend also liked it. And so yeah, I have it in my collection even for quite a while now, but I haven't found time to play it yet. Desktop Dungeons, no idea. And this could be a freebie. Deus Ex. I mentioned this. I have the WiiU version, so I can basically decide. But yeah. Devil Daggers, no clue. Here's Topnut. This is using the Hyperdimension IP, but it's basically like Star Harrier. What is it called? The game from Sega, you know. When you play the music, when you play the game and hear the music, you get reminded of it. That was on the Master System already. It plays pretty much like it, just with the Hyperdimension IP, and it's cool. It's quickly finished, and yeah, I picked it up. It didn't cost much. This is another, I believe, free-to-play VR game, no clue. Here we are in the Dirt line of games, and I wasn't much into Dirt Rally, actually, gotta say that. Also not Dirt 2.0, but I really enjoyed Dirt Showdown. It's different, I know, but this is the game of the series I like the best. And Dog in a Box is funny. Here's the demo again, Shotgun, Doom, even more Doom. Wait, this is Resurrection of Evil, I believe. This is another version I haven't shown you yet. Interesting that I have this one too. And this is Double Action. I believe this is a meme game, actually. I played this. Could be from the time when I was heavily active in the Linux gaming community. Duckpocalypse, and yeah, this is basically, to me, this is Duck Hunt in VR, and that's how it makes the most fun. Played it with a roommate before I moved here, and yeah, we had lots of fun playing this, actually. Here's Duck It Remastered, and it's such a great game. It's such a faithful remake. It plays just like the original, but in really beautiful hand-drawn graphics. Looks exactly like the cartoon, the original cartoon that is. Has the moon theme is amazing and beautiful to listen to, and the ending actually has the full version of the intro song from the TV series. That's pretty nice. And they made it before the voice actor for Scrooge actually passed away, so reason more to like it. Here's the shortcut for Duke Nukem. This is Dungeon Defenders. This is actually also a VR game, I think. And this is, I don't know, I have some games from bundles again. I think this is one. And here's the PC version of Dust. Edge was cool too. I played this one a lot in the DRM3 release. Also during the time when I was totally into Linux and I skipped Windows 7, 8 and 8.1, and this was one of the games I really enjoyed to play. Also on my old Android Gingerbread phone. Sadly, the Android release doesn't work on modern phones anymore, but I remember playing it on there a lot, and it's pretty fun. Here's Edna and Harvey. This one also got recommended to me in Miiverse, actually, I believe, and it's also from that studio that made Deponia, and I wanna play this one time. At Munchies, I don't know, I believe this is free to play, and this one is from a bundle. Elite Dangerous, I didn't play this yet, but my parents really were into Elite back then on the Commodore 64. I remember that because my mom always told me she loved the music for this game. And we had the game for whatever reason even long after we no more had a Commodore 64. And that's why I actually picked up on this. I really want to give it a shot because other people who also play games like this, like also Star Citizen, told me that this is actually one of the better games. That's Heartbreak. Always wanted this, played this for a while. Need to get back to it. Really, again, it's one of those games I stuck in and then I stopped playing right away. No clue. Oh, it's an alpha version, probably got it somehow. And this one too, this might be from a Humble Bundle. and this one is Enter the Gungeon. Right now I'm playing Hades a lot, as you know, or as I've told you. But this one is pretty cool too. The art style is 2D, simplistic, has a local multiplayer mode, and it's quite difficult really early on. You can upgrade your stuff though, and floors always change, so you have quite real playability there. This one is kind of a meme or a joke game actually. This one, Ares Action, is actually, it looks like a Super Mario game, but it's really a meme game, and it even shows you when you died like 25 times and the death counter still goes, albeit you start with like 3 lives. Funny stuff though. And I don't know, this is Aspire 1 VR operative. I probably got this as a recommendation or stuff, or VR bundle again, but yeah, you see I didn't play it, so I have no clue. Euro Truck mentioned, and here's Everspace again. Also one of those games I should try at some point. And Evil Land is interesting. I also have the second game, and I believe this is a remake. But Evo says I only played 1 minute, but I can't imagine that. Evil Land is funny because it always changes the graphics. You start as 8-bit RPG and you work your way up until you like in the PlayStation 1 days. Expensive? I don't know. I believe this is also a driving simulator, and that's why I bought it. I need to get my driving wheel back and running again. I have the I didn't show you that, but probably do so now in the B-roll. I have the Driving Force GT from Logitech, and I don't like the pedals too much, but the driving wheel is decent. This is like Pen Bros. This is a free to play version of Broforce with different characters and different levels. And it's rather short in comparison, but it's a good sneak peek. Here's F1 2018, and the reason I have this actually is because it supports VR. Didn't play it yet, but it has VR mode. Here's Terria, and Berry Bloom 3SC. I can speak right now because I talk non-stop, but it looked interesting. It has kind of an anime vibe to it, and maybe I have so much stuff I need to test at least some of the games I show you here. Fall Guys, I played a lot of this until Epic Games bought it. You can see I played like 80 hours. I even played so much that I can at least get the Sonic the Hedgehog costume, the first one. And I liked it. It's like Takeshi's Castle, if you know this show. And the games were really fun. Team worked under Linux and stuff. And then Epic Games came, bought the developers, fired everyone, made the game basically irrelevant again, and then I lost interest too because Tim Sweeney's a butthole. Here's the VR version for Fallout 4. I wanna try this with London actually. I hope it works. And here's New Vegas. I'm told, didn't play, but I've been told this is the best game in the series actually. I might give it a shot when I'm playing London for a bit. Here's Faz, and the developer behind it is stupid. There's a story of it and stuff, and documentation also, but Faz is cool as a game. Again, this is one of the games that had an DRM-free release, so I didn't play much in the Steam version, but still, what I've played is nice. You climb up the tower and stuff, and you rotate around, because the overworld is 2D, but it has, when it rotates, you have a different perspective and stuff. This is really interesting. Field Runners, this is one of the games of these tower defense games like Monster pixel junk monsters, and you see I don't have playtime here, but when I played this, I played it DRM-free again, and also a lot on my phone, where it shines through really good, especially with the art style and the controls and stuff. Yes, first-person tennis, didn't play much of it because I don't feel comfortable walking so much in real life when not seeing where I go. For the King is fun though. Plays like roguelike tabletop game. Formula 1 Worlds was cool too. Played this one before the other SEGA arcade style game. And this one is good. Got this one at some point because it's an action adventure which I haven't played yet. And I bought Forza Run for basically because Microsoft will pull it down because of good running licenses in the near future, I believe in the next 12 months or so. This one never worked for me. Freedom Planet is amazing, told you about it already. And Game Tap 2. And Gang Beasts, I always wanted to play this, but I have no friends to do so. And here's Gary's mod, for which you really need all these Source Engine games. So yeah, it's pretty fun, no matter what you play, if it's TTT or just do stupid stuff with the physics and models. I had quite enough fun with it, no matter if it's GB01 like here or the earlier versions. Geometry Boss is a nice game on a deck to have. And here is the HD version of Ghostblade, which you've seen earlier already on my Dreamcast deck. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same. Didn't notice any differences really, other than maybe slightly higher resolution. I can recommend Ghost Runner though, because the visuals look stunning even on weak hardware. Plays fun on a deck too, and I believe also the INU. And definitely, despite having so stunning graphics, you don't need an RTX card, but you can enable it if you have it. China Sisters is nice, but Twisted Dreams, but I prefer the looks and gameplay of the original, really. Golf with Friends is something I played with Discord buddies years ago. It's fun, but we stopped playing it eventually, which is sad. Google Earth VR is cool though, especially because you can visit all the places without to use the desktop, and you see it in real life visuals, so to speak. This is something different from Street View and really fun to use. And this one was free. No idea what it is, but it's a short story. It says so, but the shell setting looks nice. Also grappling hook, grapple hook. I'm going to play this soon, I think. This looks nice, also exists for Switch, and is a platformer with a grappling hook, really. I wanna try this. And this is one of those bundle games. Here's Gravity Circuit, the shortcut to GOG. And this is another bundle game. And here are the Grid games. Grid Auto Sword is awesome, my favorite of the three. But it doesn't support VR. I too have it for Switch, as you have seen, but the Switch sadly has also no physical release. Grim Fandango, didn't play this one either, but I've heard this is a fun, cool platforming game, action game. Gunmetal should be from a bundle, and Guns of Icarus. It says I played only 4 hours, but 4 minutes, but I played much more with people from the Linux Gaming Discord community. Yeah, eventually I left the community, and so I stopped playing it as well. No clue here, should be from a bundle. And this is Hacker's Evolution. This is basically a continuation of Hacknet or Uplink, and it's fine, but I find the controls and some missions very complex, and not complex, but confusing, and so I prefer the original. Hades, obviously, Half-Life, and oh yeah, here's still Lost Coast. And this is Blue Shift, which originally should only release for Dreamcast, but now it's forever since it's a PC game too, an expansion. And I actually like it to play as Barney. Hammer Watch was fun back then too. Ran natively on Linux even without Steam. And you can play with 2 more people. And it's basically Gunlight in a fresh manner. Head of Time, talked about it already. And Hatchers, I believe this is also a multiplayer game, but again, I have no one to play with. Talked about Hi-Fi Rush already. And Hitman, yeah, this is the one I played. Hollow Knight. This was interesting to me because it shows an electric circuit, and I thought it's interesting to play, but I never found the time to do so. The cover is also really not saying much, really. Horizon Chase Turbo is another good take on the old Super Nintendo Top Gear and the PC and Amiga Lotus Challenge games too. It even has music from Top Gear, I believe, and it has as an unlockable the AE86 from Initial D, which is funny. Played some Horizon Zero Dawn as well, but I lost interest after too many fetch quests. But the story is interesting nonetheless, or nice, and I like the characters actually. Here's Hotline Miami again. Hotshot Racing. Talked about this, I believe already, but yeah. Another one of those Sega arcade style racers. It's a demo I need to play. This one is an adventure I have for years but never played. And this one is cool because, yeah, I got it for €1, and with that game came the second Steam Link I had. Without the game back then, at the same time, I would have paid much more. So I have basically a Steam Link for €1 now. And it's good. I sadly have no second TV to use it with, not in my bedroom anyway. Otherwise, I would probably use it into the Breach, the shotgun, and I played 40 hours alone in the Steam version, and I can really recommend it if you're into turn-based strategy games on a grid. Here's the PC release of Jet Set Radio. Maybe it has better controls. I might try this. And Job Simulator feels basically like the lab, but with different games, and I actually enjoy the characters here. This is from a bundle game, and Keep Talking But Nobody Explodes is amazing. I played mostly the Quest version because we played on my birthday and it gave us all a good laugh. This is from a bundle again, and here are King of Fighter games. Maybe I'll try to extract the ROM, I know I've told you with this, but yes. Kingdom Rush. Can't remember playing it, but I have 1 minute playtime. And Knights of Pen and Paper is basically, I play mostly the Android version. It's mostly like roguelike fight simulator in a pen and paper style. It's funny. Played it for a bit, but yeah, not much to say. And yeah, this is basically, the lab is basically like, told you already, like Wii Sports, but for VR. This one is also from a bundle game, and this is Language Lab. You can learn different languages here. I believe you have to purchase them separately. I have 1 or 2 for this game, but yeah, I didn't want to do so yet. And this Lara Croft game was really low price, so I picked it up. I believe it's a side-scrolling action game. Gotta look into it. TLOU again, and here's City of Colors, The Last Tinker. It's a action platformer in 3D where you play this ape and you have this friend and you wanna make sure the city is full of colors again because it's totally empty. First imagine side order, but that you bring back colors and stuff. Played a lot of Left 4 Dead 2 with the Linux gaming community back then, or Larsa Gaming. Legend of Dungeon, never played it, might be from a bundle, but this one is cool actually, or it looked cool, I wanna try this. This one was said to be like a Zelda game in the classic Zelda, but in Labyrinth in VR, and I wanna give this a shot someday. Bundle game. And here, next to Lego Star Wars, is The Hobbit. And I haven't played this one, but this one runs fine on the deck. And Level Lead. Level Lead is basically like Windjammers, but not in a Pong style, but you have the characters you can really move around and you need to make sure, basically Windjammers, but more like a crazy volleyball variant. This is the first season of Life is Strange. Again, recommended. If you like this type of game and the story and the twists are nice. Here's this was free. This is just a demo where you swing around lightsabers. Also never played Limbo. And here's the demo again. Little Inferno, never played either. But this is again a demo a game from the days when I played with the whole other Linux gaming community. And Little Razor Street is based on Micro Machines. It had some bugs back then, maybe he ironed it out, maybe he stopped developing it. In case of Last Ark, I don't think it runs on a Linux. I could check out ProtonDB again, but I don't think so. Never played Loom either. I think this was from a bundle again. Never played this one either. And there's no playtime on here, but I know this is a cool action game, Mad Max. And here are the Magic games. Again, I prefer the tabletop variant with the cards, but it's nice to have. This is from a bundle, and this is amazing. I played this with school friends when I built my Steam Machine-alike system way back, which I too made a video about. This was the one that's in the Note 102 case with the Pentium G4560. That was a cool machine and a cool game. We screamed a lot at each other and tried to fight each other out to get as much coins as possible. It's like this one special mode from Melee, Super Smash Bros. Yeah, the Mega Man games, and here alone I played almost 44 hours on multiple, completed it multiple times, and yeah, maybe I'll do another run someday. Here's the Legacy Collection 2, which contains 7, 8, 9, and 10. And again, 10 has an unlockable for base. You need to enter a code. I forgot how it goes, but you can do this. And here's Megabyte Punch. Looks like Super Smash, that's why I bought it, but I didn't really feel it, so I stopped playing soon enough, after just 3 minutes. Melody's Escape is cool though. You can run to your music, I believe, and it's basically a platformer. She runs on her own and you have to press the buttons. I like the art style. This was free, this is Mary Snowboards, or it was from a bundle, I'm not too certain. Here are the Metal Gear games, and obviously since I have Ground Zeroes also, here's Phantom Pain, but I wanted to play Revengeance first. I never played Metro, and this comes from the times when I had my Lenovo Explorer before I gave it to a friend. I have Shadow of Mordor. And here are the Mighty Gunvolt games. In the first one you play against the Gunvolt bosses, and the second one you fight against the ones from Mighty Number 9. This one is actually better, and you can pick up roots and stuff and restore your health. It's pretty cool. And the visuals have been improved. Mini Moto X is also fun. It says I have 0 minutes playtime, but I played a lot of the demo. You can play either from inside the car or top down like Micro Machines, and it has a VR mode. That's why I picked it up. Never played this. Monaco. I believe I mentioned this, but this is really like Ocean's 11 in roguelike. This is pretty cool. And Moss again. And Move or Die is pretty much like Super Coin Squad. One of those crazy multiplayer games. More like WiiWare because you have various mini games, but still fun. And I've played a bit of Multiverses, but the controls felt sluggish to me, and online was laggy too. So yeah. I thought I played Multivania before, but apparently not more than 1 minute. This Mother of Sonic game was actually created as a joke by SEGA, but fans demanded it, and so it became a reality. Mutant Storm never played this either, but it looked good, and I actually wanted to play Portia because it looked like Harvest Moon in 3D, but I never got to it. Didn't play Nation Red much either, I believe. It says 6 minutes, I believe. It had issues running on my system back then, and then I ignored it. Here's Metro Selection too, and this is also one of those games that I played with the Linux gaming community a lot. Neon Chrome, never played. Could be a bundle game, could be because I was interested. I need to check this out again. But Neon Drive is fun. This is basically, imagine Outrun with synthesizer music and a neon cyberpunk-esque look to it, and actually, yes, not that difficult because there is no curves or stuff, but the difficulty comes from vehicles you have to avoid. And this is Ni no Kuni 2. And I have this because I mentioned I like the first one so much on PS3. I didn't play it yet. Shame on me. I do believe I need quite some storage space actually, so maybe I'll install it once I'm done with the video. And here is Nier Automata 2, which I again got interested in because of Soul Calibur 6 and her inclusion in there. Here's the PC port of Night, which I haven't played either. Night Sky must be from a bundle. This was free, I know this. And I know that No Time to Explain has been recommended by a school friend, but we never got to play this actually. Not a Hero is cool though, it's a 2D action game. in an, I'd say, enhanced 8-bit style, and it's funny. We played with the Linux gaming community of Polars. We played some Nuclear Down actually. I can't remember much of it though. This was free from NVIDIA, VR Funhouse. Oil Rush, no idea either. Here's the old school rally again, and here's Pavlov. And no, this is Onward. The story here that I wanted to tell though is that I'm also part of a VR gaming community I haven't visited for quite a bit, also not in the Discord. But we used to play various games together, especially shooters, like Pavlov and Onward. And someone explained actually to me how I changed the head tracking first in Onward, and after she explained to me how I do it in Onward, I did it in Pavlov 2, and that's how Pavlov actually became my now second most game of all time. This is just the this is just Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe, but since it's also on Steam, I have it here. It's just more convenient. Oddly enough, I can't remember this game either. But I played it for 56 minutes. Orbit till Gear. And the Ori games. Here's Orwell. Did not play this one either. Osmos is fun though. I played mostly the Android release, and you have to connect these dots, these orbits, I believe, and when you do, you can actually make music with it. That's fun. Never played this one either. OTTD. And Outlast is in my collection because I thought it was good, but then I didn't play it anyways. Here's the shortcut to Outrun, and again, I have no friends to play it with locally, but I always wanted to play Overcooked or Overcooked 2. It's fun, really fun. But yeah. I did not play Oxenfree, that's interesting to me though. The DX version of Pac-Man Championship, and this one is pretty cool. I prefer the first one here over the second one because yes, I stuck here somewhere, I need to do something and I don't get how to finish it. The first one is pretty nice though. It's just Pac-Man but with fancy graphics and high score. This should be from Humble Bundle or something again. Or because I was interested. The game looks interesting though. Paper Fire Rookie. And Paper Sakura the same. I played quite a bit of the DRM-free release of Papers, Please though. On Steam, just 13 minutes. But it gives me this feeling of Cold War mixed with 1984 again, which is pretty... It does a pretty good job doing that, and it's brutal actually at some point too, because you need to survive for at least a month, and I never managed to do so yet. Maybe one day. Popo and Yo. And this one is certainly from a bundle. Particulars. And Path of Exile, we played this for 16 minutes on a LAN party, but then we realized it's quite too deep and complex, so we stopped. Partition 4. Also didn't play this. I believe this comes from the early Linux days. Pavlov is just Pavlov. I spend most time with it next to Splatoon, and both are equally close to my heart. I like this one better for the community because I like to communicate with them and because we do it more for jokes. Splatoon, however, is more competitive and I like the colorful art style. I always wanted to give Payday 2 a try, but when I saw for way too long that it updated like every day, I skipped on it. I have those PC builder simulators. This one is for VR. Mainly because sometimes I have the desire to build a machine. I didn't play any of this yet, really. But when I do have the desire and don't want to spend money, I'll just come back here. But Penguin Factory is something else. Didn't play it though. And this comes from a bundle certainly. Same with Pit. And Piersola, again, I played the Steam version only 10 minutes or 11 minutes. But this one is an amazing 16-bit fan-made RPG in the style of old school JRPGs. And it has a nice soundtrack that also released in a big bundle for the MegaDrive with a Mega CD disc. That's also compatible with the 32X. But yeah, I played it on PC and I didn't get far because I feel it's too big and stuff and I don't want to spend millions of hours. That's always my fear with RPGs, but it's still cool. Here are the pinball arcade games and pinball effects. This one is the desktop version, this one is the VR version, and I really like those. My friend, one of my friends and earlier roommates actually, liked to play a lot of Ping Pong League before I gave him my old Lenovo Explorer. And he spent 4 hours in it. I played some matches too, and he was really the one who made most out of it. I believe we tried to play this together too, but it didn't work. Pix the Cat. I thought this is like Rocket, but it's more like Pac-Man, and it's still cool. But I expected something else, and so yeah, after 2 hours, something else came in my life. And here's Pixel Piracy. I believe I wanted this one too because it looked so nice. Didn't play it yet. And Pixel Ripped 95 is something I really still wanna play. But I don't get past the start screen, no matter which button I press. I don't know if it's a bug or something, but I can't get past it. Here are the pixel junk games, Monsters Ultimate and Shooter. Is a pizza Possum demo, which I still need to play, and Plug and Place, just silly stuff. And yeah, Pokémon at the inventory. I believe this is a meme game because there are lots of very different characters, but yeah. I saw Pony Island on Rocket Beans years ago. Wanted to play it all the time, but I never got to do so. And here are Portal games. The reason Portal 1 says only 1 minute is because I played the game originally on another account. And I really prefer this one over the second one actually, but both are great. Also played already like 8 hours on this one, so not that bad. Bundle game and Prison Architect. I thought I played this, but apparently I did not. Maybe I'll come back to this. Here's the try version for PDAs, which 17, which I tried. And here's the re-release or the remaster of Pro Pinball. You can even make a video pinball with this version, which is pretty cool. I have the vertical screen here next to me and I probably try to play it on this screen entirely. And here's Project Cars. Really like both games. Mostly played this one. But it felt great, and I remember originally when I had my Vive first, and my old PC with the 1070 and the i5 6400. Because of the weak i5, it wouldn't render properly. It always had slowdowns, or not slowdowns, but frame drops, and so it really started to become a thing to me when I upgraded my machine. Protoss is from a bundle, I know that, and here are the Psychonaut games, which are again really fun platformers. And here I also played a lot, 150 hours of Battleground PUBG before they changed the title and changed too many things. Also, too many cheaters came in afterwards, but I remember that I played quite a bit of it, as you heard earlier and just now, and I played with a community. 2 or 3 guys also played PUBG there, and it was pretty fun. Never hit much, but yeah, I had my fun with it. Much more so than Fortnite, which I never understood, and that's why I stopped. Not because of the cartoony style, or because it's of Epic, from Epic, but I never understood the building aspect of it. That was always stupid to me. Here are the 2 Puyo Puyo Tetris games, which are nice to me. Here's Quake Champions, which I never played. It's free to play though. And here's Race Room again, which works fine with all my headsets and the driving wheel, and that's recommended. And I am pretty certain, because I have only 51 minutes here, that I played Racket NX mostly on my headset, standalone, be it on the Quest or the Pico Neo. Not too certain, but it's a nice workout game. This Raven Sword is definitely from a bundle. Red Orchestra is also from a bundle. And Redout, I bought this because I thought it's like Wipeout and I wanted to play in VR. But I heard the VR mode is terrible, so I skipped it. Renegade Ops, also from a bundle certainly. The remake for Resident Evil 2 is amazing though, played over 12 hours. And sadly I couldn't complete it. I stuck in that wooden building. Not sure what it is. I don't know it's a barn. And I believe you have to fight the mayor, who sets the barn on fire. And I couldn't defeat him yet. Yes, I'm not very good, but the game otherwise is pretty fun. It's my first Resident Evil past the demo for the 5th game on PS3. And I had my fun with it so far. The graphics look cool, the story is good, the atmosphere is tight, and yes, it's a good game. Here's the demo for the 7th game, and I believe this one supports VR. I could be wrong though. Retroblock is a Tetris for VR. Not much to say here. I don't know why I didn't play much past 1 minute, but I believe I had issues with the controls back then, despite everything I've shown here. This is Retro Arch, and this is Retro Booster. Didn't play much of it, or nothing at all really. Same with Retro. Great. And here's Royce. Didn't play this. Didn't play this either. I believe these are bundle games. Maybe this one comes from the Half-Life, probably from Half-Life 2. But Rise of the Tomb Raider. Reason I didn't play this yet is because I don't know actually. I believe I lost interest after completing the 2013 remake reboot. But I've heard this one is actually good. Red Orchestra 2, never played, but it's here. This is a bundle game. And River City Ransom. This one is cool too. We played it. I played it with a friend, and it's pretty fun. Like these. This is one of the nicer 8-bit games, I think. Disco Dodgeball, never played. Same with Rock Art. And yeah, I played 23 hours of Rocket League until Epic took over. And I too played Rocket Bird's Hardboiled Chicken. It's an interesting action game, not really interesting, but it's an homage parody of the Vietnam War, actually, with chickens. It's roller coaster again, and I've Total War in my collection, but never played it. R-Type Dimension though is amazing. Runestone Keeper, don't know why I have it, probably because I wanted it, but yeah. And here's Sackboy again, which I still have to play. And yeah, again, I have Saints Row 4 here as well, but GTA is better. It's that simple. I got these from bundles, I believe. And this one is something I also got from a bundle, or it was free to play, either way. Yeah, the free, some next games actually. And I wanna play the other games I've shown you earlier first. Sanctum 2? I don't know, I played this, but I can't remember. I believe this was a fun shooter with the Linux community. SEGA Bass Fishing. Here's the Classics MegaDrive collection again. Sentence of the Multiverse. I believe I wanted this because I've seen a card that reminded me of Magic. Didn't play it yet, but maybe one day. And here's Heroes Entry. Played over 10 hours of it. And I also have the VR version for it here. It says I didn't play it, but I did, and it's super silly, especially with mods. Played it with the Linux and the VR community. Several Steel. This is pretty good. This is Imagine, yeah. I would say it's like a Mirror's Edge. Got it recommended by another player from the VR Massive Discord. And this one is pretty good, runs on the deck too. Shadow Warrior, no idea. Shadowgrounds, same. This one, yeah, this is Shadowground Survivor. This one's the same. And here, Shadowrun. These are cool games. I probably mentioned it already, but I mostly played the DRM version, free version, on my old AMD 64. Yeah, the Shantae games again. And here's Half Genie Hero and the Steam version of Pirate's Curse, which I too have played over an hour already. Here's Shatter. And I had this one originally on my PS3, but since I've lost the account credentials as well as the email addresses associated with it, yeah. This one is pretty nice. This is Arkanoid or Breakout in a new fashion with physics and nice music, and one of the tracks actually is also made with Vocaloid synthesizers, which is a nice Easter egg actually. This, I don't know, could be a free to play VR game. Shelter 1, no clue, probably also from a freebie. Yeah, here's the collection of Channel 1 and 2, but I prefer actually to play it on Dreamcast so I can carry around my save data. Here's Shovel Knight. And yes, this one is amazing. 6 hours playtime alone in the Steam version. I know I played it DRM free, and the music is nice. You lose lots of inspiration from DuckTales and Mega Man, many people say, but I compared more to DuckTales actually. And I like it for this reason. The overworld is funny too, because it always reminds me of Mario 3. Also played So I didn't play much of Civ 5, but Civ 6 is nice. I played this a bit, and this was fun. I played it a bit on remote play on my laptop. My ThinkPads, I believe the X240 back then, and it ran fine. It's not super complex or super fast. Complex it is, but in the sense of streaming complexity. This is a bundle game, and here is the Steam version of Sims 3, which, again, I played this one already for just 70 hours. Sins of the Solar. Here's Skullgirls again, and this one is really fun to play with others because, yeah, hand-drawn sprites and everything. Here's Skulls of the Shogun. Don't ask me. This is another game from Bundles, I believe. And Slime Ranger again. Ranger. Might, I don't know, but it's free to play, so what gives? Snakebirds was... this one is nice, actually. I stopped playing it after 70 minutes, but what I played is nice. I actually picked it up because I heard during the time a couple of times from the Switch version, and I like how you play the snake and get around your way through the levels. Here's Solar 2, never played, but hey. And Solar was... This is actually the second game, which is, I still believe it's in early access. But the first game is one of my favorites from my teenage years, and I played the heck out of it, Acton long out of it, and yeah. It's a 2D action game, which you usually play against others online. This is Solo's project. And here's Sonic, yeah, this is the Steam version of All-Stars Racing Transformed. Played it for 5.5 hours. I don't know, I find it slow or the tracks are too long, I don't know. It didn't catch on with me too much, but it's still decent. And here are the, obviously the PC ports of the Sonic games I have. Here's Soul Calibur 6 again, and yeah, you can see I played 104 hours, almost 105 hours, and I played mostly the story, and mostly with Geralt, Wii, and Harumaru, but all these characters are fun. Never played it online, and I don't think there's anyone anymore online, but even playing with friends is fun, locally, or especially locally. And yeah, next to Stick of Truth, here's the other South Park game, which I still need to play. And here's again Space Channel 5. Maybe it works better for me on PC, I don't know. Space Pirates and Zombies. I'm pretty certain I played this, probably as the M3 release, but not on Steam, and I can't remember much, but I remember it. Space Jam could be the same case with the latter. This was also from a German studio, I believe, Spec Ops Line, and that's why I bought it, and because I heard good critics about it. Maybe one day I'll play it. And this is Speedrunners. I played it at a former friend's, on his Xbox, and it was really fun. Never got to play it again afterwards, but hey, I had to pick it up. This is Far From Home, the virtual reality experience, and it was for free, so Spirits and Splice and Stacking. Neither played any of this. Star Conflict. Played this one though, as it seems for 5.5 hours. Can't remember anything really, maybe when I play it again, but yeah, I did. Star Realms is amazing though. This is one of the exceptions actually. I also have the card game, but Star Realms is fast-paced and quickly finished. You can play in short bursts against friends, and I believe you can even link your account to the Android version, so that's cool. This is Bridge Crew Star Trek. I mostly bought it for DVR experience, but didn't get around to play it yet. And it is Knights of the Old Republic 2. I played for 3.5 hours, then I stuck. And that's again my problem. I stopped playing. Here's Station to Station again. Team White Dick. Solaris. Many games I also got for free, or I saw for cheap and wanted to play and never did. Shame on me. I tried to play Strike Suit Zero. I started recently playing Tekken, Street Fighter X Tekken on my Iron Neo, but if you have no Windows Live account or don't want to log in, which I don't think works anymore anyway, you can't save your progress, so I might look for a patch or something. Maybe the community patch needs to be applied still, and then it works. Tried to play Strike Suit Zero though, and played for 17 minutes, but I don't know, it was one of those games that felt weird to me again, despite having promising screenshots. Stronghold 3. Helmets on Fire DX. Played a bit of it, 6 minutes. Felt a little more. But yeah, I believe it had a bug and I couldn't progress or something. And so I stopped. Super Hexagon. And Super Life of Pixels. Hilarious. I played it for 4 hours. And yeah, you play through various incarnations of 2D games, graphic styles, starting with really simplistic ones that look like on a ZX Spectrum, and then you play your way up. That's an interesting take on a jump and run or platformer, really. Yeah, Super Meat Boy. 96 minutes playtime, and this one is cool. Super Splatters. I played 10 minutes of it. No clue when, but probably also from the days when Linux didn't really take off and it just started on Linux with Steam and stuff. This one is from a bundle 2. I know this, despite having a minute playtime. And here's Super Hot VR again. Here's Surgeon Simulator, and the real reason I got it is just for the funny way they have the physics going and stuff. Survival VR, yes, this is one of those cheap zombie shooters that wasn't even trying to mimic the arcade style, you might know. But I had fun for over an hour, so gives. Surviving Mars. Can't remember this. Would have been a bundle game then. Same here. And same here. And Side Arcade and Freeze, I played it for half an hour. I believe I expected something more in the line of R-Type, but that wasn't the case. It felt a little different, too different for my liking, and so I stopped playing. Here's Symphony. This is a tabletop simulator, and there's so much stuff in it. I want to give it a shot, especially because it runs in VR, but I haven't found a game I really want to play yet, especially alone. This is from bundle, or because it was cheap. Either way, probably from a bundle. Here again is Tales of Symphonia, and you see that just on the PC alone I have 112 minutes playtime. and I applied a patch that made it actually run on my, I believe on both, on the Steam PC and also the Steam Deck and the Iron Neo, because there was a bug and I couldn't get around it, and so yeah. No, it was on the Iron Neo. The window wouldn't go full screen and I couldn't control anything, so yeah. There's a patch for this, a fan-made one. Talos Principle VR. Maybe one day. I'm not the biggest logic guy, strategy dude in that sense. He's the classic Team Fortress, he is Team Fortress 2. And here on this account alone, 45 hours. It's a classic. And I really enjoy playing this. I played this before, actually this was one of the first games, if not the first game that Valve brought to Steam on Linux, and I remember back then, if you had Ubuntu, which I didn't because I wasn't Debian and I refused to reinstall my system, you would get a Tux Penguin, and I missed my chance, and then I lost interest in playing this game too. And shame on me, because I know it was still fun to me back then. And here again is Shredder's Revenge. Again, if you're into 2D beat-em-ups, like Final Fight, all the lights, go for this one. Here's T-World as a PC release, a Steam release, free to play. Played mostly without Steam, but yeah. But it was cool for the time I played. And here's Tekken 7 next to Tekken 8. And I still say that Tekken 6 is my favorite, but maybe Tekken 8 becomes my favorite. But the cool thing about 7 obviously is Akuma. Here's Tembo, the badass elephant from SEGA and Game Freak. And yeah, that's why I also want to play, or it is, because this is a jump'n'run from SEGA and from Game Freak. It looks funny, and I believe I played it on PS3, so that's why I have no playtime here. I did not play this one, but there was something about it I noticed. Bring Up the Children, I got this from someone when they got rid of some unused Steam keys, and I thought this was funny. It's just a Twitch game, but yeah, it's hilarious in some ways. I talked about Through the Darkest of Times already, I think. And here's Tiny and Beck. And I haven't played this either, but yeah, here's the original, not original, but the 2013 reboot of Tomb Raider. This one is amazing. This had the great graphics back then, and I really liked it. Here's Tony Hawk. Also talked about this one, I think, already. Here are the 2 Torchlight games, which I recommended to a friend. And here's Touring Cards, which I've played for an hour. And I think the reason I played it only for an hour is because super sensitive controls again, and I got motion sick in VR, because it says in VR mode. It was interesting while it lasted though. And here you can see this is obviously Trackmania, but this is the Nations Forever, which it was at least also on Steam, I don't know. I always preferred this one. Here's Trend VR, and I have this one on Switch also, without the VR part. Didn't get to play any of this though. I have 4 minutes there, you can see that maybe. But I believe this was again one of those games where controls weren't exactly standardized, because early VR games had that issue, and yeah. Here's Tropico 5, and here's Tweet Now. This one is funny. I played it only for 3 minutes, I think, but I saw the game on Rocket Beans TV a lot when they made Beef Junior and stuff, and I wanted to play it all the time, but yeah, when having no friends to play with. Here's Tropico 5. Played for 8 hours. And I actually like this kind of a strategy game. This is more the kind of stuff I like. And yeah, maybe I'll just go for Anno next. Ultimate Chicken Horse is also funny. This is a good multiplayer game if you have friends with you to spend some time with. Ultra Sun. Didn't play, but it's again one of those early Linux games. Here's Uncharted 4, as mentioned. Here's Unepic. I believe this is also from the early Linux gaming times. Here's the Uplink version, the Steam version of Uplink. And this is a game in the style of SimCity 2000. It's a demo version of it anyway. That's why I have it, but I didn't play it yet. Victor. Run. It says 0 minutes, but it was either this one or another one I have in mind that had issues getting in-game. Some early Linux games, Linux builds rather, because back then Proton didn't exist and only native games were possible, or tweaking with Wine for hours. Couldn't really progress, so yeah. I believe this one is free to play. It's from PokerStars. This is a poker game. I believe this is has VR support too. That's why I have it. And here's Valkyria Chronicles. I have no hours here, but I played it on PlayStation 3, or at least a Valkyria game, and I really enjoyed it. That's why I picked it up years ago. I really need to come back to this. And here's Volga. This is an action game, a simple one, 2D. Played it for over 3 hours on this account alone. And it also exists for Dreamcast, actually, believe it or not. VR chat, talked about this already. 220 hours in. Lots of fun, other than sitting in front of a stupid mirror for the most time. And this one is Warlorm. This is a neat little Lemmings game with penguins. Also reminded me of Captain Toad for VR. And it's cute. Played not an hour with it, but it's nice. Maybe I'll play it again. It's one of those games you can play in short bursts. Here again is Walkabout, mini golf, and here's the first season of The Walking Dead. Here's Wanderlust, which I don't know why, and this was a freebie a few days back, and that's why I have it. Let alone people I know and we used to play Warhammer in real life too, so I thought I grabbed this one when I had the chance. What the Golf? I believe this was one of these funny golf games with crazy physics and stuff, and so I picked it up. And Windows Seal definitely comes from a bundle. Here's Witcher again. Here is Wolfenstein 2 and New Order. Here you can see New Order, the German edition specifically, but you can obviously mod it. And both games are really cool to play. Here's Worms Clan Wars. I played a bit of this, but Reloaded was more fun to me. I played mostly again the DRM free release, as well as WMD, same case. Wrath of Loki VR. Might take a look because I have downloaded this for a reason. And here's Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Here's Zenith. Could be that they really improved the game by now. I bought it when it was in early access, and there were bugs that prevented me from progressing. And when I talked to the devs about a refund. It was already too late, so they ignored my question. But yeah, there's that. And here's why the Archer's Adventure. And this was actually a Saturn game that they brought over to a PC. And it's decent. It's a nice RPG with hand-drawn graphics, background graphics, really nice, look beautiful. And again, stuck somewhere, and so I stopped after barely 3 hours. But I like the story. The kids try to change something to help the little village, and the battle combat system is decent. Yeah, that's it actually. And here we are on my phone. But about the games, which actually still work here. I have some purchased on the Play Store actually in the past, as well on Humble Bundle when they were still better. But yeah. Dino T-Rex is just a silly self-runner game. It's hilarious to have on the phone actually, so I have it. And this is Fire Emblem Heroes. Never played, but it's free to play, so what gives? This is the client for Chess, which I'm also playing sometimes with an online friend. And here's for Mario Run. I actually purchased the game back then when everybody complained it's too expensive, but come on guys, it's just 10 euros. And I actually had my fun playing it, so yeah. I'm good with this game. Mini Metro. This is the Android version, which is great for a game on the go in short bursts and stuff. And here's a Doom port, obviously free Doom, and obviously it takes the WAD files from the regular old DOS version, but it also comes with free Doom WADs, which I never cared about. I was always into the originals, but it works, and I'm happy about it. You can either use the touch controls, or you can use a keyboard if you have one, or you can, just use a gamepad. This is Line, and this is an older game from Humble Bundle actually. And you have to connect these dots here in a specific given order, and to make sure you connect one side with the other. Some dots are actually already connected, so you can just pull lines around as you like. It's really interesting, especially in later levels, and yeah. This is Quiz Duel, and I believe this is from a German TV quiz show, and a friend of mine, my best friend actually, likes to do some quizzes here and there, and so we played this for a bit. And here is an Android port of 3D Space Cadet Pinball again. Works well actually, gets updated here and there, and has an online high score table too. And this is the Android version of the Game Dev Tycoon they did eventually, and the cool thing about it is, first of all, it plays well on a phone actually. This type of genre is fantastic for this, but you can also you can cross save between this version, the Switch, and PC. And so you can just carry around your save data, which is pretty cool. Obviously, if you carry around your save between this version, meaning the phone version and the PC version, or the PC version and the Switch version, either way, still the PC in any case, I recommend you don't use mods, because you would just break the save. This is Magic Up. This is a fun game from Game Freak actually, and obviously you have a Magic Cup, and you take care of it. And thing is, you try Magic Cup Jump is a full game title, and you wanna make sure the Magic Cup can jump as high as it gets. It's solely fun and actually cool. This is Sonic 2. Originally they charged money for it, but by now SEGA just lets you play this for free. And I don't care either way because I paid for it back then, and also there is, as you may know, the reversed engineering port on GitHub. You just need the files from the APK, which are inside. You can just download the game, extract the APK, and grab the files from there, and then compile the game again. So you don't have ever to deal with any sort of online stuff. And here is actually a funny crossover, because it works really well. This is Space Invaders versus Arkanoid, or rather vice versa, Arkanoid versus Space Invaders. And this is obviously made by Taito. And yeah, you basically play the pedal from Arkanoid, and you have to defeat the Space Invaders, which is a cool idea for a crossover. Here is Giant Sisters, and rather than a new game, this is actually, I'm not too certain, but I believe this is a port of the DS game they released years ago, which I don't have, but I know it, and it's way more in line with the original for the Commodore 64 and Amiga 500 and 1000, I believe. And here we have obviously Mario Kart Tour. Nintendo actually counts this as Mario Kart 9, which is insane, but hey, that's how it is, and I like it. Especially now that it has a vertical mode and stuff. I'd prefer if you could actually use the if you could actually use a proper controller, but you can't, and oh well. The game is still fun. It auto accelerates, which is okay. Otherwise, it's basically Mario Kart, but it's quite easy, so more something for fun on the go. And when you're in a train or bus or something. Here's the Android version of Stardew Valley, obviously, and this one is fun too. If you actually know how you can extract the save data from your Android, or if your phone is rooted, you can actually transfer the save data to and from your phone, from your PC, and to your PC again, and it's pretty cool. So I continue to play here and there on my phone again. How do I... I believe that's all I have, actually. Oh well, then there's that, and I still have my VR games, standalone VR games for my standalone headset. Give me a moment. Okay, first of all I need to apologize. I will try to stretch the video, since my headset will only record on one eye. But hopefully you guys can see what I'm showing you here anyways. So first of all we have Virtual Desktop, which I purchased for this headset as well. Also use it on my Quest, but I barely use it here anymore. That's also why I usually use the built-in software that came with the Pico Neo Link. I have the Pico Neo version of Walkabout Mini Golf installed as mentioned, but this one isn't compatible with the Steam version, sadly, so yeah, I had to purchase it again on Steam when I decided to play with my friend. And otherwise there's still Rakuten X, which I can really recommend. It's like, again, like Pong mixed with Beat Saber, in a sense, as a single player experience but also multiplayer, and it uses 360 degrees motion, so yeah, you will rotate quite a bit here. Other than that, there's only web apps, and built-in stuff, and also V-Speed Ray, which I believe is from SideQuest actually, as some games still work on here, but usually they don't, and so yeah. Somehow this still works. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the Pico Neo Real Ink side of things. And here I am on my Oculus Quest, the first one that released before most people were interested in VR stuff, and enthusiasts still made fun of it. But I think it's a great device and I had lots of fun with it. Most of my software is obviously not updated in quite a while, and some stuff refuses to work nowadays since support has been discontinued, but it's still a good headset, I think. Like here for instance, that's Firefox Reality, or here, okay, this is a virtual desktop which still sees support, luckily, and as a PC headset this device is still fine, the Quest 1, but there's other stuff that nowadays doesn't work anymore. And yeah, here for instance, however, we have Space Pirate Trainer DX, and that's a cross-buy file also for PC Rift owners, and if you have it, you can also play it through Revive on a Steam VR headset, which is pretty nice. I like this game. It's a 180-degree Space Invaders-like game, and it's much better than those zombie-like shooters or zombie arcade shooters you have seen in my Steam list earlier. Gotta say that. Here, look, I have Beat Saber 2. Never modded my game actually, gotta say that, but I have two music packets. I have the one for Linkin Park and for Green Day, and both are pretty fun to play. I actually had my fair spare fun playing this from time to time, and especially in the morning. And look, here is VR Chat and also Pavlov Jack. Neither one still works, but Tetris Effect does. And Tetris Effect is a nice, relaxing sort of Tetris game, which is true to the original, but also has lots of cool graphical effects. Here we have Hand Physics VR, and that's interesting too because it started on SideQuest and then got pulled into the Quest store. That's from the time when hand tracking was still experimental, especially on the Quest 1, and you can do some funny things with it. Obviously, here's the VR client for YouTube, which I believe doesn't work anymore, but I could be wrong here. Graphics aren't shown probably. This is First Contact and some demos. Here's Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, though, and that one is amazing, as mentioned earlier. I have played this with my friends 2020 on my birthday and school friends, and it's pretty fun. It's on their phone or on print paper, and you have to defuse the bomb together, and it's pretty fun. And highly recommended. We streamed it to one of my friends' Chromecast TVs, and yeah, it's pretty good. There's Alexia, and here is the Jurassic World demo, which is actually fun, especially when the T-Rex walks over you. I've played Walk a bit. And despite having quite interest in World War II and stuff and history, especially in these days where it's important to remember again, never actually took a look at the Anne Frank VR demo experience. I probably should do this. Here's again the first contact thingy rolls, and this is the VR Netflix client. Here is another demo, and those are Altspace VR and Rec Room. I've never been in either one, since I'm more of a VR shit guy, but still. And here is the Quest demo for Super Hot VR. Obviously I played the PC version as mentioned, but yeah, it's still a good port. And Creed is actually difficult somewhat. He won't give you an easy time to beat him, but it's a good workout in a sense because of that. Never played much of Johnny of the Gods. And Scramble Sports is actually fun. There are 2 games included in the demo, I think, and it's not exactly standard sports, but little mixed up with more crazy features, and it was fun to play. Never picked it up though for real. And also no multiplayer support, I believe, or at least not on the Quest on PC, which is sad. And here's Dance Central, also a demo version I never cared about since I'm not into dance games, but here's the Beat Saber demo, and here's Half Half. I believe this is from Side Quest actually. And there's Big Screen, and then here we have Dear Angelica, which is also a self-running demo I think, and this is Henry. Henry is a nice 3D animated movie which is 360 degrees actually, and Henry's an poor or rather lonely hedgehog who just wants to have some friends and has birthday, and yeah, the story is sad but the happy ending is coming eventually and it's pretty nice to watch. And here's Vegas Infinite client. This is poker, and this is actually interesting, this skybox video thingy, because the Quest has not much of internal space, but you can stream your 360 videos from your PC. And I always used to do this to watch videos like the fireworks from the London Bridge on New Year's Eve. And I showed this to a colleague at work and he was also impressed. Pretty fun stuff you can actually do this way on also the Who videos and stuff. And yeah, other than that, there's not much actually. I still have though some stuff from SideQuest obviously. Like here, Virtual Motorsports and Chess Together and Virtual Boy Go obviously, and number 1 VR is a Half-Life 1 port, which works fine on the Quest. And Quest the Doom obviously is the Doom port, which also runs great if you have the WAD files. Then I have Let's Go Shopping, Pokemon VR, which obviously is not official, and Cactus Cowboy Boy is actually from a guy in the one of the VR discords I am in. He published those on SideQuest earlier, and I don't know how it is today, but the games were always fun, and he has a couple of those, and I enjoyed playing them. Runs fine on the Quest, runs fine on PC VR. And yeah, I had my fair share of fun time playing those. Here's Cybercade, and here's again V-Speed Ray, which I've shown you on the Pico Neo already. And here is Amiibo Launcher, which is actually an online game from either Japan or China, I'm not too certain. and I have no clue if it still works, but then there's Pew Pew, Stuffed Toys, and Car Parking Simulator, which I had actually to buy from SideQuest too. It's pretty cool though, because you use the controllers like hands on your driving wheel. And then there's still other stuff you see here. And arrows obviously is, yeah, arrow stuff. Then there's a GameBoy emulate. There's weird use with is playing keyboards in VR. And then there's still the Cactus Cowboy. Yeah, that's so much for my standalone VR stuff actually. And well, something to end this video with my analog game collection actually. Not that much, but starting here, it's pre-made commander deck with fire or red and green wood and light as well as water or blue cards in it. Standhafte Einigkeit, and it contains 4 pre-selected cards as well as 2 commanders, I actually believe. I am quite the casual player when it comes to Magic actually, but when I had the chance and I had one of my friends who introduced me to this game, we had quite some fun playing this for many months. Too bad he started to work full-time in a difficult environment, and yeah. But here otherwise it's a pretty nice chessboard I got when we were on vacation with my host family in outside of Germany, and this is just a 911 Porsche that I've got as a gift from an earlier bus driver of mine in school, as a gift to remember her. Pretty nice, she was a good person, and she gave everyone various gifts. This is just a quartet game, and this is the Minority Quartet, which is actually quite cynical, but it's pretty hilarious. Me and my school friends, we barely played it, but it looked cool, and so I picked it up. Again, this is the 90s version of Game of Life with those life cards, and here is a Catan as a Yahtzee style dice game, and obviously it doesn't take as long, but it's quite fun actually to play. I remade those dice and we copied the papers, so I don't need to take these all the time with me whenever I go somewhere where I still used to play board games, and yeah, that's pretty nice. Made those I keep those STL files for me, but still. This is actually more CNC. At work we made those as a test print, and otherwise, yeah, here are 2 Rubik's Cube, not original ones, but yeah, not that these are difficult to produce. Really nice, I like those actually from my childhood. Here is Star Realms, and it's actually just the base game, no expansion or anything. I still need to buy the expansion, but the base game is fun, and this is actually the only, I would say, card game I also really enjoy playing on a PC because it's so fast-paced. Or was it N-word? Either way, you get the idea. Here's another nice toy plane I believe I got from Kinder Surprise. And these are Rocket Beans and Nerd Quiz calendars. I didn't open mine, but yeah, I
The reason I didn't is basically because I have no idea where to go with those cool question papers. Shame on me, but I can still use the questions on there. And speaking of the 3D printed dice here, they are, at least some of them, we remade them again, and the other ones turned out way better. Here's a travel variant of Monopoly. Had another one as a kid, and it's pretty similar though. And otherwise, this is Tears Punk, as well as the base game, and that's from the Rocket Beans again. Pen and paper made with an easy to play and one-shot rule set, how to be a hero. I believe this was a limited run actually by them, and I was happy that I got it. So yeah, love the Tears pen and paper. Other than that, here's just my here's some cooking books I got when I was younger, and here are my comics and manga, mainly Mega Man. As you can see here, these are Asterix comics. And here are the some of the Archie comics, actually Archie crossovers between Sonic and Mega Man. Worlds collide specifically. The first one, the second one, and the third one, where they each had 4 issues bundled. And obviously you can see at the end they transform obviously and beat the doctors. But same here, sorta. The bundled third copy of Worlds Unite never appeared, but released as paper release. But I have them on my comics account. There's an Amazon service that sells digital comics, and I have them there. This is Worlds Unite, obviously. And that's another one. I'd say it's less, not as good. How worse actually. Not terrible, but not as enjoyable because it's way too large and there are way too many characters for its own good. Like, it's not only Mega Man and Sonic, but also Mega Man X, which is actually cool because they fight Sigma. But also Street Fighter and Skies of Arcadia and also many other games. Otherwise, here are my manga. Just Mega Man really. Mega Man Mega Mix 1, 2 and 3. As well as Gigamix. These are the Mega Mix comics, the black ones here, and these are the Gigamix comics, obviously. And yeah, pretty amazing comics. Recommended if you can buy these, that you get those if you're into Mega Man games. And yeah, I got this one also recently. This is Das große ABC der Videospiele. And yeah, this is from Rocket Beans again, and it's pretty cool. Yeah, so much for that, and that's how I actually wanted to end this long video. And so yeah, if you guys watched it, thank you. I honestly enjoy collecting games, playing games, but I really don't know what to do with all this stuff, really. It's not like kinda super depressed or anything, but yeah, thinking about it, I have nowhere to go, and yeah, bad happenings in the past, and terrible bosses, and yeah, had a downer
earlier today, so yes, otherwise this video might have been up on my channel earlier. And yeah, it's just a hobby, and once I'm gone, all these things will probably go to trash anyway. Thank you, authorities. But it is what it is. Hopefully my life will still last long, and so yeah. I'm just happy I have all this. Yeah. Anyhow, thank you for watching, and until next time.